A bright night city with many skyscrapers. Sanyang Group. A large office building rises above the city. Annual sales are approaching 3,001 trillion won, and this operating profit alone is 302 trillion won. Automobiles, electronics, telecommunications, heavy and chemical industries, distribution, fashion, food. Two men shake hands. The best company in the Republic of Korea, which has penetrated literally every industry. Two men perform in front of a crowd of people, with a banner hanging above them that says, "This year's best company is Sanyang." The protagonist comes from a rural area and graduated from a local university. When he received a notification from Sanyang Group, his father invited his relatives to a big party. The poster reads, "Yun Hyeon Yu, congratulations on being accepted into Sanyang Group." Many people celebrate the event at tables with food. The main character holds a bowl in his hands where a drink is poured into it. When the protagonist was sent to the strategic planning headquarters, the company's control tower, it seemed as if his heart would break, but he was just a janitor there. There is a sign at the door that says Strategic Planning Headquarters. A construction crane towers over a construction site. It's night outside. Three men kick another man. A man in business clothes sits on a chair. He smokes a cigarette with an indifferent look. The main character thought that this was his place, but he did not give up. He began to learn English, looked through many business plans and gritted his teeth, giving it his all. The main character makes notes in a notebook. Then, at some point, his place changed. There was no one in the Sunyan aristocratic family who did not know the name Yui Hyeon Yu. There are many people in business attire standing behind each other. Every time they regretted something, they looked for a protagonist. The protagonist stands in front of people in business attire. When they had to deal with big and small incidents and, naturally, dirty cases, they always came to Yun Hyeon Yu, that is, to him. After 13 years in the company, no one knows the hidden truth about this family better than him, because he has gained their trust. The main character stands with his brown hair styled and dressed in a business suit. An airplane flies over the airport. They trust him to the point that they can safely deposit about $700 million into his bank account, as they are now. The main character drags a blue luggage bag behind him. He walks through the airport. He heads towards the exit of the building. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. The main character covers his face from the sunlight. He stands with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He remembers how someone told him that it would be about $700 million and he would live in Moldova for now. And then he would contact him after the end of the investigation by the prosecutor's office so that the protagonist would send the money to his account. The main character stands in front of a man who is sitting at an office desk, and then asks him whether it is possible to calmly put that kind of money in his name. The man at the office desk is silent for a while. A smile appears on his face and he replies that of course. He says that he doesn't even trust his wife, but the protagonist is an exception. He tells him that he is the only one who can be trusted with this money. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. Our time, the main character smiles with his eyes closed. He takes his sunglasses out of his business suit pocket. He thought that he had gained the family's trust. The main character puts on his glasses and adjusts them, touching their bridge. Someone calls the name of the protagonist. Two men come to the main character. One of them says that the protagonist must have had a hard time, because the path is not short. In front of the protagonist are two men, one with brown hair, the other with a large build and blonde hair. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek. He wonders if this is the secretariat. He takes off his glasses and asks the men what they are doing here. The man with brown hair says that the president has assigned them to help Chief Yun. The main character, with concern on his face, thought that they had really come to help, and then adds that his arrival here was supposed to be a secret. He opens his eyes wide. The main character looks at the fair-haired guy. The barrel of a gun was pressed against the protagonist. A man with blonde hair with a gloomy expression tells the protagonist that they are the ones assigned to help, so he just needs to quietly monitor them. The brown-haired guy tells the frightened protagonist that he needs to go. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that they really decided to get rid of him in this way. He thought about how he worked like a dog for the Sanyang Group for 13 years, gaining their trust for 13 years. A man with brown hair is sitting behind the wheel. The main character thought that he had been absolutely faithful to them all this time. A blonde man looks out the window. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that they really decided to throw him away like that. The main character asks the blonde man if he can talk on the phone with the president. The villain tells the protagonist to stop dreaming. With a gloomy look, he wants to insult the protagonist, but he is interrupted. The main character shouts to the villains that then they should call him themselves and say that they did everything that was required of them, and he will remain silent. He adds that he will hide in South America or Eastern Europe and will never be seen again until his death. The man behind the wheel addresses the protagonist by name. With a serious expression on his face, he tells the protagonist to stop talking nonsense, because he should think about his parents and wife. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face and is enveloped in a purple aura. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek as he thought about his parents. The blonde man straightens his clothes and says that he told the protagonist not to worry about the family, because the parents will be given financial assistance, and the wife will be sent to America. Everything will be arranged for her there and she will be able to live without problems. The main character thought that this was nonsense, and after they deal with him and cover up all traces of corruption, will they still provide the family of an employee publicly involved in corruption with any privileges? A shadow falls on the protagonist's face. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that naturally they wouldn't even give him his severance pay, and they would also file a claim for compensation with confiscation of property, in the end not leaving even a penny. The main character lowered his gaze. He had a desperate expression on his face. A car is driving along a road with trees on either side. The car's headlights are on. He stopped near a stone. The protagonist gets out of the car. He looks at the sunset while the villains also leave the car. With a calm expression on his face, he thought that the lake, the name of which he did not know, would become his grave. He turns around and says that he wants to ask for one last thing. A blonde man aims a pistol at the protagonist. The main character opened his eyes wide. A shot occurs. The bird is frightened by the noise and flies across the sky. The soul moves to another body, into the body of a passenger in a gray car. The main character opened his eyes wide. He looked scared. He found himself in the body of a child with short brown hair, his face covered in beads of sweat. He thought that this dream was happening again. 3 months had already passed since he found himself in this body, and he again had a dream about a past life. A girl with long brown hair in the front passenger seat asks Do-jun if he is okay. The main character looks at her silently. He thought it was his mother, and she was an actress who became famous in just one film. The protagonist's mother smiles while looking at her son. A man with glasses and brown hair is sitting behind the wheel. The protagonist thought that it was said that after accepting the passionate advances of his father, who was her fan, she disappeared from the screen. Next to the main character sits a boy with light brown hair, who plays a game console and tells the protagonist that he was sleeping, and then suddenly jumped up. The protagonist has a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character's mother asks him if he had a nightmare. The main character puts his hands forward and says that no, he was just surprised, and asks his mother not to worry. The protagonist's mother tells him that Do-jun has become an adult so suddenly lately that she is a little confused. The main character, with concern on his face, asks if this is true, and then thought that he could understand her. With a sad expression on his face, he thought that now he was also confused by this situation. June 26, 1987. The main character looks out the window and thought that today is exactly 30 years before his death. 3 months have passed since he woke up Jindu Dijun, the youngest grandson of the founder of Sunyang Group Ji and Yang Kal, about whom there are many legends. He adds that he became the 10-year-old grandson of a family who ordered his death on a secluded lakeshore in Moldova. He remembers being shot from behind. He thought about the reason that he returned in the body of Jindu Dijun. He remembers that while he worked for Sunyang Group, he never met members of this family because at that time they were completely excluded from the company's affairs. The protagonist's mother and father look at each other. The protagonist thought that they were saying that they could even get closer to the Sunyang Group, and heard that this happened just because of the wedding of these two. The main character looks at his parents. He thought that the chairman of Jin Yang Kal was very angry with his son who decided to marry a celebrity, despite the fact that everyone was against it. But due to pregnancy they were forced to legalize the relationship. The protagonist's father looks at the road. The protagonist adds that after this they were completely excluded from the company, but the protagonist always considered them incredible. The main character imagines himself hiding behind his parents while the rest of his relatives argue. He thought that the other brothers and sisters were fighting among themselves like dogs to get even a slightly larger share of the company. He adds that his parents avoided such things, trying only to protect their lives. Light is reflected from the glasses of the protagonist's father. The main character thought that he even respected them. A gray car is driving along the road. The car drives up to a fenced area at the entrance to which there are 3 guards. The main character looks at the mansion and admires it. He thought that who knew that he would end up here again. There are 3 huge estates with an area of 11 pion. The grounds of the estates are located among many trees. The main character thought that there was a huge castle with 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground, with parking for 50 cars and a fence of 380 meters. He adds that this is the residence of Jin Young-kal, the founder and head of the Sunyang Group. The guard greets the protagonist's father. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that after the death of the head and his cremation, the eldest son Jin Yongi took the place. He adds that this is where he pulled weeds as his first job after joining the company. He thought that he had been here more often than his parents' house, and then wondered if today was Jin Young-kal's birthday. Security guards allow the car into the residence. Many people in formal suits are talking to each other. The protagonist's family walks towards the other guests. A woman with brown hair says something to a mustachioed man. A woman in a red shirt covers her mouth and says something to a brown-haired man. The main character walks silently. Their family passes near the guests. The main character thought that the guests were openly ignoring them. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face. He thought that they didn't even need to know. The protagonist and his family approach the front door. The family goes inside and the father says that they have arrived. There are a lot of people sitting on the sofas near the table on which there are cups. The main character thought that these were Jin Du Dijun's uncles and aunts on his brother's and father's side, as well as on his father's sister's side. A man in a gray jacket and glasses asks if they have finally arrived. A woman with red hair sits behind him. A man in a black jacket sits next to a fat woman. The protagonist thought that everyone dreams of winning a delicious piece of meat called sanyang. A man with a green tie sits next to a girl with dark brown hair. The main character thought that each of them was the embodiment of greed, just waiting for the death of their parent. A fat man with brown hair sits next to a girl with purple earrings. The shadow covers half of the protagonist's face. A red-haired woman screamingly asks the protagonist's family why the hell they were late. Do they still have habits from their stormy youth? And why are they the last to arrive? Just like the stars. The main character with a dissatisfied expression on his face thought that it was with Ajama, the feeling that he was her seen often. The protagonist's father, with an indifferent expression on his face, asks for forgiveness and adds that he thought they would arrive on time. The red-haired girl says that she is infuriated by the fact that she is late. The main character remembered that she was already 70, but she constantly changed and brought her very young lovers to show. The protagonist smiles and thought that his temperament was hot-tempered, then and now, and he had to suffer a lot because of her. The red-haired woman asks the protagonist if he really laughed just now. She asks him if he is having fun. A man with a green tie and his wife look at the protagonist. A girl in dark clothes, a fat woman and a man in a dark jacket are also looking at him. The main character says that he did not laugh. The red-haired girl gets up from the couch and says, "Watch this kid lie." Her husband in a gray jacket tells the girl to stop. He says with an angry expression that they are all gathered here, so why did she decide to make a fuss? The red-haired woman screams that this child really laughed. Someone comes into the room and shouts who dared to shout in his house. The red-haired girl and his husband have surprised expressions on their faces. Jin Young-kal stands in front of them with an angry expression on his face. The red-haired woman and her husband lower their gazes. The old man goes down the stairs. The fat woman and her husband look down. The old man goes lower and lower down the stairs. The man with the green tie and his wife also look scared. Jin Young-kal comes down with his eyes closed. The fat man and his wife also have frightened expressions on their faces. The father and mother of the main character bow to the old man. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that the head of Sunyang Group and his grandfather were a living legend of the company. The old man looks at his family and the main character thought that he was a man whom his own children were afraid of. A drop of sweat runs down the cheek of a man in a gray jacket. The main character thought that the source of this fear, of course, is the money he has. A man in a black jacket sits with his eyes downcast. The protagonist thought that they were afraid of a future in which they would not inherit anything, or their own capital would be taken away by other heirs. Half the face of a man with a brown tie is covered by a shadow. The main character adds that they are also frightened by the fear of not being able to maintain their chaebol status. The girl in dark clothes looks to the side. The protagonist thinks that all these things are intertwined and become the reason for their fear of their own father. Jin Young-kal stands in front of his family members. Iron Honor Jin Young-kal. He has a stern expression on his face. A transparent image from a past life appears behind the protagonist. He thought that this was a person he had never met. The father and mother of the main character bow. The main character's mother tells his father that they also came. The old man looks at them. Hyun hides behind his mom. Jin Young-hyul remains silent with a stern look. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that Hyon was already in his mother's stomach, so the grandfather could not fully insist against this wedding, so he can understand his fear. The main character noticed something. They met their grandfather's gaze. The main character has a frightened expression on his face. Jin Young-kal looks very harsh. The main character looks away and thought that he was scared too. He looks at his grandfather again. The old man smiles carefree and tells the children that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and then asks why they don't come. Because he calls them so often. The main character made a surprised expression on his face. The old man puts his hand on the protagonist's head and says that he would like to give him something, and then asks if he is curious about what. The main character looks at his grandfather in surprise. The red-haired girl looks at them with a dissatisfied look. A man in a gray jacket and a man with a green tie look at them with surprise. A drop of sweat runs down the face of a man in a black jacket. The fat man has a surprised expression on his face and his wife is angry. The protagonist's father was a little surprised, and his wife opened her eyes wide. The main character looks at his grandfather's face and wonders why he is so kind to him. There is a cake on the table with candles on top that form the number 66. Jin Young-kal blows on the candles and extinguishes them. All family members clap for the old man. A huge number of people gathered in the hall. The chairman smiles. The guests congratulate him on his birthday. A man in a gray jacket claps his hands and congratulates his father on his birthday. A red-haired girl with a cheerful expression on her face wishes the old man to be healthy and live a long, long time. A little boy in a blue jacket claps his hands and congratulates his grandfather on his birthday, and a girl with brown hair stands next to him. The protagonist's father claps his hands with an indifferent expression. Hyon stands with his eyes downcast. The main character watches what is happening with a serious expression on his face. Someone asks Donso to bring more food here. The main character noticed something. He looks at his mother with a tray in his hands. On a tray which contains wine and glasses. A bead of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's face. The red-haired girl calls the protagonist's mother Makni and asks her to serve cold water with ice. A fat woman asks her daughter-in-law to remove the empty dishes. A girl with dark brown hair asks the protagonist's mother, who is clearing away the dishes, if she can move faster since people are waiting. She turns back to her interlocutor and smiles. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, thought that these people were so openly forcing his mother to work when there were already more than a dozen people working around him. Several workers serve guests. The protagonist's mother is carrying plates in her hands. The main character looks at her. He remembers how his mother fastened the buttons on his shirt. She smiles with her eyes closed. The protagonist's cheeks turned a little red. Lam puts her hand on the protagonist's cheek. She says her son is so handsome. The protagonist thought that living in this body was incredibly unusual, but thanks to the warmth that Du Dijun's mother exuded, he was able to adapt. The main character looks at his mother in surprise. Someone calls the protagonist's mother Dong Seo and asks her why she froze, because more food will be brought soon and she needs to wash the dishes faster. Dong Seo looks towards the person who told her this and says yes. The main character clenched his hand into a fist, with an angry expression on his face. He thought that he had to endure and one day he would make sure that his mother received proper treatment. The main character turns his head and looks at something with a serious expression on his face. He looks at his grandfather, who is standing with a glass of wine near the table. Jin Young-kal smiles and talks to guests. The main character with a stern look thought that most likely, because of his grandfather's cold attitude towards his parents, they were treated this way. The main character remembers how his grandfather recently said that he had prepared the horse he was talking about for the protagonist. With a smile on his face, he asks if he likes it. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. There is a toy white horse on the carpet. The main character thought that his grandfather had prepared such a gift simply because he wanted it. The protagonist looks at his grandfather. The chairman smiles with his eyes closed. The protagonist thought that his grandfather was unexpectedly kind to him. Grandfather opens his eyes. The main character thought that maybe he was tormented by his conscience for kicking out his father. He imagines images of his grandfather and Hyon, and then thinks that, forced to accept this marriage, he is trying to atone for his sins with kindness towards him, and then adds that this is a fairly reasonable assumption. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that since he was in this body, he would check how long his kindness would last. The main character turns to his grandfather with a smile on his face. He says he likes a real horse better than a plastic one. The grandfather is surprised and asks the protagonist what he said. The main character says that a real car is better than that toy one. He adds that he also wants a real boat that floats on the sea and not play with a small bathtub. Grandfather has a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character is scared and wonders if he has gone too far. Jin Young-kal asks the protagonist what he thinks is real. The main character thought that he needed to answer without hesitation, as a child would answer. With a carefree expression on his face, he replies that the real thing is what Grandpa made. He adds that grandfather creates real cars, ships, and televisions. He reports that this is exactly the kind of thing he likes. Grandfather has a stern expression on his face. He looked closely at the protagonist's face. He looks at him silently. The main character thought it was interesting how Chairman Jin took his words and whether he passed the test. Grandpa tells Doo-jun that to get the real things, he said, you need to work hard and hard, experience a lot of scary things and go through a lot of hardships, but the protagonist doesn't have to go through all of it. The main character doesn't show it, but in fact he feels dissatisfied and thought that he was taken advantage of. He did all the dirty work, and then he died altogether. The protagonist adds that he found something to scare. The grandfather straightens his back and offers to do as he says. With a smug smile, he tells the protagonist that if he wants a real horse, he must finish this year with excellent marks in all subjects, and for his birthday he will buy it. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. He thought that even though he was local, he entered a fairly prestigious university, and did he really set the condition for him, who neglects sleep in order to get to the top, to get excellent grades in all subjects in elementary school. Daddy sighs and with a smile on his face tells the guy that it seems that he is not completely confident in himself. The protagonist smiles and thought that he was not sure that he could not get excellent results. The main character asks only if this is what he needs to do. The grandfather crossed his arms and said yes, and then added that he would reap. Jin Young-kal smiles at the protagonist. The main character also looks at him with a smile. Present time. The protagonist stands among the guests with a serious expression on his face and thought that he would change everything a little bit. The protagonist and his brother are approached by a man in a brown jacket who tells them to follow him. With a smile on his face, he says that grandfather ordered to take them to the games room. The main character made a very frightened expression on his face. He remembered being shot in the head from behind. He remembered talking to his boss in the office. The boss turns out to be the same guy in the brown jacket who says he doesn't even trust his wife, but Hyun-yu is an exception. The protagonist remembered that this man was the one who gave the order to kill him. He looks at how he leads the children. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, thought that he needed to calm down, because now he is not Yun Hyun-yu, but Jin Do-jun, and there is no need to worry. A boy with a green tie notices a toy white horse and pushes the protagonist. He gets on his horse and calls everyone else fools and adds that he is the first. He rides a horse and laughs and shouts to the horse to go faster. The main character calls this boy a fool with an angry expression. Hyun takes the protagonist's hand. The main character pays attention to his brother. The main character looks at his brother and thought that he was used to it. Their whole family had long been used to it. The protagonist smiles and thinks that he doesn't even have the thought of doing the same. The main character walks towards the other children. He stands next to the boy with a green tie. The shadow covers half of the protagonist's face. He thought about what to do with him and thought that first he needed to teach him not to be rude in the future and make a strong impression on his grandfather. The boy with the green tie laughs and shouts that this is so much fun. The main character tells the boy that this is his horse. He repeats that this is his horse and asks the boy to get off. The boy with the green tie smiles and asks the protagonist what he will do, and then says that he will do whatever he wants. The other children also laugh. One of them says that the protagonist said that the horse was his. The main character approaches the horse. He kicks the horse. He looks at the boy with the green tie. The scoundrel with the green tie has a frightened expression on his face. The other children were surprised by what was happening. The protagonist's brother was also surprised. The horse falls to the ground along with the villain. A boy with a green tie holds his leg and shouts that his leg hurts. The dark-haired boy shouts that he will call the adults. The main character thought that the scoundrel's leg was pinched. The boy with the green tie is crying and shouting that his leg hurts. The main character turns to the villain and he looks at him. The protagonist tells the villain not to dare touch what belongs to him anymore, and then asks him if he understands. The scoundrel clenched his teeth and cried even harder. Someone in a female voice calls the scoundrel by name, Kang-jun. A boy with a green tie cries and calls his mother, who comes up to him. A red-haired woman and a fat woman enter the room. A dark-haired girl takes her son in her arms, and he says that his leg hurts. The protagonist's mother covers her face with her hand. The main character thought that judging by the expression on his face, his mother was very surprised. The main character winked at his mother. The dark-haired woman raises her hand and calls the protagonist a puppy. She hits the protagonist on the cheek. A dark-haired woman with an angry expression asks the protagonist if he did this and if he has gone crazy. She hits the protagonist in the face again. The main character took the blow with a straight face. The woman screams and asks how he dared to touch her child and raises his hand. Dong Seo hugs his son. The main character was surprised by his mother's actions. The dark-haired woman clenched her hand into a fist and screams at the protagonist's mother to get away from him now. Dong Seo asks for forgiveness. The main character opened his eyes wide. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's face. The dark-haired woman clenched her teeth. The chairman shouts and asks what is happening, after which the red-haired and fat woman turns around. The dark-haired girl turns around with a surprised expression on her face. Jin Young-kal stands at the entrance. The dark-haired girl looks at her father with concern on her face. The old man says that there are guests outside, and they made noise here. He tells them to stop now and asks Kang Jun's mom to take her son and go to the hospital. The woman takes her son away. The old man looks at the protagonist and his mother. Dong Seo places his hands on the protagonist's shoulders. The chairman tells everyone to leave except the protagonist. A mother looks into her son's face with a feeling of concern. The main character smiles and tells his mother that they will see each other later. The protagonist's mother heads towards the exit. The grandfather looks at the protagonist with a stern expression. He asks him if he did it. The main character answers yes. The chairman asks the protagonist why he did something so dangerous, and even with his high on. The main character says that this is his horse, a gift from his grandfather. Grandfather, with surprise on his face, asks what he means. The main character with a confident expression on his face says that Kang Jun wanted to take it away, so he broke the horse so that no one would get it. The old man asks the protagonist if he didn't want to give it away. The protagonist answers yes, and then thought about how the grandfather would react. The main character has a serious expression on his face. The grandfather smiles after the protagonist's words. He silently looks at the protagonist. The main character thought that he knew that the chairman would like this cruelty, the cruelty of the leader of an empire who does not want to lose an inch of land, because it will be a necessity in a war with an external threat. The old man tells the protagonist that although he did not intend to hurt his Hyon, he did get hurt in the end and therefore will be punished. The protagonist looks down and says good. The old man asks the main character to follow him. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He raises his head and now you can see him smiling. The main character opened his eyes wide and then wondered what this place was. There are many people sitting at an elongated table, and next to it is the chairman's table with a chair to which he heads. The main character opened his mouth in surprise. He thought that although the chairman's office on the 27th floor of the Shenyang Group headquarters is the official office, in fact, all decisions are made here. A man with glasses, a man with black hair, and a man with brown hair are sitting at a table. A man in a brown jacket and a man in a black jacket are also sitting at the table. A man in a gray jacket, a man in a brown jacket, and a man in a black jacket are sitting behind a chair. The main character thought that he was the branch president, the head of the family and the company, and a place where only the rich could go. The chairman sits at his chair. He has a stern look. The main character thought that he had been a member of the Shenyang Group for more than 10 years and visited this mansion countless times, but he never managed to get into Jin Young-kal's office. The main character thought with a surprised look that he was finally here. There is complete silence in the hall. The protagonist sits on the floor behind his grandfather. He is silent with a serious expression on his face. He looks at the man in the brown jacket. The main character thought that this was Jin Yeon-jun, the eldest son of his uncle, who sits in this place instead of his father and is only 20 years old. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face, and I thought that he had really already been appointed as a successor. The chairman crosses his arms and tells those present what they think and how everything will turn out. The man with the black tie says that this Yanbin is stubborn and they themselves know it. He reports that the end of his term is approaching, but he still won't give up. He adds that he hopes that this person will not go head-on. Jin Young-kal asks what if he goes. A man with a black tie says that he means harsh repression. The chairman asks if they are not the same and maybe he has decided to recruit his own army. The man with the black tie says that's exactly how it is. The old man sighs after his words. The people present look at each other. The main character thinks about what this is and goes through the facts. The end of the term of office, suppression, the army. He wonders if they are really talking about the country and not about the management of the company. A man in a dark blue jacket says that they need to think about other ways, because today more than 1 million people from all over the country have gathered, and if the military is added to this, then it is advisable to think about even 2. The chairman asks if they are not even afraid of weapons. The man in the blue jacket says that now the flame of anger is burning, and if it is extinguished, they will be afraid. But if the army arrives to help, it's like pouring oil on the fire. Even the current government understands this. Many people with placards stand in the square in front of people in armor. Jin Young-kal shouts and asks the man what he wants to say. Do they really need to prepare for the fall of the government? He adds that he really thinks that next year the president will be from the opposition. The man with glasses touches his cheek and says that it is possible. The chairman hits the table with his fist. The people at the table look down. Jin Young-kal shouts that of course it is possible, but it could be the other way around. He asks them if they really think that he is wasting his time just listening to their suggestions. The people at the table apologize to the chairman. The old man asks if he really needs to line them up one by one so that they can start talking, and then calls the deputy, who is sitting nearby. The old man tells the deputy to speak first. The deputy has a worried look on his face. Jin Yeon-jun and the guy with glasses next to him are sitting with their eyes downcast. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He thought that these two had pinned everything on him and even ordered the murder. A man in glasses with a purple tie says that the government will not collapse and the successor is already known. And these demonstrations have been going on for 7 years since the beginning of the new government. He adds that it has simply become more serious now. The man in the black jacket says he thinks so too. The man with the green tie says he agrees. The other meeting participants are silent. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He thought something strange. In 3 days a statement about the president's surrender will appear, and the Blue House should already begin to form around this time. But does Sunyang Group really not know this information? 2 meeting participants are discussing something. 3 more meeting participants are talking about something. The main character thought that this was really a business meeting in the style of the 80 seconds. With an indifferent expression on his face, he thought that no matter how chaotic the situation was, all they were saying was who was in line behind whom. The main character thought that he expected to see the development of a strategy to respond to changes. He imagines a man standing at the blackboard and explaining something to the people at the table. The main character thought that he would see predictions about how the world and society as a whole would develop, or at least high-quality information that ordinary office workers would not have thought of. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists. The chairman tells the meeting participants that they can leave, and then adds that they need to listen carefully and gather information. The meeting participants bow to the chairman and then leave. The protagonist thought that in the end, they argued until the very end about who was behind whom. Jin Young-kal tells the protagonist that he can get up. The main character looks at the chairman. The chairman has a calm expression on his face. The protagonist gets up from the floor. He clenched his teeth and thought that he had been sitting on his knees for too long, so he couldn't get up. The old man tells the protagonist that he showed himself excellently. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. The chairman says that quite a lot of time has passed, but the protagonist did not frown or show any signs of difficulty. He reports that even an adult could not sit so still because his legs are uncomfortable, but the protagonist sat straight. The main character smiles a little and thought that he was listening too much and did not notice how time flew by, and did not feel any pain in his legs, but he seemed to like it. The chairman says that he is curious about something, and then asks the boy why he has changed so much. The main character thought that of course he couldn't help but notice the change in the usually shy and quiet Doo-jun. He says he's not going to take it anymore. The chairman made a surprised expression on his face. The main character says that his father and mother were inactive, so he had to endure. He looks down and says that now he is so angry that he can no longer contain himself. He closes his eyes and thought that he would add a little acting. He adds that at such moments a little tears would be nice. He opens his eyes in surprise. The chairman hugs the protagonist. The main character, with his eyes wide open, thought that this was a reaction that he couldn't even think about, and could it really be sympathy? The protagonist smiles and thought that now we need to shock him again. He asks the chairman to make friends with all 3. Jin Young-kal made a surprised expression on his face. He holds the protagonist by the shoulders. The old man asks the protagonist what he is talking about. The main character says that this concerns what they talked about earlier. The chairman listens carefully to the protagonist. The boy with a small smile on his face says that the president is the most powerful person in the country, and if it is not known who will become him, then why not make friends with all 3 candidates, because all are so influential that each of them can take the post. Jin Young-kal is shocked, but doesn't show it. The main character asks if this is really not possible. The chairman smiles after the protagonist's words. He asks the main character why not, because the more friends, the better. He laughs loudly throughout the room. The protagonist smiles smugly and thought that this should be the end for today. The chairman asks the main character if he wants to play somewhere, because grandfather needs to do something. He adds that if the protagonist sees Yeon-jun, he needs to tell him to come see him. The protagonist agrees. The boy walks towards the exit, and the chairman follows him with his gaze. Jin Young-kal watches him silently. The protagonist walks with a smile on his face. The chairman picks up the home phone. He commands to take care of all three. The interlocutor shouts and asks if it's true for all three of them. The old man replies that yes, you need to treat them like a VIP and don't forget to tell them that they hope for a successful resolution of this noisy situation. The interlocutor says that he accepted the order. The chairman hangs up the phone. Jin Young-kal says with a smile on his face that a 10-year-old grandson says such amazing things. Someone is knocking on the office door. Jin Yeon-jun opens the door and asks the chairman if he called him. Jin Young-kal says that he is now his grandfather. The guy with a bead of sweat on his cheek calls the chairman grandpa. The old man tells the guy that today he only listened, and then asks if he thought. The guy stutters and cannot answer anything. The chairman says that he is now asking not as a chairman, but as a grandfather so he can answer calmly. Jin Yeon-jun says that the protesters are at their peak now, and he thinks that if the president sends in the military, it will become quieter. The old man asks if this means that the current government will continue to govern. The young guy put his hands together and said that naturally, a friend and successor to the current government will become the next president. The chairman says that then he should trust him and join him in line. The young guy made a surprised expression on his face. Jin Young-kal asks, isn't it? Jin Yeon-jun has a scared expression on his face. He lowered his gaze and remained silent. The old man with a serious expression on his face thought that he had only asked his opinion. But this expression on his face suggests certain thoughts. He remembers how the protagonist behaved. The chairman turns away and says that's enough and tells the guy that he can go. The young guy has a surprised expression on his face. The chairman sits down on a chair and closes his eyes. He opens his eyes and thought that it was Makni. Note, Makni is the youngest. The young guy closes the door behind him. He is looking at someone. He sees the protagonist and thought that it would be nice if he were the eldest grandson. The car is driving along the road. The protagonist's mother asks her husband what his father said. The protagonist's dad drives the car and replies that he said he would focus on educating his sons. Dong Seo asks if he really said that. The father looks at the protagonist through the rearview window and addresses him. He says that he has no intention of scolding the protagonist for what happened today at his grandfather's house, because he has already received his punishment. The main character apologizes. The father says that the main thing is that the protagonist realized his mistake. He adds that grandfather said he was going to send the two of them to a personal teacher. The protagonist's brother has a surprised expression on his face. He asks which teacher we are talking about. The father tells his son Sanjun that if he doesn't want to, then don't, everything is fine. He looks at the protagonist and asks him what he thinks about this. The main character thought that now he does not need a teacher and he should learn from him. But since this is the chairman's order, he cannot help but follow him. The protagonist replies that he will go to him. The father tells the protagonist that if he doesn't want to, he can refuse. The main character says what he wants. The father replies that then he will prepare everything. The father of the family watches the road. The main character looks at his brother. Sanjun tells the protagonist that he did well today. A shadow falls on his face. He adds that the protagonist made the villain Kang Jun cry. The main character has a surprised expression on his face. He looks at his brother, who is watching the sunset with a smile on his face. The protagonist also smiles and thought that it looks like he, too, has accumulated. June 29, 1987. The president with short black hair greets comrades and fellow citizens through a microphone. He says that now is an era when deep-seated conflicts and antagonisms between people have resulted in a national crisis. The main character drinks milk with a straw from a small bottle. The main character thought that this was the announcement of the declaration adopted by the president on June 29th, which became the official declaration of the government. People stand outside a TV store and watch an announcement from the president. A man in a green jacket from a TV program says something. The protagonist drinks milk and thought that a new era of supreme power races is now beginning, and then wonders what the chairman will do now. A blue car drives up to the estate. The main character gets out of the car, accompanied by a man in a black suit. A man with a gray shirt with a broom in his hands tells the protagonist that his grandfather has come to him. Behind him is a building. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that he had already arrived. The chairman shouts and asks someone what she just said. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, and the janitor turns around. The main character does not understand what is happening. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's cheek. She says that she never asked for a share in the company and neither did Do-jun's father. She adds that it will be the same in future. The chairman, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks what she said. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's mother's face. The protagonist's mother says that she understood the chairman's intention to raise Do-jun so that he could succeed in the company. With a serious expression on his face, he says that, however, he is 10 years old, so she would like him to decide what to do. The chairman asks Dong-seo if she doesn't know what it means to give away a stake in Sunyang Group, and then adds that he was going to take them back as children. He asks if she is really refusing the last chance they are given. The girl clenches her hands into fists and apologizes to her father. She sits across the table from him and says that she and Do-jun's father want him to live doing what he wants. The chairman has an angry expression on his face. The main character turns to his grandfather, after which the chairman turns around. The main character enters the room. The chairman spread his arms to the sides and with a smile on his face says that his dear boy has arrived. He lifts him above himself and asks if he is back from school. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. He thought that he had so much strength. The protagonist's mother looks at her son. The main character thought that his mother, who is always silent in front of his grandfather, decided to speak out because of his problems. This is so touching. The main character asks his grandfather if he is angry, after which the chairman's expression becomes confused. The grandfather lowers the protagonist to the ground and asks why he is angry, and then adds that the protagonist thought so because he raised his voice a little. The protagonist's mother put her hands together and says that grandfather was not angry, and they were just talking. The main character thought that they really think that he doesn't understand. The protagonist says not to fight over him. The grandfather presses his fist to his mouth, and the protagonist's mother turns her head to the side with reddened cheeks. The protagonist says that as his mother said, he will grow up and do what he wants. Grandfather and mother have surprised expressions on their faces. The chairman made a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character smiles smugly and thought that the grandfather, who is not afraid of anything, must be upset when he heard this from his grandson. The protagonist says with joy on his face that, therefore, when he grows up, he wants to become the boss of a big company, just like his grandfather. The chairman is shocked, but does not show it. He smiles and laughs a little. He shouts that in the end, you can't fool blood and sometimes it happens that it manifests itself after a generation. Dong-seo has a surprised expression on his face. Jin Young-kal turns around and asks the protagonist's mother if she really has nothing more to say. Dong-seo's eyes are wide open, and his grandfather asks if their Do-jun also dreams of becoming a leader. The protagonist's mother is crying. She goes to the kitchen and says that she will go make tea. Jin Young-kal says to bring tea to his grandson's room. He smiles and says that he has a little story that he wants to tell him. The protagonist thought what was wrong with his mother. She seemed to be crying. He looks at his mother and wondered if it was because he addressed her as his daughter-in-law. The protagonist's mother makes tea in the kitchen. She has a sad expression on her face, and the protagonist and grandfather look at her. In the protagonist's room there are bookshelves. The old man asks the protagonist if he remembers the words he said a few days ago. The main character sits on the bed and asks his grandfather what he is talking about, and the grandfather replies that he is talking about friendship with 3 candidates at once. The protagonist asks his grandfather about those influential people he is talking about. Jin Young-kal smiles and says that's right, these are the exact words. The main character smiles with his eyes closed and thought that naturally, he remembers, because that's why his grandfather came to him today. The old man tells the protagonist that as he said, he sent gifts to these people and was friendly, and the protagonist asks if this is true. The main character wonders if he made a decision based on his words, and then adds that he acts quickly. Grandfather says that starting today, the development of actions has taken a strange turn. He says that he wanted the 3 to get along, but they started arguing, and the second and third places decided to team up to win the first. The main character listens carefully. The old man says that now he also needs to choose a side. The protagonist, with a small smile, asks his grandfather if these are the 3 people who are going to fight for the position of president. The grandfather, with a smile on his face, replies that this is true and says that each of them wants to become something like a headman. The protagonist says that then, if the second and third place team up and win, will they become the prefect and his deputy? The grandfather replies that no, there is no deputy in running the country, only the headman. The main character, with his eyes closed, throws up his hands and asks what is the point of the second and third uniting if there is no deputy, and then adds that among them only one will become the headman. The grandfather, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if they haven't united. The main character says that naturally, the third will not just help the second without receiving anything in return. But the 10th, 20th, or last one could help, but definitely not the third. The chairman opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The old man says that this means these two, in fact, did not unite. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that, contrary to what it seems, they are not helping each other. He thought that there was no need to talk verbosely and in detail about the future, because he had a different point of view and other doubts. He just needed to plant the seed, because Chairman Jin was a person who would understand everything himself. Jin Young Kal is enveloped in a purple aura. He has a serious expression on his face. He thought that not only Senyang Group, but also the influential people he met did not question the merger. He adds that Du-jun is the only one who said that this couldn't happen. He looks at the protagonist, who has a carefree expression on his face. The chairman thought that of course, it may seem that he thinks this way simply because he doesn't understand politics at all. But Du-jun can definitely see people's greed. He flexed his fingers, and then thought that these words were not unfounded. He places his hand on the protagonist's head. He smiles and asks the protagonist how he can be so smart. The main character smiles a little, and then thought that everything was going as he thought. The blue sky rises above the treetops. A black car is driving down the road. The main character is sitting in the back seat of a car. He looks out the car window. The main character remembers how his mother asked him if he really wanted to go to the coast of the Western Sea. The protagonist's mother asks her son why so suddenly. The protagonist's father sits next to her. The main character smiles and says that the textbook says that this is the only place in Korea where the Western Sea connects with the northern one. The protagonist's father and his mother look at each other. The main character closes his eyes and thought that in fact the reason is different and he just needs to check something. Namely, what the real him looks like now. Yun Hyeon Yu, the main character, is standing near the building. He looks at it and thought that this was his home. He covers his mouth and the spiritual image of Yun Hyeon Yu appears next to him. He thought about what to say when he sees his parents, and then wonders what if he accidentally calls them mom and dad. He turned his attention to someone. The protagonist looks at a man with black hair and a woman in a yellow t-shirt. The protagonist's cheeks turn red. Tears appear in his eyes and he calls his parents from his past life mom and dad. He wipes away his tears and thought that they exist. Someone opens the door. A woman in a yellow t-shirt asks the protagonist what happened. The main character looks at his mother from a past life. A woman in a yellow t-shirt looks at the protagonist. A man with short black hair comes up and asks what it is. The woman in the yellow t-shirt replies that this child stood in front of their home and was crying. A man with short black hair crosses his arms and asks the protagonist if he is lost. The main character replies that no, he is looking for his friend's house. A man with short black hair asks, "Friend?" A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek and he asks if they know Hyeon Yu. The woman and man have surprised expressions on their faces. A man with short black hair says that no one with that name lives near here. The woman in the yellow t-shirt says that maybe it's worth asking Hyeon Jai. Maybe one of her classmates has a guy named Hyeon Yu. The main character with a surprised look thought that they really said about Hyeon Jai. The main character asks his parents who Hyeon Jai is. The protagonist's mother from a past life says that Hyeon Jai is their daughter. The main character thought that in a past life there was no child named Hyeon Jai in their house and these two did not know him. He opened his mouth in surprise, and a spiritual image of the protagonist from a past life appears behind him. He wondered if there really was a person named Yun Hyeon Yu. There is a newspaper on the table. The newspaper writes about the victory in the presidential election and has a photo of the winner printed next to it. The chairman crossed his arms and thought that Du-jun was right. He adds that a few months ago, when the current government announced its surrender, all the Keeball conglomerates began helping Yan and Kim. A man with short black hair and a man with short gray hair raised their palms up. The chairman thought that this was because no one doubted their unification and firmly believed that one of them would be the next president. He remembers how the main character throws up his hands and thinks that he listened to Du-jun and sent a big gift to the candidate from the ruling party, and Yan and Kim just gave small handouts. The chairman smiled broadly and thought that who knew that his grandson's opinion would be so useful. Sunlight falls on the building. On the protagonist's desk there is a newspaper with information about the winners of the elections. The main character crossed his arms and thought that so far nothing is different from what happened in his life, but he cannot calm down. He remembers looking at his mom and dad from a past life with their daughter, and then thinking that it was all because Yun Hyeon Yu did not exist, and his daughter took his place. The main character put one leg on the other and thought that this meant that the details of the future recorded in his memory may still differ. He remembers his grandfather's joyful smile and thought that no, most likely the future began to change due to changes in the soul of the chairman of Jin Young-kal, who already began to like him. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that if it changes, then his most powerful weapon, knowledge of the future, may become useless. The huge corporation building towers over the city. The protagonist thought that by the time he turned 20, he should prepare the groundwork to take over the Sanyang group. He imagines the chairman lying in bed, and the protagonist thought that in 10 years, Jin Young-kal will be lying in a hospital bed waiting to die. Behind the protagonist appear the images of Jin Donggi with glasses and Jin Yeon-jun, who are painted in cool colors, and the image of the protagonist's father, who is painted in warm colors. He thought that he should take over as many shares as possible for himself and his father in order to begin the fight against Jin Yeongi's uncle. There was an accident on the road involving 2 cars and a truck. The protagonist thought that he also needed to prevent the death of himself, Jin Do-jun, in a car accident that occurred on the day of his 20th birthday. An image of him from a past life appears behind the protagonist, and he thought that he lived like Yun Hyun-yu and cleaned up after everyone in this company. So there is no one more worthy than him, and besides, all members of the Sanyang family will tragically die in a car accident. The main character puts his hand on his forehead and closes his eyes, and then thought that initially they were already far from control, so he didn't really delve into it, which is a shame. The protagonist gets dressed near the bed and thought that first he needed to avoid his death. The main character, with a sad expression on his face, thought that he wondered if the future would change if he helped Jin Young-kal live longer. Someone is knocking on the door. The protagonist's mother opens the door and calls her son. She says with a smile on her face that it's time for him to go. The main character answers with a smile on his face that it's good. He left his room and thought that no matter how much he thought, there was no answer to this confusing question, and the only thing left was to check the results of his actions every day and act carefully. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. 2 buildings of the Sanyang Group Hotel rise above the evening city. The chairman smiles and greets the protagonist. The main character, with a smile on his face, runs with his arms outstretched forward to his grandfather. He thought that he still couldn't get used to it, but he couldn't help it either. The protagonist hugs his grandfather, and with a smile on his face he tells him to sit down quickly. The protagonist takes his place at the table. The protagonist looks around and thought that there is no one here except them, and adds that grandfather really wants to talk in private. They sit at a round table. A chandelier shines brightly above them. The main character looks at the smiling grandfather and thought that in the end, he must have been incredibly happy when his stake in choosing the president played out. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks his grandfather if something good happened. Grandfather has a surprised expression on his face. He remembers how they told him on the phone that they would never forget about his help, and then thanked him. The old man smiles after the protagonist's words. He says yes, and seeing the protagonist made him feel even better, so he will buy him everything he wants to try, as well as any toys he dreams of. The protagonist asks his grandfather if he really found out about his grades. Grandfather asks what kind of grades. With a surprised look, he thought that he had already forgotten about his promise because he had listened to the advice, made a big bet, and thanks to this, Sanyang would stand firmly on its feet for another 5 years. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that he received excellent marks in all subjects, 100 points. Grandfather asks the protagonist if it's true that there are 100 points. The protagonist replies that yes, he is the only one in the class. Grandfather laughs loudly and asks what to do, because it's already so late, so he won't be able to buy a horse right now. The main character, with a smile on his face, wondered if he needed a horse, and then added that this was just a cover to get even more. The main character puts his hands on the table and says that everything is in order, because he doesn't even know how to ride it yet, and then adds that his grandfather can buy it when he learns to ride a horse. The protagonist asks his grandfather if this is not because of the promise, then why? Grandfather, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist that thanks to him, grandfather's company has become much larger, and this means that he will earn a lot of money. The main character asks his grandfather if he can then give him something more than what he promised. Grandfather rests his chin and thinks about what it could be. The main character tells his grandfather that if he buys him a horse, it will be kept at his ranch on Jeju Island and he will not be able to ride there every day. Grandfather, with a thoughtful look, asks what to do. Someone is knocking on the door. Several subordinates enter the office with trays of food. Grandpa asks the protagonist how about thinking about it while eating. There are many dishes on the table, including sushi, fish, cake, salad, fries with meat and pie. The main character wishes his grandfather bon appetit. Jin Young-kal thanks the protagonist and takes the wooden chopsticks. He says they can build another ranch so they can ride horses every day. The main character asks if this is true. He smiles smugly and thought that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. The grandfather with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that he will give him a ranch so that he can ride a horse at any time. The main character with a happy smile on his face combines his palms. The protagonist hugs his grandfather and says thank you. Grandfather laughs and asks the protagonist if he really likes this idea that much. The main character with a smug smile thought what was most important now. He asks his grandfather where it will be. Grandpa replies that there is a place just north of Seoul called Wondon that already has a ranch, so they'll just buy it. A dissatisfied image of him appears behind the protagonist. He thought that this was not the place he wanted. The chairman asks the protagonist if he really doesn't like it. The main character puts his palms together and says no, he likes it, but they live in Gangnam, which is very far away. The chairman smiles and tells the protagonist that he is picky, and then adds that there is no ranch in the south of Seoul. The main character with a surprised look says what needs to be done then. Grandfather can quickly create anything. The old man with a misunderstanding on his face asks the protagonist what he means. The old man laughs very loudly. The main character wonders why he laughs so much. The chairman with a smile on his face tells the protagonist that out of 48 Sanyong branches he created 19 with his own hands, and the rest were captured. The main character opened his eyes wide. The Sanyong Corporation building towers over the city. Grandfather says that most of the companies to which he had a hand were created in the early days of Sanyong. That is, in the beginning. In any case, you need to do everything yourself and then affection, perseverance and the desire to develop appear. The main character, with a surprised look, thought that this was really how he perceived his words about building a ranch. The chairman with a smile on his face says that this is why he really likes the idea of building it himself. He places his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He says that he will help Doo-jin take his first step. The protagonist is silent with a surprised look and thought that this was really how he decided to teach him business. The old man asks if there is anyone outside, after which the door is opened by a man in glasses and business clothes, and then answers the chairman's question positively. The chairman tells him to bring a map of Seoul and Gyeonggi-do, and the subordinate agrees. The main character thought about the map with an inspired expression on his face. The chandelier on the ceiling shines brightly. Grandfather's subordinate hands over a card. Grandfather reveals the card and looks at it. Jin Young-kal says that they will see how good their Doo-jun's eyes are. He hands the red marker to his grandson. The old man smiles and asks the protagonist to mark where he wants to build a ranch. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought that finally. He took a marker and thought that he wanted to build dozens of ranches throughout the country if he secured land in advance, the price of which would skyrocket in 10 or 20 years, as much as it would be a reliable help in the battle for a share in the Sanyong group. Grandfather tells the protagonist to choose wisely and preferably not in the center of Seoul, Namju or Gyeonggi province. The main character begins to draw with a marker and says what is here. The chairman props up his chin and says that it's quite far from the protagonist's house, and the main character asks if this is true. The old man hands the map to his subordinate and tells him to find out the state of this land and need a complete summary of the state of affairs. The man with glasses leaves with a card in his hand. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The old man tells his grandson that he needs to start eating. The grandfather and the protagonist are eating at the table. The chairman asks the protagonist how he is doing at school and how many friends he has, and the protagonist answers that he does. A spiritual image of the protagonist from a past life appears next to the protagonist, and he thought that in truth, he has no friends around, and then wonders how he can be friends with small children when he is already 40. Grandfather's subordinate enters the room with a map. The chairman asks him what is there. A man with glasses comes up to his grandfather and says that the area is called South Nukji and has a limited development zone. This is a typical rural area with many cucumber and melon fields. The chairman's subordinate says that access is difficult due to poor transport infrastructure, and, moreover, the closest area where people live is the poorest. The likelihood of development is assessed as very low. Grandfather rests his chin and thought that then it would not be difficult to build a ranch. The old man puts his hand on the table and is silent with a thoughtful look. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. Grandfather taps his finger on the table. Jin Young-kal tells the man with glasses to find out what land can be bought there with an area of more than 50,000 paeon, after which the man responds positively to the request. The main character opened his eyes wide and thought what happened. Grandfather's subordinate heads towards the exit. Grandpa tells Dujun that the land he chose is just a mud hole, and he wouldn't take it if he were the protagonist. The main character asks why. The old man with a smile on his face says that it will take a long time for it to generate income and maybe this will never happen in his lifetime, so there is no reason to buy it, but the protagonist is different from him. The main character, eyes wide open, asks why. The old man tells the boy that in 20–30 years this land may be of great value, and he still has a long time to live, and therefore will be able to see these changes, so he needs to count his savings and save them. The main character with a smile on his face tells his grandfather what he will mean. He thought with a grim smile that he had never even thought about waiting 20 or 30 years. He thought that this land would become a new city in Bundon within 2 years. Many high-rise buildings are located in the city with mountains in the background. The main character takes sushi from the plate. He thought that he had just received 50,000 pion in the center of the new city of Bundon. He opens the growth and eats sushi. He chews the sushi. The chairman asks a plump man with glasses if he wants to run for office in the Chano, to which he replies that this is indeed the case. Next to him stands his wife with red hair. A drop of sweat runs down her cheek and she says that although he is a newcomer, he has good middle-class support, and this can be an additional strength for grandfather. The chairman with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that he already has a deputy from Chano who is ready to come running at the first call even at night, so he needs to be content with Suvong. And since the factories and subcontractors of Sunyang Electronics are closely connected, it is not possible to win the elections without any additional expenses will be difficult. A woman with red hair asks her father if he wants to say that he is sorry to use money for someone other than him. The old man with an angry expression on his face says that it was he who paved the way for him to the prosecutor general's office, and did he really decide to repay him by suddenly wanting to become a deputy of the National Assembly? A plump man with a drop of sweat on his cheek lowered his gaze and asked for forgiveness. A woman with red hair shouts that this man does not deserve such treatment, because he is from a family of the best lawyers in Korea, and even without the help of the Sunyang group is easily able to win. Government or opposition party, it doesn't matter, he is in zero place with everyone. The old man smiles and asks if this is true. With a stern look, he says that it was he who made his father the chief prosecutor with his strength and money, and him, the deputy prosecutor. He asks his daughter if she knows why. The girl has an anxious look and is silent. The chairman says that this is necessary to turn them into dogs protecting the Sunyang group. The plump man has a frightened expression on his face. He clenches his hand into a fist. Jin Yongkal says the man's name, Chu. He tells him to get rid of nonsense and useless thoughts in his head and just live happily as he is now, and then adds that his family needs to convey the same thing, because needless greed will lead to ruin. Chu, with fear on his face, tells the chairman that he understands him. He thought that after one phone call from the chairman, all his relatives who worked in the prosecutor's office and justice were expelled to the provinces. His hand is shaking. The chairman calls his daughter by name, Seo Yun. The girl put her palms together, and the chairman asks her if she really owns a department store, but still dares to be dissatisfied. The girl has a worried expression on her face. She thought that he had really figured out her plan to put her husband into politics, gain power, and then get rid of her brothers and completely take over the Sunyang group. Seo Yun lowers his head and tells his father that she was wrong and then asks her to forgive her. The chairman crosses his arms and tells his relatives to be content with what they have now, and the day the department store's management efficiency declines even a little, he will take it away. The main character, wearing a blue shirt, drinks a milk drink from a straw. He pays attention to something. Chu and Seo Yun pass nearby with dissatisfied expressions on their faces. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that it seemed that they were greedy again and broke against the harsh reality. He adds that it must be a shame to watch how the older brothers, one after another, take over, and she herself was crossed out from the list of heirs. The protagonist continues to drink milk with his eyes closed and thought that he could now safely get rid of them. Grandfather appears and with a smile on his face asks the protagonist if he is bored. The main character with a smile on his face says no, because he read. Grandfather approaches the protagonist and says that always keeping a book with you is a good habit. He puts the envelope on the table. The main character takes the envelope and asks what it is. The chairman says that these are documents for the land that he wanted, and then adds that there are only 80,000 pion. The main character, with enthusiasm on his face, thought that he had added another 30,000, although the conversation was about 50. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his grandfather if he didn't talk about 50,000. The chairman tells the protagonist that he remembers numbers well and laughs a little. The main character, with a smug smile on his face, thought that he should have liked this, because memorizing exact numbers in business is probably the basis of the basics. The chairman says that there were several owners, but their plots were much less than 50,000 payon, so he bought several. The main character looks at the envelope with a smile on his face and thought that's why it happened. He adds that if this is 80,000 payon, then it turns out that compensation for the land in 2-3 years will be about 16 billion won. Grandfather asks the protagonist if he really likes it that much, and the main character answers yes. The main character imagines a high-rise building and thought that how could it be otherwise, because now the market price of an apartment in Yunsang at 31 payon is 75 million won. He adds that he just received so much money that he can buy 200 of these apartments. The main character hugs his grandfather and says thank you. He smiles evilly and thought that he could be nice a little, since he received a gift of 16 billion. 1988 truly was incredible. The Constitution of the Sixth Republic came into effect and the directly elected president took office. The president stands at the podium and raises his right hand. He released a declaration on July 7th that included proposals for inter-Korean exchanges, cooperation, and improved relations between the United States and North Korea. The president says something into the microphone, with the flag of the Republic of Korea in the background. With the establishment of the National Assembly of Yosei University and 38 years later, government auditing resumed for the first time in 16 years after the Reformation. Many people watched the president's speech. The exchange rate entered the 601 range and the favorable market conditions reached their peak. But as people endlessly flocked to Seoul, housing prices soared. Sunlight illuminates the city. The government, unable to keep up with soaring property prices, has announced a plan to build 2 million homes. A construction crane is working at a construction site. Although large-scale housing developments were announced in Sanbin, Chungdo and Pyeongchang, 1989 came with still no stable prices and a decision was made to build a new city, namely parts of Seongnam and Ilsan. The city is located on the map. The newspaper says that the construction of a new city has been announced. The chairman looks at the newspaper and says that this is incredible. The chairman's subordinate with glasses is Chief Secretary Lee Hak-yi. He asks the old man what he is talking about. The chairman asks the secretary if he knows about building a ranch for Dujun, and the guy with glasses says yes. The chairman shows the zone on the map and says that it is located here. The secretary has a shocked expression on his face and asks if this is the place where the new city will be. The chairman with a smile on his face says that it's true. The kid thought through everything 100 steps ahead and jumped ahead of them. And that's only in a year. The secretary has a surprised expression on his face. The chairman, with a smile on his face, asks the secretary if he knows what is interesting, and then says that he was against buying this land. But he chose and wanted it. The old man laughs loudly, and the secretary silently watches. The chairman stops laughing and then says that Dujun will grow up to be a decent leader and needs to be taken care of. He says with a serious expression that if he separates 3 or 4 companies and gives them to him, the rest will try to take them away. He adds that this needs to be prevented. The secretary bows and tells the gentleman that he understands him. The chairman smiles while looking at the documents. Moonlight falls on the protagonist's house. The main character reads the document and laughs, covering his face. He smiles smugly and thinks about 14 billion. He adds that for now he has decided to get rid of only 60,000 payon, and after the price of the remaining 20,000 goes up, he will get rid of them. So, by his calculations, he will have more than 20 billion won on hand. The protagonist remembers how his grandfather told him that this is the money he earned, so he needs to manage it himself. The protagonist covers his face with his hand and laughs a little. He thought that if you look at the market price in 30 years, it will be more than 100 billion won. Someone is knocking on the door of the protagonist. Mom and Dad open the door. Dong Seo asks the protagonist if he can talk to Mom and Dad. A drop of sweat runs down the main character's cheek and he answers yes. The parents sit on the protagonist's bed and sit opposite him. The protagonist's mother asks him what he plans to do with the money. The main character with a smile on his face says that he will save them in the bank. Mom and Dad look at each other and the girl asks if this is true. The main character thought that it seemed like they were worried that he was so small and suddenly received a huge amount of money, so he needed to calm them down, although in reality everything was different. Dong Seo asks his son if he wants to buy something, and the main character answers that his mother buys him everything he needs. The main character says that there is something more important. The protagonist's mother has a surprised expression on her face. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asks his parents what they would like to do with this money. Mom and dad are surprised. The protagonist wonders why they were so surprised. The protagonist's dad gets out of bed. He leaves the room. The main character has a worried look on his face. The main character's mother lowered her gaze. Mom puts her hands on the protagonist's hands, and then tells him that dad was just very surprised, and then offers to talk about it again later. She opens the door and leaves the room. The protagonist wonders if he said something wrong. Dong Seo and Jin Yoongi are standing on the street. The girl tells her husband that these are just the words of an immature child and he obviously had good intentions, so you shouldn't worry so much about it. The father adjusts his glasses and says that he is not angry. He is ashamed. Dong Seo asks what he means with a surprised expression. The protagonist's father says that when Do-jun said this, his heart began to beat faster and he thought that this was his chance. He clenches his fist and says that he became a father and drools over the child's money, and then adds that he is so pathetic. The protagonist's mother smiles. She takes her husband's hand and tells him that it's just really a lot of money and it was the same with her. She adds that with this amount their family could go abroad and live there together. That's what she thought about. Her husband smiles a little. Dong Seo and Jin Yoongi look at the evening sky together. The main character stands behind the door with his arms crossed. He smiles and thought that they really love their son. The main character approached his father, who was sitting on the sofa with a newspaper in his hands, and asked him to forgive him. The father, with a smile on his face, asks his son what he is apologizing for, and then adds that he was not angry, just a little surprised. He asks his son what he is going to do now. The protagonist, with a small smile on his face, replies that he wants what he wants. Jin Yoongi asks the protagonist if he has something he wants to do and what it is. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, says that he wants to become the chairman of a company that is larger than his grandfather's. The father has a surprised expression on his face. The father covers his mouth with his hand and chuckles. He laughs, and the protagonist thought that he couldn't understand why he was laughing. The protagonist, with a confused look on his face, thinks that Sunyang Group is no one in Korea, and a child like him said that he wants to build a bigger company. Jin Yoongi says that their Jun dreams big. The main character says that's why dad's help is needed. The father adjusts his glasses and says that he doesn't think he can help him in any way. He adds that he is not at all interested in running a company. He tells his son that he studied business in England, but was obsessed with cinema. The main character tells his father that he just said what he needed. He asks if dad still has contact information for his classmates. The father is silent with a surprised expression on his face. He seemed to freeze. The Sunyang Group building rises above the city against the evening sky. The son of the chairman in glasses and a black business suit, Jin Yoongi, tells his son that this kid really received 14 billion as compensation for the land, and besides, when he deals with the rest, another 10 will be added. The brown-haired man replies that yes. The man with glasses is silent with an angry expression on his face. His son Jin Yoon-jun sits on the sofa and says that he is jealous of Do-jun. He looks at his father with a smile on his face and says that even if you just put the money in the bank, the interest alone will be about 1 billion, and then adds that he can buy 20 apartments on Kanem every month. Jin Yoongi, with an angry expression, shouts whether it is important now. His son has a surprised expression on his face. A man with glasses shouts to his son that his grandfather is a man who won't give even 10 for nothing, but provided him with a whole ranch and transferred it to his name, allowing him to keep and manage the money on his own. And this is already a serious problem. Jin Yoon-jun has a surprised expression on his face. The father imagines the image of the chairman and asks his son if he even gave him a paeon of land or a bank book, and then says that this shows how much his grandfather devalues him. He asks his son whether in such a situation he is in charge of the percentage that this kid will receive from the bank. He calls his son a pathetic fool, after which he lowers his gaze. Jin Yoongi leans against a chair and sighs. He made a serious expression on his face and remained silent and said that in the future we need to take a closer look at Do-jun's father's house. The protagonist's house is illuminated by evening light. Jin Yoongi points to a man in a business suit with short black hair and then says to say hello to him, because this is dad's friend from England, with whom he studied. The main character greets his father's friend with a surprised expression on his face. The chairman of PowerShares in Korea is Oseo Hyeon. A man with short brown hair smiles and says nice to meet you, then introduces himself by his name. The main character imagines a corporate building and a lot of money falling to the ground. He thought that he was the chairman of PowerShares, and after 30 years they would become a super asset management company with 800 trillion won a year. Oseo Hyun puts his hand forward and asks Jin Young-gi if he can talk to his son alone. The protagonist was surprised that his father was friends with such a person. The protagonist's father replies that of course and asks Do-jun to listen carefully to this guy's advice, to which the son agrees. My father's friend leaves his business briefcase by the closet. He sits on the bed and tells the protagonist that he heard from his father that he wants to become a businessman. The main character, with a slightly surprised expression on his face, answers yes. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist how his grandfather is. The main character says that he wants company more than that of his grandfather. My father's friend, with a smile on his face, says that Sunyong Group is now the largest in Korea, and wanting a company bigger than this is incredible greed. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that this is not greed, but a dream. The father's friend tells the protagonist that he took after his grandfather in his gluttony, and his father in his dreams. The main character addresses his father's friend as Ajasi, and then asks if he is also the head of a large company. The father's friend replies that yes, it is very big, but it is a little different from the grandfather's company. Note, Ajasi is a respectful term for an older man. Oseo Hyun says with a smile on his face that he is in the business of making the rich even richer. The main character asks him if he is dating a lot of people and if he has a lot of money. The father's friend replies that it is, and the protagonist asks him if he can increase his money too. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist what he said. He starts laughing loudly. He says that he came here at the request of Jin Young-gi to talk a little with the protagonist, but he cannot become his client. The main character asks why. A friend of the protagonist's father replies that this is because all his clients are rich people. The protagonist asks the man if his father really didn't tell him, and he asks about what. The main character says that about his money, because he now has 14 billion in his account, and if he sells the rest of the land, there will be about 10 more. He asks if this is enough to become a client. The father's friend has a surprised expression on his face, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The main character smiles smugly and thought that in a past life he met a lot of rich miners, but they were like that thanks to shares and parents. Now the situation is completely different, and the money that he has now will rise in price, and in 30 years it will become 100 billion out. He adds that he's probably thinking how unrealistic it is for a 12-year-old to have that much money. The hands on the wall clock move. Oseo Hyun sits silently opposite the protagonist. He calls the number 14, with a shocked expression on his face. He asks if we are really talking about billions. The main character lowered his gaze and said that yes, next year there will be another plus 10. The father's friend silently looks at the protagonist. The main character hands the man a magazine and politely asks him to look at it. Oseo Hyun asks what it is. The main character says that this is an investment plan that he came up with. The father's friend takes the magazine and asks what it is. Oseo Hyun silently flips through the magazine. He makes a surprised expression on his face. He leafs through the magazine further and further. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Oseo Hyun stopped at a page with a stock investment plan. He silently reads the contents. The main character drinks milk from a straw and wondered what the reaction of the chairman of PowerShares would be. The main character drinks milk. Oseo Hyun closes the magazine. He asks the protagonist how he knows all this at such and such an age. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that he is smart enough beyond his years. Oseo Hyun picks up the magazine and tells him that it's not that much, and then says that no one will believe that a 12-year-old child compiled all this. He asks how he knew about what was written in the second part. Oseo Hyun says that even the best students at top universities don't think about starting an investment company in the US and investing back in Korea. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that these students are not the grandchildren of the chairman of large corporations, and do not have such big dreams as his. The father's friend has his hands together, and the protagonist says that he has been going to his grandfather's house every week for the last 3 years, and during the holidays he stays there to understand everything he is talking about. Oseo Hyun wondered if he really influenced the creation of the plan, and then adds that if the kid just blindly followed what he was told. He asks the protagonist if Grandpa helped him with the plan. There is concern on his face. The protagonist says that no matter how brilliant he is, this is not a plan that a 12-year-old child can come up with, and in this case it will be easier to turn the arrows on his grandfather. The main character smiles smugly. He says that he was with his grandfather all the time, and he says a lot of very important things. Half of my father's friend's face is covered in shadow. Oseo Hyun approaches Jin Young-gi, who is standing on the street. The protagonist's father asks his friend why he suddenly became so serious. Oseo Hyun asks his friend why he didn't say about 14 billion. Jin Yoongi looks at the sky and says that he didn't want to be prejudiced because of money. A man in business clothes replies that we've passed, and now about Do-jun. The protagonist's father asks what's wrong with him. Oseo Hyun with a gloomy expression says that he is by no means an ordinary child and he thinks that he is a genius. The protagonist's father says with a smile on his face that Do-jun is good at studies. His friend replies that's not what he's talking about and looks into the face of the protagonist's father. Oseo Hyun leaves and says that he needs to think about it all and that's why he went. The protagonist's father holds his hand to his friend. His friend heads towards the gate. Jin Yoongi silently looks at him and thinks about whether Do-jun is really a genius. The main character looks at his father from the window. The protagonist's father turns to the window. The main character raises his hands and smiles, and Jin Yoongi thinks what makes his son a genius. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's father's cheek and he remains silent. Late evening, a light is on in the window of the protagonist's room. Oseo Hyun is wearing a white shirt. He asks the protagonist if he really found out the information that his grandfather had and used it in his plan. The main character is wearing a blue jacket. He answers yes. The protagonist's father's friend remains silent for a while. Oseo Hyun closes his eyes and says that if this is the plan of the chairman of Sunyang Group, it will be much more valuable than usual. He gets out of bed. He looks over the documents and tells the protagonist that he doesn't need the book on investment management then. The main character thought that he had no choice but to use his grandfather as an excuse to force him to follow his plan. Oseo Hyun says that by the end of the year they may have an investment company ready in America, and he will own it 100%, and keep the funds in the US as long as he wants. He adds that of course the protagonist's money will cover all operating expenses of the company. The main character tells his father's friend that he can decide such things on his own, but he has one request. The father's friend with a smile on his face asks if there is another one, and then asks how he will surprise him this time. The main character smiles smugly. The protagonist's father's friend comes down the stairs. He's almost down in size. Jin Yoongi gets up from the sofa and asks what this heavy sigh is and did Do-jun really create some problems for him. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on the protagonist's father's shoulder. He calls him stupid and then says that he is jealous because he has an incredible son. The protagonist's father asks why he is doing so suddenly. He sits down on the sofa and says that as he already said, Do-jun is going to invest money, but only 10 billion. The protagonist's father, with a look of surprise on his face, asks why not all 14 and what will happen to the remaining 4 billion. Oseo Hyun looks at his friend with a serious expression on his face. Jin Yoongi says that the protagonist said that he wants to create a film production company, which makes the protagonist's father very surprised. Oseo Hyun with a smile on his face tells his friend that the first candidate for the post of CEO of the company is him. Jin Yoongi has a surprised expression on his face. His friend smiles, and the protagonist's father thought that currently the average production cost of a Korean film is only 150 million won, and with 4 billion, at least 10 films can be made. The light reflects off his glasses, making his eyes invisible. With a thoughtful look, he thought that if he also invested, he would get much more. Oseo Hyun says that this guy is a child, but he thinks deeply. He tells his friend that if you just give him money, he will refuse, so he asked him to create a film company, and then said that he would force his father to take the place of CEO by any means. The protagonist's father is silent with his eyes downcast. He crossed his arms. The mansion is illuminated by the morning light. The chairman asks the secretary who it is. The secretary replies that this is Oseo Hyun, chairman of PowerShares Korea. The chairman crosses his arms and asks if this is the man who plays with money. He looks at the document and asks Jin Yoongi's friend if he is. Lee Hak-hee says yes, they studied together in England. He asks the chairman if this seems incredible to him. He adds that he thought Do-jun would just put the money in the bank and earn interest on it, but he decided to start an investment company. The chairman places the document on the table. The document contains information about Oseo Hyun. The chairman asks the secretary to try to meet with him in person. With a stern expression on his face, he says that suddenly this is a fly that has come for Do-jun's money. The secretary bows and says okay. He heads towards the exit. The chairman crosses his arms and says that he thought Do-jun would just leave the money in the bank, but he decided to invest it. He smiles and says that the grandson went to him with dissatisfaction only with interest. In August 1989, 2 million protesters demanded democracy and independence in the Soviet-controlled republics of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Two men are holding hands. They created a 600-kilometer human chain connecting the capitals of each country, or the so-called Baltic Way. Many people are holding hands. One of them is holding a Lithuanian flag. That same year in the fall, while everyone in Korea was enjoying Chuseok, the Hungarian government opened its western borders, followed by a mass exodus of East German lords. A huge crowd of people is near a wooden fence with wire. This was a kind of signal about the fall of the Eastern Bloc. Several people are holding a sign that reads in German, "For an open country with free people." As the world turned its attention to the rapid changes in Eastern Europe, the protagonist focused on creating an investment company in New York. Sunlight illuminates the city. This is a company in which he owns 98% of the shares, with the remaining 2% invested by Oseo Hyun and his colleagues. The buildings of an American city are illuminated by daylight. On November 3, 1989, Oseo Hyun and the protagonist arrived in New York. The main character looks at something with a surprised look. He looks at a multi-story building that is made mostly of brick. He thought that this was his company. Oseo Hyun says that this building is a bit dilapidated. He smiles and says that he bought it at a good price so as not to waste money on useless things. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's cheek. The main character thought that it was not shabby at all and he had never seen anything more luxurious. Oseo Hyun invites the protagonist to go inside. The main character thought that, of course, in Manhattan, where financial capital is under strict control, this building would be one of the cheap ones, but still, the name of the company is written on the sign, which is called Fantasy. The protagonist thought what Oseo Hyun said sounded naive and childish, but he didn't think so. The main character, with reddened cheeks and an inspired expression on his face, thought that he would still show a real miracle, starting with this company. The protagonist's business partner opens the glass doors. The protagonist looks inside. They both enter the room. The main character thought that this was his first company. He seemed to be shining. He smiles smugly and thought that here he was going to raise a giant monster that would completely swallow the Sanyang group. Someone in English says that James has appeared. The main character and his business partner look in the direction where the voice came from. The blonde extends his hand forward and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Standing next to him are a dark-skinned man, a fat man with glasses, and a girl with long brown hair. Oseo Hyun shakes hands with his friends. There is a smile on his face. The blonde and the girl look towards the protagonist. Oseo Hyun says in English that he is the CEO of the company. The main character stands with a calm expression on his face. Oseo Hyun says that these are the people they will work with and asks him to tell them about himself. The blonde is greeted by the protagonist. The girl with long hair says that she is glad to finally meet him. The main character with a smile on his face says in English that he is pleased to meet you and his name is Do-jun. The business partner and the others are surprised. A bead of sweat runs down Oseo Hyun's face. He asks the protagonist if he knows English. The main character says yes, he studied it a little on his own. The business partner laughs and tells the protagonist that he is definitely not at the little level and speaks like a local. The main character thought that naturally, a foreign language is necessary to get a place in the Sanyang group. He remembers how he sat with books and studied the language. He thought that he wanted to know a foreign language better than people with a good academic education, so he studied it without interruption. The main character says in English that talking about work immediately after a meeting is a little wrong, but he wants to ask him to find out information about one company. Oseo Hyun asks what he's talking about with surprise on his face. Colleagues are talking among themselves, and Oseo Hyun silently watches them. He touches his cheek, says it's nice to see the enthusiasm, and then asks what company we're talking about. The main character says that this is the Martin Bell Company. The business partner opens his eyes wide and repeats the name of the company. Colleagues discuss the words of the protagonist and one of them talks about Martin Computer. The main character smiles a little. He imagines an image of a smiling man with short hair standing in front of computers. He says that yes, this is where the first investment will be made. At the age of 12, Martin Bell bypassed auction fees for postage stamps by finding a way to sell them directly to buyers. The postage stamp depicts two ships. From there, he opened several businesses, implemented a streamlined distribution process, and found success with targeted marketing. Martin Bell smiles, his head pointing slightly upward. Using these methods in business, he soon founded Martin Computer, a world-class computer company. The main character stands opposite his colleagues. Oseo Hyun asks Do-jun how he knew about Martin Computer. The main character says that its founder is a man who made $2,000 selling stamps when he was only 12 years old, and a lot of money by subscribing to newspapers in high school. He adds that this is who Martin Bell is. O.C. Hyun asks the protagonist if he is going to spend a fortune just for a story about his childhood. The main character answers that at his age he was already earning money, and he did not have the same rich grandfather. With a smile on his face, he asks if it's natural that a person like him would earn a lot. The protagonist's business partner has a surprised expression on his face. A dark-skinned man and a fat man are discussing something. O.C. Hyun turns around and says that now we need to find all the information about Martin Computer and Martin Bell. Colleagues go to their workplaces. The main character smiles a little. A few days later, the main character and his business partner are walking near a burger shop. The main character thought that they would really have a meeting in a burger shop. O.C. Hyun tells the protagonist that Martin Computer's investment potential is low. The main character answers whether it is because they received $30 million. The business partner replies that, as he thought, the protagonist already knows about it. He adds that if this had happened last year, Bell would have really wanted to meet with the protagonist. But the protagonist himself understands that investing means seizing the right moment, and you need to feel when to enter the project and when to leave. The main character says that it turns out they are late. O.C. Hyun says that it can be considered yes, and here is the proof. There is a red and gold sign on the burger shop building. The protagonist's business partner says that he agreed to meet with them informally, over a simple light lunch, and even this meeting he could barely beg. The main character stands silently. The business partner notices that the protagonist has stopped and says that they need to go. In a burger shop, several people are sitting at tables. The main character and his partner enter a burger shop. Someone addresses O.C. Hyun in English. A man in glasses and a white jacket raises his hand in greeting. The main character looks at him in surprise. The main character looks at the smiling man with glasses and thought that at the age of 27 he is the youngest on the list of 500 wealthy people in the world, and at 34 he will claim the title of the 5th richest person in the United States with an official fortune of $21.4 billion. O.C. Hyun approaches the man and asks Mr. Bell if he is, to which he receives a positive answer. Martin Bell asks who this child is. A business partner tells a man that he should probably call the guy his fan. Mr. Bell smiles with his eyes closed. He shakes hands with O.C. Hyun and asks him to just call him Martin, and his business partner introduces himself as James. The man with glasses says that they need to get down to business right away, since he needs to return to the company in 15 minutes. O.C. Hyun says that they are fantasy investment and they want to invest in their company. He takes out documents with the volume and terms of the investment, and Mr. Bell takes a burger. He eats a burger and says that he doesn't need them and now is just right for him. The main character thought that with a recent investment of $30 million, it was only natural that he would have enough for the company. A drop of sweat runs down O.C. Hyun's face and he says that they are also aware of this. But if the investment conditions are exceptional, is it possible to reconsider the decision? Martin Bell tells James that he only needed funds to expand the company. And besides, he has a perfect plan and the money will only bring profit, and he does not do such nonsense as increasing shares to make money. O.C. Hyun has a worried expression on his face. The main character looks at his business partner. The main character calls the man with glasses Mike, and then asks if he can address him that way. The man with glasses takes the soda in his hand and answers yes. The boy says that Martin Bell's past is the protagonist's present, and the protagonist's future is Martin Bell's present. A man with glasses asks the main character if he dreams too big, and then says that as a child he was slightly different from others. The main character says that he, too, was different from Martin Bell. The man with glasses has a serious expression on his face. The main character tells his interlocutor that at the age of 12 he had $2,000 in his hands from the sale of stamps, and the protagonist is now also 12 and has $15 million from the sale of land. Martin Bell, with a surprised expression on his face, asks if the protagonist really earned $15 million at the age of 12. The main character tells the interlocutor that he does not know where he spent the $2,000 he earned then, but the protagonist has already decided how to use his $15 million. He adds that he wants to become a major shareholder of Martin Computer. They sit in silence for a few moments. The man with glasses has a surprised expression on his face. He asks Jace if this child is his son. O.C. Hyun closes his eyes and says no, this is his boss. Martin Bell looks at them with confusion on his face. His expression quickly changes to a smile. He laughs very loudly throughout the burger shop. He hits the table with his hand. He said that he would ask the protagonist only 2 questions and first asks where he learned about the brands. The main character with a smile on his face says that this is an investment of $15 million and then asks if he really thought that he would act without finding out all the information. Martin Bell rests his chin and laughs a little. He crosses his arms and calls the next question, asking if the protagonist wants to become a major shareholder. Then how will he achieve this, provided that he does not accept investments? A shadow falls on his face. He says that regarding the composition of the board of directors of their company, he still has more than half the votes, so his decision is decisive in any case. The main character says that he thinks that Martin will officially register on the investment exchange next year. Martin Bell has a surprised expression on his face. The main character with a smile on his face thought that he was surprised by his knowledge. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face and he says that as soon as the company goes public, he will buy the offered shares with his own money and instantly become a major shareholder with $15 million. He adds that by the end of this year he can prepare an additional $10 million. The man with glasses is silent. The light reflects off his glasses. The main character says that as a major shareholder, he will become a member of the board of directors and will actively participate in management, so his request is reasonable. Martin Bell rests his chin on his hand and makes a thoughtful expression on his face. They sat in silence for a while. The protagonist says that, however, by accepting his investment, he, as a shareholder, will also transfer all his votes to him. The man with glasses has a surprised expression on his face. The main character says that he will do this until he sells the shares again. A man with glasses asks the protagonist what he means. The protagonist tells Martin Bell that he will have the right to buy them first at the exact market price at that time. O.C.O. Hyun turns to Do Jun and then tells Mike that they need to give it a second. He tells the protagonist that this is not an issue that can be solved so easily, and the privileged right to purchase shares on the market is higher than usual. With concern on his face, he says that this is correct from the point of view of protecting the rights to manage the company and the ability to dispose of votes. Martin Bell looks at them. He adjusts his glasses and smiles. He says that this seems to be true and his interlocutors pay attention to him. O says it's true that the kid is the boss, and then says that he doubted it, but it seems that it is so. He props up his chin and asks the protagonist his name. The main character with a smile on his face asks to call him Jin Howard. Martin Bell rubs his cheek and says the protagonist's name. He puts his hands on the table. He puts his hands together and offers to discuss the situation in more detail. The main character looks at his interlocutor and smiles. O.C.O. Hyun has a shocked expression on his face. The plane flies over the night city. The protagonist and his business partner are sitting in the passenger seats of an airplane. The business partner says that from now on he will be a little busy with investment negotiations. He reports that the conditions are the same as they were, but he refuses all $15 million and then asks the protagonist what to do with the remaining funds. The main character says that it is worth consulting with the staff and offering them a good place for investment. He adds that he will look at the options and decide. The business partner looks at the protagonist and tells him that he surprised him. The main character's face expresses misunderstanding. O.C.O. Hyun rests his head on his hand and says that what's especially surprising is the protagonist's conversation with Martin Bell, because no matter how much he thinks, he still can't digest it. He adds that it seemed to him that the protagonist was just a smart child, but his head, the head of an adult, refused to understand. The main character smiles silently. The protagonist remembers himself from a past life and says that in fact, he is a person from the future 30 years later who was born again, so the knowledge and thoughts of a 40-year-old adult remained in his head. The business partner has a surprised expression on his face. His expression changed to one of confusion. He crosses his arms and with a displeased expression on his face tells him not to joke like that, because science fiction is not his thing. The main character asks if this is funny, after which he laughs a little. O.C.O. Hyun closes his eyes and sighs. He smiles and says that although at about this age you begin to understand the past and future and doubt the intellectual level of a person who is over 40 and who has been actively involved in economic activities, there is no need. The main character sits with a smile on his face. The plane lands on the airport runway. The secretary says the New York branch reported that it's all about sightseeing and shopping. The Sinyoung Group building towers over the city. The chairman looks at the magazine and says that he went with O.C.O. Hyun. He adds that something tells him that this is not just a trip, but a work trip. The secretary says he will try to find out more. He addresses the chairman with a wary expression on his face. The chairman asks the secretary why he is so wary. Lee Haki says that Jin Young-gi is currently setting up a film company, which makes the chairman surprised. The secretary says that the design is almost completed and production will probably begin next year and he is going to do 2 projects at once. The chairman closes the magazine and places it on the table. He grits his teeth and asks if it was purchased with Do Jun's money. The secretary says yes, he allocated 4 billion. The old man with an angry expression on his face talks about 4 billion. He clenched his hand into a fist. The chairman crosses his arms and says that his grandson also screwed up. He adds that he received recognition, but failed to properly spend the money. The secretary asks the chairman about Du Jun. The chairman says yes, because even if it is his own father, then if you feel that there is no hope here, you cannot spend money. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he says that the protagonist spent 4 billion without hesitation, which means he did not train him enough. The secretary with concern on his face says that the film Jin Yoongi can be successful. The old man sighs after these words. With an angry expression on his face, he says that Jin Yoongi has lived his whole life as slackers and there can't even be a question of company, especially if making a film would be so easy. Then where did the failed ones come from? The secretary lowered his gaze. A bead of sweat runs down his face and he thought that if even one of the films succeeded, the chairman would decide that Du Jun's ability to invest correctly was incredible. Moonlight falls on the protagonist's house. There is an investment report on the table. The protagonist says that he invested about $9 million in Martin Computer and also selected candidates where he could invest the remaining 6. The protagonist looks through the documents. He opens his eyes wide in surprise and names the company Microsoft. O.C.O. Hyun asks if this company is famous. He sits on the bed and says that he doesn't really know much about the computer field, but there are rumors that it's a little dangerous to invest in. The main character thinks about how Danger and Bill Knight's Microsoft are connected. The main character asks his business partner what is the reason for the danger. O.C.O. Hyun replies that the company produces computer operating systems, but the market reaction is not very favorable. He imagines a computer with the ISM operating system and says that according to some information, the 3rd version will be released next year, and it is difficult to judge what will happen if it fails. He adds that there are also rumors that ISM will develop its own operating system and break the agreement with Microsoft. The main character is looking through the documents and thinking about what version of the Doors operating system will be released 30 or 3.1. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, wondered whether this was important at all. After all, there was still a difference of a year or 2. He puts the documents aside and asks his business partner what he thinks. O.C.O. Hyun rests his chin on his hand and thought that he would choose Microsoft. The main character, with a smile on his face, thought that he was planning to invest in an area that he was not particularly familiar with. He says with a smile on his face that they will do so, because he is lucky and everything will be fine. O.C.O. Hyun agrees with the protagonist with a smile on his face. The main character tells his partner to sell the remaining lands. O.C.O. Hyun asks why. Because you can hold them and sell them when the price reaches its peak. The main character says that they are needed for a company in New York, and if they invest $15 million in these 2 companies, Fantasy will need additional capital for investment. O.C.O. Hyun smiles after the protagonist's words. The main character tells him that when they sell the land, they need to use half and keep the other. The business partner replies that he understands everything. Near the door of the room, he tells the protagonist that when he returns, they will continue today's conversation. He closes the door behind him. The main character is sitting on a chair. He crossed one foot over the other and thought that he was using only fragmentary knowledge about the future because, in fact, he really didn't know anything, because he had never been a stockbroker, but only an office worker who had never even seen Wall Street. There are cassette tapes on the table and the protagonist thought that these were just scraps of articles in the newspaper. That's all his knowledge. He thought with a serious expression that he doesn't remember exactly when and which company became a good place to invest. But there is one sure thing that will make his company invincible for the next 30 years, and that is movies. He imagined big white letters on a hill spelling out the word Hollywood. He thought that he knew most of the Hollywood films that made huge profits, as well as film investors who never failed. He recalls images from movies, including a half-naked man with a cigarette in his mouth, a man in a blue vest, and a man with stubble holding a gun. He recalls the image of a man in a black hat and round glasses, a woman in a red bandana, a dinosaur, and a Terminator. The main character smiles maliciously and thought that this alone would make him call himself the Hand of Midas in Hollywood. A few days later, O.C.O. Hyun sits on the couch and puts a black folder on the table, and then says that he doesn't know why the protagonist wants to see this, but he got it from New York. The folder says that it contains information about Hollywood film production, investments, and the real state of affairs from Miracle Investments. The main character silently looks through the documents. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist if he really wants to show his father that he can make money from movies. The main character answers something like yes, something like that. Oseo Hyun smiles. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. The main character reads information about the Phantom Romance, where it is written that it has already been released, which the protagonist does not like. He puts his hand on his forehead and imagines a man and woman hugging and thought it was a pity, because if his father's company were responsible for adapting and distributing this film domestically, they could put pressure on the theater owners and push it through. The protagonist noticed something. He points to the document with his hand and asks Oseo Hyun if this is a film in the making. A business partner reviews the contents of the document. He says that yes, he is now on the production floor and this is a small family film. He adds that the director is new there and the actors are also new. Oseo Hyun asks if the main role is for a child like the protagonist. He throws the document on the table and says that he thinks it's better to exclude it from the options. The main character asks why. Oseo Hyun rubs his cheek and says that Warrior was supposed to cost $11 million, but the budget went up, so the film was given to production by Wolf and is currently under review. He puts his hand on his cheek and closes his eyes, and then says that he doesn't really understand this, but since the creation is suspended at the initial stage, it's unlikely that anything will come of it. The main character, with surprise on his face, says that he wants to invest in this film as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Oseo Hyun looks at the protagonist with a serious expression on his face. He tells him that investing in stocks are completely different games. He grits his teeth and says that if the stock price falls, then you are simply losing money in the moment. But if the film does not reach the break-even point, it is just money thrown away. He adds that there is no timing in which you need to have time to jump. Oseo Hyun, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, says that this time he is against it, because this is not an investment, but a gambling game. The protagonist says that they will do this only once and in the future he will remain silent about investments. Oseo Hyun screams the protagonist's name. He has an angry expression on his face. The protagonist looks at him with a calm expression on his face. He thought that Oseo Hyun's reaction was natural, but he had to grab this chance. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thought that Fantasy Investment could not miss a great opportunity to declare itself in Hollywood as a film investment company. He adds that of course, a tenfold profit will follow as a bonus. The main character says that even if he doesn't get a ride, it's his money. He adds that he promised his parents that he would earn a living by doing whatever he wanted. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist what he said. The protagonist puts his hands together and says that besides, there is no problem if all the money that Fantasy manages disappears, because the richest man in this country is his grandfather. The business partner clenched his teeth in anger. He calms down after a moment. He tells the protagonist that he will do as he wants. The main character tells his partner that he needs to get the right to distribute and adapt it in Korea. Oseo Hyun says that it won't be difficult since they are the only investors, and then asks if anything else is needed. The protagonist replies that that's all. They look at each other silently. The business partner takes his briefcase. He leaves and says that he will try to finish this as quickly as possible, and then inform the protagonist. The main character's mother asks Oseo Hyun if he is coming and offers to have dinner together. The protagonist's business partner refuses and says that right now he is not in the mood to eat at the same table with them. The protagonist's mother is surprised, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. The main character thought that it looked like he was very angry. The protagonist's mother, with concern on her face, asks the protagonist if everything is okay. The main character answers yes with a smile on his face. He thought that his business partner's anger would disappear as soon as he saw the box office of the film. The main character is looking through a document. He smiles looking at him. The film is called Home Alone. The computer is running the Microsoft Doors operating system. As soon as Microsoft released Doors 3.0, the corporation quickly broke into the PC market, and the stock price immediately rose. On the chart, the red arrow indicates the increase in the stock price. Martin Computer shares, which initially traded for 30 cents, are also breaking records every day, causing their price to skyrocket. Oseo Hyun grits his teeth and gets angry. Thanks to this, Oseo Hyun, who was very angry with the protagonist, asked with a smile when this happened. The protagonist's business partner smiles happily. Then he consoled himself that the $9 million 5.6 billion won invested in Home Alone, the protagonist will be able to more than recoup within a few years. The business partner pats the main character on the shoulder. It didn't take him long to change his mind. Oseo Hyun put his palms to his cheeks. He opens his mouth and screams. He sits with a serious expression on his face and says that this film has already earned 30 billion won, an amount that is 6 times more than the profit, and this is only in the USA. He adds that once the film is released worldwide, it will make even more money, and it looks like the protagonist is now the richest high school student in the world. The main character with a smile on his face says that he is already moving to high school. Oseo Hyun asks the protagonist if he is already transitioning. The main character answers yes and says that the semester begins in March. The protagonist's business partner has a surprised expression on his face. Jin Young-gi enters the room and in a raised tone asks the protagonist and his friend why they called him. A drop of sweat runs down his face and he asks if they don't know that he's very busy. Oseo Hyun asks if this is because of what he was talking about earlier, and if the movie they made still can't find time to be released in theaters. Jin Young-gi puts his hand on his head and says that yes, all the cinemas were cleared out for the new year, and last year this film was a mega hit during the Christmas season, and they will premiere this year. Oseo Hyun asks if it's true with a smile on his face, and then asks if he's good enough to clear out all the theaters and wait for him. Jin Young-gi sits on the bed and with a downcast gaze says that this is a family film, a comedy, the most suitable movie for the new year, which is already breaking box office records among comedies. Oseo Hyun asks his friend if that's why he can't release his film. Jin Young-gi sighs and says yes, because as soon as they start showing Home Alone in the cinema, they will immediately forget about their film. He adds that the film has a Korean distributor, but he doesn't know who it is because everything is in such a mess right now. Oseo Hyun looks at the protagonist with a smile on his face. Jin Young-gi grits his teeth and scratches his head, and then says that he was supposed to meet the guy who owns this film and he would give dates so that we can arrange it. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on Jin Young-gi's shoulder. He tells his friend that first he can bow to him. The protagonist's father asks his friend what kind of nonsense he is talking about. His friend props up his chin and says with a smile on his face that he knows who the distributor of this film is in Korea. Jin Young-gi asks who it is. The main character, with a small smile, tells his father to first release his film for the holidays. The father asks the protagonist what he is talking about. Oseo Hyun opens his briefcase and says that from now on you need to listen to Do-jun and do what he says, and then there will definitely be no failure. He takes something out of his briefcase with a smile on his face. Jin Young-gi asks with surprise on his face if this is what he is thinking about. Oseo Hyun hands over the document and tells his friend to take it. The protagonist's father reads the document. The document states the transfer of rights to Jun Film. A friend of his father says that if he signs here, then Home Alone will belong to him. Jin Young-gi looks at the document with a shocked expression. The main character asks his father how about setting a condition that only cinemas that are ready to show his film will receive the right to rent Home Alone, because New Year's Eve is not the best time. Oseo Hyun and the protagonist look at each other. Jin Young-gi made a surprised expression. He is in front of the document and tells Do-jun that they will talk more later, because he needs to deal with this first. Oseo Hyun sits with a surprised expression on his face. He laughs and calls the protagonist's father a fool, and then adds that he was in such a hurry that he didn't even ask where they got it from. The main character tells Oseo Hyun to prepare a list of films that will be filmed this year. He adds that he plans to invest the $200 million he earned this time. A business partner asks, "Is that all?" With concern on his face, he tells the protagonist that once is enough. The main character looks at him and asks what the percentage of return on investment is for New York Fantasy employees. Oseo Hyun answers 22%. The main character looks at the document and says that 6 times a year, 600%. He adds that this is also the lowest return on investment he has ever made. The main character looks at his business partner with a smile on his face. Oseo Hyun says that he understands and adds that he will prepare a sheet and then contact the protagonist. He opens the door and goes out. The main character lies down on the bed and sighs. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that from now on until he graduates from high school, he needs to focus more on his studies. He adds that for the next 3 years he can only choose films that were successful at the box office, so he can sit back a bit. Someone is knocking on the door of the protagonist. Dong-seo opens the door and asks the main character if they are finished. The main character answers yes with a smile on his face. Mom asks the protagonist if he will have dinner with her then. The main character smiles and says of course. Jin Young-gi walks down the stairs. He puts on a brown jacket. The main character asks his father where he is going. The father replies that the film was released today. He goes towards the exit and says that he is going to the cinema to check how things are going personally. The main character smiles a little. He opens the newspaper. He reads a text in a newspaper. He has a surprised expression on his face. He put the newspaper on the table. The main character wonders if all the newspapers are now attacking Ajin Motors. With a thoughtful look, he wondered if this would have happened in 1991. He adds that to his knowledge, the shockwave of the financial crisis that began in 1997 hit Ajin Motors, and Daehyun absorbed the company after 1998. With a worried expression on his face, he wondered if it was because of him that the future had changed so much, or if this was a one-time act of criticism of the company, or simply part of the government's policy to tame business. The main character calls his mother. The protagonist's mother turns towards her son. The protagonist asks when they will go to Grandpa. Dong Seo says tomorrow and asks why he asked that. The main character asks if he can go earlier alone. Mom says after breakfast, of course, and adds that Grandpa will like it. The main character asks his mother if she is going to the cinema today, because today is the day of the premiere. Dong Seo says suddenly there will be no spectators and adds that in such a situation she will start to get nervous. She straightens her hair and the protagonist thought that he could not assure her that everything was fine and she could go, because he knew nothing about his father's film. He looks at his mother and thought that it was so long ago that he couldn't remember, or perhaps such a film did not exist at all. Jin Yoongi stands in the square and many people pass by. The protagonist thought that he just gave a chance, and how his life would turn out depends on him. He adds that simply observing and not interfering is one of the conditions. Sunlight illuminates grandfather's mansion. A maid in a pink apron tells the protagonist that grandfather is with the guests in the office. The main character replies that he will wait in the living room. There are shoes on the carpet. The main character pays attention to her. He goes to the sofa and thought about the articles that appeared on the eve of the holidays and the meeting since the morning. He sits down on the sofa with a serious expression on his face. The main character rests his head on his hands. With a stern expression on his face, he thought about what they were talking about now. The secretary and Jin Yoongi stand next to the chairman, who is sitting at his desk. He asks his son if he can take over Ajin Motors. Jin Yoongi replies that yes and adds that as his grandfather said, this is the best way to achieve second place in the industry, because if they manage to capture Ajin, he will do everything to get first place in the country. Jin Young-kal says that from now on this will be entrusted to him. He adds that his son should discuss everything with Chairman Lee and then take over this company within a year. The old man with a serious expression on his face says that if it works out, he will give him the automobile industry. The secretary and the chairman's son have surprised expressions on their faces. Jin Yoongi made a wide smile. Lee Haki keeps one eye on the chairman's son. A drop of sweat runs down his face and he thought that giving the automobile industry to Jin Yoongi was almost the same as giving him the entire corporation. He adds that the chairman has really found a successor. The old man asks his son if he doesn't want to and is not confident in himself. The son replies that it's nothing and thanks his father. The chairman is silent with a slightly dissatisfied expression on his face. Jin Young-kal crosses his arms and tells his son to go, then tells him that he shouldn't make mistakes and needs to take care of everything. He adds that tomorrow he may not come, but he can go to Solnal so that they check the funeral ceremony, and then he can leave. He says that now he doesn't have much time to waste. Jin Yoongi bows and agrees with his father. He leaves the office. The secretary looks at him silently. He says it looks like he will make a lot of money from Solnal. The old man asks his subordinate what he means. Lee Haki asks if this is the best place to announce the conglomerate's chosen successor. The chairman smiles with his eyes closed and says that he did not say that he was going to give him Sanyong, only the automobile industry. The secretary has a surprised expression on his face. The old man says that by giving away the shares of the automobile industry owned by the branch, there will be no problems in protecting the right to control. He adds that's all he wants to say. He opens his eyes and says that of course, even from the automotive industry alone there will be a lot of pocket money. The secretary says the vice president must be very disappointed. The chairman smiles and says he actively rushed as soon as he saw the light and adds that Jin Yoongi thought exactly the same as the secretary. A shadow covers the secretary's face. Evening light illuminates grandfather's mansion. The main character asks his grandfather if he really works even on holidays. Jin Young-kal sits with an open newspaper and asks what to do because there is a lot of work, but he has already finished. The main character approaches his grandfather's table. The newspaper writes about the lazy management of an ownerless company and whether a professional management system is a weakness of large corporations. The main character thought that today's meeting was about Ajin Motors. With a smile on his face, he says that it looks like his uncle is in a good mood today, because he left the office smiling. The chairman asks if this is true and adds that it looks like it's because it's the holidays. The old man puts a black folder on the table. The main character thought that he was sure that there must be something, and then he told his grandfather that he was curious about something. Grandfather asks what he is curious about with a smile on his face. The protagonist saw that on the folder it was written about the need to restructure the domestic automobile industry and government support measures. The main character opens his eyes wide. He thought that grandfather was really behind all this. The old man asks the protagonist why he was silent. The main character puts his hand on the back of his head and says that it's just strange that there's such a fuss in the newspapers today. The chairman asks about Ajin Motors, and the main character answers yes. Grandfather asks what is strange here. The protagonist moves his hand to the side and says that usually if the Sunyang group appears in the newspapers, the grandfather gets very angry and asks to find out whose hands it was. Grandfather puts his hands together and says that this is true, and then notes that the protagonist remembered this. Jin Young Kal says newspapers make money by selling their letters. The main character asks if the letters are articles. The old man says that this is true and articles that, it would seem, have absolutely nothing to do with money. He reports that, for example, an article about traffic jams in Seoul is a justification for road expansion projects in the area under his jurisdiction. The main character looks with a surprised expression on his face. Grandfather asks the protagonist who he thinks will make money from this article. The protagonist says that this is really a company that builds roads. Grandfather with a smile on his face replies that it is true and the protagonist understood everything perfectly. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, then asks who benefited from the articles about Ajin Motors. The old man says that he can, to a competitor who would like to greatly undermine this company. The protagonist, with a shocked expression on his face, says either Daehyun Motors or Grandpa. The old man looks at the protagonist. He reaches out his hand to the main character. He places his hand on the protagonist's head, who has a shocked expression on his face. The main character, with an angry expression on his face, thought that this was the work of his grandfather. He looks at him with a gloomy look and thought that who could have known that the company he began to drool over would be the first to be targeted by his grandfather. He looks at his grandfather and thought it was strange, because as far as he knows, Ajin Motors was not absorbed by him, but by Daehyun Motors. The main character thought with a stern look that it really happened because Grandpa would fail and Daehyun Motors would succeed. Daylight illuminates grandfather's mansion. Several cooks are working in the kitchen. A cook in a cylindrical cap fries food in a wok. The mansion workers place dishes on the table. There are many meat and vegetable dishes on the table. Many family members are sitting at the table. Grandfather eats with his eyes closed. Jin Yong-gi and his wife are present here. Jin Dong-gi and his wife also enjoy their meal. Jin Sang-gi eats with a happy expression on his face while his wife sits with a serious expression on her face. Chu and Seo-yun are also sitting at the table. His parents are sitting next to the protagonist. The main character with a serious expression on his face holds wooden sticks in his hand. Jin Dong-gi asks Jin Yun-gi that he heard that his film was released, and then asks what the results were. A drop of sweat runs down the protagonist's face. The chairman sits with his eyes closed. The protagonist's father tells his brother that it's not bad, because they had one full landing and one a little more than half. His brother tells him that this is incredible. Is it possible that the first project was immediately successful? Jin Yun-gi smiles and says that this is only the first day of the rental and it is not known what will happen by the end. The main character smiles a little with his eyes closed. Jin Dong-gi's wife treats the protagonist's mother. She hands her a bowl and tells her to get more soup. The protagonist's mother gets up from her chair and says that she will bring it now. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that this aunt was already accustomed to using his mother in this way. The protagonist's father has a dissatisfied expression on his face. The chairman asks the second daughter to bring him some soup. The protagonist's mother is surprised. The main character looks at his grandfather. The protagonist's father is surprised by his grandfather's words. Jin Dong-gi's wife asks Grandpa what he said. Jin Yong-kal extended his hand with a bowl and shouted that she was so young and couldn't hear anything anymore, and then again asked to bring soup. The fat woman with a frightened expression on her face agrees with her father. She runs up to the chairman for a bowl. A bead of sweat runs down Seo-yun's face. Jin Sang-gi's wife has a worried expression on her face. The protagonist's father and his wife silently watch what is happening. Grandfather dips chopsticks into a bowl. The main character thought that the grandfather had just recognized his father and mother in front of the whole family, so now other family members will not bother his parents. The protagonist smiles and thought that he was grateful to him to the point of tears, but what can he do? With a gloomy expression on his face, he thought that he needed to stab his grandfather in the back. Grandfather's office double doors. The main character opens one of the doors and looks out from behind it. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that he needed to look at the report that was on the chairman's desk yesterday. He goes to his grandfather's desk and thought that in order to stop his plan, he must first find out all the details. He sees a folder on the table and thought that this is it. He opens a folder with documents. He reads the contents of the documents. His expression turns angry. He looks at the documents and asks what it is. He thought that this was not a report on the takeover strategy of Ahin Motors. A drop of sweat runs down his face and he thought that it was written there about the need to consolidate the automotive industry, government policies and support measures. The protagonist is sitting on the floor with documents and thought that if Daehyun Motors absorbs Ajin, there are concerns about the monopoly in the automobile market. This method will make Sanyong Motors the most suitable buyer. The protagonist clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks with a gloomy expression that, in other words, Grandpa develops the policies that Sanyong wants, presents them to the government, and they implement these policies. The protagonist clenches his teeth and bites his fingernail due to nerves. He thought that then he would not be able to use it and wondered what he should do. Grandfather enters the room and asks the protagonist what he is doing there. The main character's eyes open wide in fear. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He looks ahead. He sees his grandfather in front of him. The chairman looks at his grandson with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character sits on the floor and looks at his grandfather with fear on his face. The chairman looks at the protagonist with a stern expression. The main character thought that he was a fool for being lost in thought and did not notice how someone entered. Grandfather has a stern expression on his face. The protagonist is covered by a shadow and he thought that if he said something wrong, then the trust of his grandfather, created over the years, would be lost in an instant. The old man towers over the protagonist. The protagonist has a desperate expression on his face and he thought that it was better to distort it a little, but tell the truth than a stupid awkward lie. He says that he was actually curious. Grandfather asks the protagonist what he means. The main character replies that he recently read an article about Ajin Motors in the newspaper, and when he came to his grandfather, he saw it and thought that it was somehow related to that article, so he became curious. He apologizes for looking without permission. The old man is silent with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The main character wonders how his grandfather will react now. Jin Yong-kal looks like he is very angry. The protagonist thought that if this is Chairman Jin, he, on the contrary, should like it, because he should be surprised that the protagonist is so small and is already interested in the economic situation, reading newspaper articles, and eagerly wants to find answers to curious questions by searching for relevant materials. The chairman smiles looking at the protagonist. He asks the main character if he has satisfied his curiosity. The main character smiles with open eyes and thought that his answer was correct, and then says that, to be honest, he looked just a little, so he doesn't quite understand yet. The grandfather tells the main character that it is a pity that he was unable to find answers to his questions. He adds that he likes the protagonist's persistence, but in the future, when he is not here, you should not come here of your own free will. The main character looks down and apologizes. He puts the folder on the table and thought that he had solved this situation. But the future is a problem, because it seemed to him that in these documents there was a plan to acquire Ajin Motors, but this is not so, and therefore he needs to find something else to change the situation. The main character leaves the office with an angry expression on his face. He stopped and thought about what to do. He turns back. He looked at his grandfather, who was smiling. The protagonist bows to his grandfather. With a confident expression on his face, he thought that he needed to confront not his grandfather, but the government, and he needed to make sure that the government was not interested in the Sanyong Group's reports on the automobile industry. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought about what was happening at that time. The chairman's secretary says that based on the results of the investigation, this turned out to be true. He adds that it turned out that the chairman of Nanbu Group, Jong Hui-soo, bought the land in advance, and the politicians received bribes. Jin Young-kal sits on a chair with a thoughtful look. Lee Haki says that this fire will not be easy to put out, so it is worth delaying the purchase of Ajin Motors shares. The chairman taps his fingers on the table. A bead of sweat runs down the secretary's face. The old man calls Zhang Hui Su a pathetic Yanbin, and then says that the current government has clearly ordered not to speculate in land. Note, Yanbin, nobleman, aristocrat, is rarely used nowadays, but if used, it means a person with money, the ruling class. The old man says that he will have to give it up, and the secretary replies that yes. There is a dark folder on the table. The old man looks straight at her. He throws the folder in the trash. The protagonist drinks milk using a straw from a small bottle. He put one leg on the other and thought it was good that he remembered. He adds that it will take some time for the country to fall into chaos, but the information he anonymously distributed to the media will eventually attract the attention of the general public. He puts the bottle on the table. He puts his palms together and thought that this was enough for the government to be forced to reject Sun Yang's proposal. He adds that no, political circles will be shaken for some time, so they won't have time to worry about anything else. He smiles and thought that fortunately he was able to save Ajin Motors. Daylight illuminates the office building. The main character asks Oseo Hyun to work with him. A business partner writes something with a pen, but is distracted by the protagonist and asks him what he means. The main character sits on the couch and tells his partner to leave power shares and go all in on fantasy investment, because he has 2% of the shares, and they have already earned a lot of money, so they can afford high salaries. Oseo Hyun smiles and says he doesn't want to. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, asks his partner why. The business partner tells the protagonist that he, who owns 98% of the shares, makes investment decisions arbitrarily, and the result has always been successful, and then he asks what he should do in such a situation. Oseo Hyun, with a smile on his face, asks the protagonist if he agrees. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, thought that this should not be so and so he would try differently. He tells his business partner with enthusiasm on his face that they will create a branch in Korea, and adds that he plans to leave part of the funds there and manage them. Oseo Hyun writes on a document with a pen, and the protagonist asks if Grandpa has a secret fund. The main character thought that he was in the process of making inquiries about Oseo Hyun, who was managing his money. Grandfather decided that he was quite capable and therefore recently entrusted him with his secret fund, and he knows about it. The business partner, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, wonders if the chairman really shares such things with the protagonist, and then adds that one could assume that the boy receives important information from him. But there is a but. The main character says that he will only take the money that he invested in Martin Computer, and he can manage his grandfather's fund and the rest of the money. Oseo Hyun, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the protagonist if he is really going to take money out of Martin Computer. The protagonist replies that yes, and he plans to do it early next year. The business partner gets up and shouts, asking the protagonist if he has gone crazy, and then adds that Martin is a golden duck who breaks through the high income ceiling every day. He asks the protagonist why such an idea came to his mind. Oseo Hyun screams and asks the protagonist if he really wants to sell shares that have never fallen since going public, and if he really wants to sell these diamond shares. The main character closes his eyes and says that they will talk about it later, and then asks his business partner what he thinks about what he said. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says that this is not an offer but a request. Oseo Hyun looks at the main character with a displeased expression on his face. He goes to the window. He thought that the main character was a disgusting kid. He turns around and tells the main character that he will finish something first and adds that they will talk about it later. The protagonist smiles and thought that he succeeded and it doesn't matter what the conditions are, because he will still accept any. The protagonist's business partner sits down at the computer, and the main character thought that now he needs an adult like Oseo Hyun. He adds that someone who no longer treats him like a child, but is smart and experienced. The protagonist smiles and thought that most importantly, his partner has a career that is unmatched in the world, and adds that until he becomes an adult, the only person who can replace him is Oseo Hyun. The main character sits on the couch and watches his business partner study documents. The business partner tells the protagonist that he wants to ask him one thing, namely what he is going to spend the money on with Martin Computer. The main character, with a smile on his face, says that he is thinking of investing in Japan. Oseo Hyun makes a surprised expression. He gets up and shouts that this can't be done. He tells the protagonist that he, too, reads newspapers, and then adds that the bubble has burst, and Japan is facing its greatest crisis. The main character puts his hand forward and tells his business partner that the best opportunities always come in the greatest crisis, and he knows this. Oseo Hyun gritted his teeth. He sits on the sofa and says that this is what successful people say, because only 1 out of a million people can take advantage of an opportunity in a crisis, and everyone else simply perishes in it. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asks his interlocutor if he thinks that he can become this one in a million. Oseo Hyun silently looks at the protagonist. The main character looks at his business partner with a smile on his face and asks him not to laugh. The Sunyang Corporation building towers over the city. Jin Yeongi asks his son how the meeting with his grandfather went. Jin Yeonjun crosses his arms and replies that he told him to go to Europe and stay there until he is 30. His father, with an angry expression on his face, asks his son if he lost his temper there after these words. Jin Yeonjun replies that he is no longer an idiot and adds that he said with a smile that he would try hard and left. Jin Yeongi calls his son well done. He tells the man in the yellow jacket, the girl with the pink skirt and Jin Yeonjun that now that they are his adults, they need to remember his words. He adds that grandfather will definitely watch their every move. He adjusts his glasses and says that if unpleasant rumors reach him, it will affect not only them, but also other people. The girl and the guy in the yellow jacket made dissatisfied expressions on their faces. Jin Yeongi tells his daughter Hai Kyung that as soon as she graduates from university next month, he will introduce her to a decent guy, so she should hurry up and get married and then go abroad to study. Hai Kyung asks his father, who now gets married immediately after graduating from university, but in a few years it would be possible. The father asks in a raised tone to listen to him to the end, and his daughter has an alarmed expression on her face after these words. The father shouts to his children that all they did was to be born with the blood of their grandfather, and because of this they can live such a good life, and do what they want and also have fun. Jin Yeonjun gritted his teeth with a dissatisfied expression. The father shouts that if he leaves them, he will no longer be able to enjoy half of what they live now. His daughter has an angry look on her face and is clutching her bag. The guy in the yellow jacket asks his father why all of a sudden there is such talk. He imagines the protagonist's family and asks his children if they don't see that grandfather has changed since last year. He adds that his favor is now focused on his younger uncle and Do-jun. Jin Yeonjun says that recently the chairman has been kind to Do-jun, but before that he pretended that the younger uncle did not exist. He adds that the old man is not the kind of person who will suddenly take care of his son just because of his grandson. Hai Kyung and her brother in a yellow jacket look at Jin Yeonjun with displeased expressions. The father closes his eyes and says that the information has reached him. Then the grandfather watched a film made by his younger uncle, despite his busy schedule. His children are surprised by this information. Jin Yeongi asks them to think about grandpa's age and then asks them how long they think he has left. A bead of sweat runs down Jin Yeonjun's face. The father says that until then there is no need to create problems and they should go and visit their grandfather often, because once the Sunyang group falls into his hands, they will be able to live as they please. He asks them if they understood. The daughter answers yes. Jin Yeongi waves his hand towards the children and says that they can go now. His children leave the office. The father takes the glasses off his face. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he thought that he should have taken over Ajin Motors last year, because since then the rest of the Sunyang group's problems had been resolved without his knowledge, and the unresolved issues of the new branches that he was handling were resolved personally by the chairman. A lot of documents fall to the floor. He adds that rumors have begun to spread within the group that the succession structure will change. Many people in business attire are talking to each other. Jin Yeongi thought that the branch presidents began to argue with him and more often report directly to his father. He clenches his hand into a fist and thought that undoubtedly he had changed, and he vaguely guessed the reason. He imagines the protagonist and thinks that the nephew, who was never perceived as a threat, is now turning the whole house upside down. He thought with great anger on his face that in such a situation, even if the children work hard, they will not be able to become the owners of Sunyang Group and it would be better to abandon them altogether. New York-based Fantasy Investments established a Korean investment company, and Oseo Hyun became the U.S. and Korean representative for both companies. The sign says CEO Oseo Hyun. Now, a delicate relationship has developed between the protagonist, the main shareholder, and Oseo Hyun, the CEO. Evening light illuminates the protagonist's houses. The business partner's attitude towards the protagonist did not change much, but he no longer immediately objected when he expressed his opinion. Oseo Hyun talks to the protagonist in his room. Oseo Hyun began to listen more to the main character. The business partner says something to the main character. The protagonist in a green and black jacket answers something. When Oseo Hyun expressed an opinion contrary to the protagonist's, he did so with reason and data. A ceiling light illuminates the room. A business partner sits on the bed and looks at the ceiling. He shifts his gaze to the protagonist and tells him to think about it again, and then asks that he really wants to sell not part, but all the shares of Martin Computer at once. The main character calls his business partner uncle and tells him that they made a profit 100 times more than the investment, and is this really not enough? He adds that there is no reason to be any more greedy. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on his cheek and says he understands. He takes out documents from his briefcase. He puts them on the table. He says that as the protagonist asked, he looked for a possible company for investment, but somehow he's not sure. The protagonist looks through the documents. Oseo Hyun puts his hand on the back of his head and says that last year the revenue was 100 billion yen, which is about 800 billion won. The protagonist asks if this means that it is already an adult goose. Note, an adult goose is a large established company. Oseo Hyun says that this company is from the IT industry, and as the IT industry grows, it also grows. That is, there will be more in the future. The protagonist has a surprised expression on his face. He sees the power banks company. He smiles and thought that he had already decided which company to invest in. But out of respect for his partner, Oseo Hyun asked to prepare a list. A business partner looks at one of the documents. The main character thought that who would have thought that he would offer the company that he chose. The main character asks his partner what he means by uncertainty. A business partner says that it seems to him that the company is already in a rut and there is no need for investment. Oseo Hyun says its founder is a third-generation Japanese Korean. The main character imagines the image of a man with short hair and thought that he was talking about Chu Jeong Kal. He adds that he is a third-generation Japanese Korean and is a man who writes success myths. The main character asks his business partner if they plan to go public. Oseo Hyun replies that he doesn't know because there is no information about it. The protagonist smiles and says that then there is still a chance. He thought that he had only seen fragments of articles on the internet, so he does not know the exact timing. But he remembers exactly how the company grew more than 100 times. The newspaper writes about a very fast entry to the stock exchange from power banks. The main character with a smile on his face says that his grandfather once said something similar. Everything in the world has a price, but the price is individual for each person. Oseo Hyun silently happens to the protagonist. The main character with a smile on his face says that if the conditions are right, they will sell anything. The business partner crosses his arms and sighs, and then asks the protagonist how much he is willing to give. The protagonist asks his uncle what he thinks. Oseo Hyun made a thoughtful expression on his face. He puts his hand forward with 5 fingers. He says with a smile on his face that it is 5 times, because with such data, after entering the stock exchange from the first elasticity, the profit can be about 30%. The main character replies that he doesn't think they will be interested in such an offer. Oseo Hyun sits on the bed and says that's why he says it's unreasonable, because there are many other investors willing to offer the same thing. And also vice versa, the investment potential is not so good that he would offer more. The main character says that then we need to offer more. Oseo Hyun asks how much. The main character with a smug expression on his face says that he is thinking of starting a sentence from 10 times to 50. Oseo Hyun covers his face with a shocked expression. The main character sighs and says that there is no need to make such an expression, because Martin has grown 100 times, and then asks whether Powerbank's shares cannot grow the same way. Oseo Hyun asks if this is possible with a surprised expression on his face. He puts his hands together and says that Powerbanks is not a manufacturer like Martin, but simply a distributor. He adds that they can't lose all the money and it's like gambling. A lot of cards are flying down. The business partner says that they can't just leave their opponents in the game and leave immediately, because there is no poker that you can play alone. Maps fly near Chu Jeong Kal. The main character with a smile on his face says that you need to wait for the end. A drop of sweat runs down Oseo Hyun's face. He smiles with his eyes closed and thought that this child has such big plans. He looks like his grandfather. He heads towards the exit and tells the protagonist that he has luck in gambling, so it's worth trying to break into this game. Oseo Hyun smiles and says that he will try to raise the stakes, but there is one thing. The main character asks what he is talking about. The business partner says that the end of such games is ruin and you need to keep this in mind. The protagonist sees him as a father. The main character is silent for a while. He smiles smugly. He says this will be the last time until he becomes an adult. Oseo Hyun smiles too. Daylight illuminates the protagonist's house. The business partner puts the envelope on the table and says that they agreed on X35, 5 million shares. He reports that now they have no choice but to trust the protagonist's luck and wait. The main character sticks a straw into a bottle of milk and tells his business partner not to worry, because everything will be fine. He stuck the pipe in and the business partner asks the protagonist if he is really going to sell all his Martin shares. The main character with a smile on his face says that they have already increased the investment 100 times and he does not think that there is any point in holding on to it. He adds that you need to sell Martin shares and buy Powerbank's shares, and you can keep the rest. He adds that he is entering high school next year, so he will focus only on his studies for the next 3 years. Oseo Hyan takes a bottle of milk and tells the protagonist that this is the first time he has heard words about studying from the lips of a schoolchild sound so awkward. He tells him that he always gets first place, so he's obviously going to U of S, and then asks if he should go to business administration or economics. The main character smiles and says that he wants to go to law school. Oseo Hyan asks with surprise on his face if it is true legal, and the main character answers yes. The main character says that his grandfather is the best entrepreneur in Korea, and his uncle who studied economics in England, and both are next to him, and then asks why he should study at university then. Oseo Hyan leans on the table and asks what he should study in law school, and is he really planning to become a judge? The main character says that of course not and he just wants to show. A business partner asks what exactly to show. The protagonist says that he wants to show that the third-generation chaebol is good at studies. He adds that until now, U of S students from families like his were not good enough to enroll in law school. Oseo Hyan made a surprised expression and remained silent. Evening light illuminates grandfather's mansion. The old man sits in a chair and asks the protagonist if he is going to high school in a semester. The main character sits on the couch and answers that is true. The old man with a smile on his face asks the main character if he has already talked to his father and whether he has chosen a school. The protagonist says no, he will go to the regular school, and then adds that he doesn't think he needs to study abroad. The old man has a dissatisfied expression on his face. He clutches the cup and tells his grandson that his father is not paying attention to this at all. He crosses his arms and tells the main character not to worry, because he will find out about a prestigious Swiss school and send him to the best educational institution in the world. The protagonist says that he is going to University S. The grandfather asks the protagonist if it is University S. The protagonist with a smile on his face replies that yes, because this is the place where talented people gather in Korea. He adds that the most points are required for the faculties of law and medicine, but since the humanities are closer to him, he will choose the first. The chairman asks the protagonist if his goal is to become a judge or prosecutor. The main character closes his eyes and says no, because grandfather knows that he wants to become a businessman and the owner of a huge corporation. Grandfather asks the main character why then he should go to law school. The protagonist replies that it is so that his grandfather can be proud of him, because there is no one from chaebol who is good enough in studies to go to the law school of the University of S. The grandfather has a shocked expression on his face. He silently looks at the protagonist. He thought he remembered how proud the president of Daehyun Group was at a meeting of major Korean corporations. He remembers the day when one of the main topics was his eldest grandson's admission to S University. Several people including Jin Young-kal are sitting at the table. The old man thought that he knew what tricks he went to for this, therefore, listening to such boasting, his head ached. The fat man laughs loudly. The chairman thought that according to rumors, not only the secretariat, but also about a dozen correspondents from the university and the Ministry of Economics were mobilized for admission. After contacting institution officials and conducting a thorough investigation, the department with the least competition was selected shortly before the application deadline, and an application was sent out just before the application cutoff. There is a square in front of the 4-story building of the educational institution. The old man recalls that in the end the chosen place was either the Faculty of Eastern Philosophy or Eastern History. He drinks tea from a cup. He thought that if this had been an honest admission, he would never have crossed the threshold score of this university. However, even as chairman and chaebol, his heart was the same as any grandfather's, so bragging about his grandson's achievements did not end even after a year had passed. The old man thought that, however, the Faculty of Law of S University is a different matter, because here such a trick will not work, and everyone will have no choice but to recognize the person's mental abilities. The statue holds scales in its hand. Grandfather asks the main character if he is really going to go to law school because of him. The protagonist smiles and says that of course, because he is not going to be a judge or prosecutor, so there is no other reason to apply there. The old man has a surprised expression on his face. He smiles and says that there were many people who made money and enriched him, but no one brought him happiness. He says that now the youngest is doing this, so he is touched. He agrees and tells the protagonist that once he enters this faculty, his grandfather will buy him anything as a gift for admission. The main character answers with a smile on his face that it's good. With a smug smile, he thought that grandfather should remember these words because he doesn't want some foreign car, but the power of the chairman of Sanyang Group. He conjures up the image of a grandfather smiling smugly with a corporate building behind him. July 1994, Powerbank's shares went public. The red arrow on the graph is growing upward. 18,900 yen per share, the highest listing price. Immediately after entering the stock exchange, the company's capitalization reached a huge amount, 200 billion yen. A man with short black hair raises his hand and smiles. President Chu Jiang-Kal immediately announced the imminent merger and acquisition. His eyes turned to the world. A lot of money flies against the background of a blue beam. The protagonist's investment of $230 million turned into $850, and thus he earned $620 million in 1 year. The main character sits in business clothes at his desk and thought that before the Powerbank's bubble burst, he went out and his aggressive investment stopped and he devoted all 3 years of high school to studying. People watch a movie on a large screen showing a woman and a man holding hands in front of a sinking ship. The protagonist thought that he invested in Hollywood films from time to time as a hobby. For example, he invested in Love on the Titanic, directed by Jamie Cameron, which had a lot of concerns about covering costs. He thought that fortunately, San Junhyun graduated from high school without serious incident, and naturally, he did not have enough credits to get into a decent university, so he had to quickly leave to study in the United States. Sin Junhyun says goodbye to his parents and brother. The main character thought that, as they say, useless to the family from the very beginning, and after leaving home, remains useless. The protagonist's brother raises his hand in farewell with a smile on his face. The protagonist thinks that San Junhyun did not receive any attention from his family, but there were no expectations placed on him, which was even fortunate for him, so it was not difficult to secretly go to study where he wanted, and most likely it was music. The plane flies into the sky. The grown-up protagonist looks out the window and thought that now all eyes were focused on him, the only high school student of the third generation of Sanyang Group. He wonders what will happen when he becomes the only one in his family to attend S University. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, thought that someone was watching his grades with curiosity, and someone was watching with vigilance. He adds that his parents and grandfather were the only ones who looked with hope. The day before the announcement of the entrance exam results, grandfather laughs with the phone to his ear and joyfully shouts that their youngest takes 39th place in the national ranking, and adds that not in school, but in the country. With a smile on his face, he says that if you remove the natural sciences and look only at the humanities, then he will rank 10th in the country. He adds that the maximum on the CSAT is 400 points, and he has 367. He closes his eyes and says that only 6 points separate him from first place in the country, and then adds that this is such a small gap that it can be attributed to the difference in fortune at the moment change. The main character thought that the grandfather received a note with his CSAT scores the day before the official announcement of the results. The chairman holds a piece of paper in his hand and says that his skills should be recognized, because now he has the right to study at the Faculty of Law of S University. He asks if his grandson is too unpretentious, and then adds that he can calmly choose and go to Harvard or Oxford. He opens his eyes and says that in general, he should give the scholarship to those who need it and pay the full price for education. But since he studies so well, he cannot refuse it. He closes his eyes and says that the situation is very awkward. He hangs up the call and wonders who else to show off to. Grandfather dialed one of the numbers. He called and asked to tell the PR person to come by. Evening light illuminates grandfather's mansion. The grandfather hands the piece of paper to the man. A man with short black hair and glasses opens a piece of paper. He bows and congratulates the chairman. The old man tells the man to finish with congratulations and says that it is better to quietly leak this information. He adds that tomorrow let the reporters take pictures of them do Jun. The PR man, with concern on his face, asks the boss what he means. The grandfather crossed his arms and asked his subordinate why he was so slow-witted and was surprised. He says with a serious expression that relatives of the chairman of large corporations use money or patronage to get into a prestigious university. He asks whether it is possible to buy such points for money or achieve patronage. He adds that it is necessary to ensure that such things are not said in the future. The PR man replies to the chairman that he understands him. The piece of paper says that Jin Do-jun is ranked 10th in the country with 367 out of 400 points. An old man with a happy expression looks at the text on a piece of paper. Reporters and journalists filmed interviews with their cameras. Jin Do-jun told them with an emotionless face that he had been preparing with teachers individually for each subject for a year. He put his palms on his knees and said that the money spent on them would be enough to pay the salaries of all the journalists, who came in for 10 years. The reporters didn't tell him anything. The protagonist's father lowered his head and covered his mouth. His mother looked at the guy in surprise. Jin Do-jun turned to them and looked at their reaction. He turned back to the reporters and crossed his arms over his chest. He asked if they thought the grandson of Korea's richest man read the textbooks himself. One of the journalists answered negatively. The journalist with black hair and glasses turned to his colleague and asked who came first on the scat. He was told that it was a student from Jeju Island. The main character turned to them and said that they could go to Jeju Island to make a report, and they could write an article about him so that grandfather would like it. The man with glasses was taken aback. Jin Do-jun looked at their strange and confused reaction and said that it was immediately clear to him that the editors had sent them all here for advertising. He smiled relaxedly, looking straight, and said that grandfather would be very pleased if they wrote that his grandson studied mainly from textbooks, and all sorts of reference books helped him pass so well. The journalists looked at the young guy in confusion. Jin Do-jun's father grinned and chuckled. His wife immediately called out to him. 1997, January 1st, Sanyang Hotel. It was evening in the city and the lights were on in the hotel. Jin Young-kal was holding a glass of wine and talking to someone. It was a social event. The guests were dressed formally, and the tables were filled with expensive alcohol. Jin Do-jun was wearing a black suit and drinking soda. Someone came up to him and said that he was in the center of events. It was his older brother Jin Young-jun, who extended his hand and told him that he had seen the interview and then congratulated him. The main character looked at him with a smile. He shook his brother's hand, thanked him and congratulated him on his return. Jin Young-jun leaned towards his ear with a creepy grin and called him the future prosecutor general, after which he said that in the future he plans to entrust him with the procedure for transferring his inheritance, and let him try for the sake of his older brother. Jin Do-jun maintained his composure and said with a smile that the attorney general should be appointed by the brother who becomes the president of Sanyang, and he will also become a corporate mergers and acquisitions lawyer. Jin Young-jun looked at him in surprise and confusion and asked who decided this. The main character replied that his grandfather decided so. Jin Young-jun raised his hands in the air and asked if he really said that. Jin Do-jun answered in the affirmative, without going into details, but said that since he was going to law school at the university, his grandfather said that it was better to become a lawyer than a judge or prosecutor. Jin Young-jun looked to the side with a crazy look, trying to hold back a smile. The main character closed his eyes and took a sip of soda. He thought that his brother did not know how to control his facial expression at all, and if he were alone, he would not be able to stop himself from smiling. Jin Young-jun looked at him with a kind smile and asked what about him and if he wanted to become a lawyer too. The main character looked at him with a calm face, raising the glass to his lips. He believed that the most useful blood relative was a cousin, with a good head on his shoulders, having achieved the highest score in the national examinations. Even the chairman of Jin Young-kal recognized him. The main character was for Jin Young-jun a person who could grow up and become a competitor. But as soon as he said that his grandfather wanted to see him as a lawyer, he calmed down and now will try to make him his ally or assistant. They looked at each other without saying anything. Jin Do-jun replied that he is not sure yet. In fact, he is not interested in the judicial chair, so he thinks that a lawyer or a prosecutor would be more interesting. He added that he would go to university first and then decide along the way. Jin Young-jun's face became surprised and he looked at his younger brother with his mouth slightly open. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a relaxed face. He realized that he could easily give him the answer that he wants to hear, but what he wants is not. Jin Young-jun said with a friendly smile that this is a matter of the future, so he should think carefully. There is no need to make hasty decisions now. Jin Young-jun laughed and raised his hand, saying that once his little brother got tired of digging through the boring codes of laws, he would give him one of the most comfortable and convenient places in the Sanyang group. Jin Do-jun smiled at him and replied that it would be nice. He thought that Jin Young-jun had grown up a lot. He had learned to control his facial expressions, and even developed self-control skills. He seemed to have matured after living abroad. Jin Young-jun spread his arms and said that he had to make the little nerd brother happy, and once they finished today, he could stay by his side. He promised that he would teach him how good this world is and how pleasant life is. The main character smiled softly at him and responded positively. Jin Young-jun patted him on the back. Jin Do-jun looked at his drink. The older brother began to go in the other direction. The main character looked after him without saying anything. He thought that he should enjoy life in this wonderful world, because the memory of a good life will be all that he will have left in the future. Someone called out to him and asked what he did to get those scores. Jin Do-jun looked behind him to see who it was. Chu and his wife Seo-yoon approached him. The woman said that it would be great if their children studied at least half as well as Jin Do-jun. Chu said that he now has a direct junior colleague in his wife's family, and if Jin Do-jun has any questions while studying, he can safely contact him and he will help. Seo-yoon looked at her husband with annoyance and asked why he was an immediate junior and whether Chu had graduated from Seoul University, then shouted that he didn't score anywhere near that many points. Chu tried to hide his shame and said that he was not talking about the university, but only about practicing injustice. Seo-yoon smiled and praised Jin Do-jun, saying that he can take his uncle as a tutor, because he failed in the elections and is not doing anything now. Chu's face became irritated. Jin Do-jun was a little surprised when he remembered that he failed in the National Assembly elections held in April. Chu forgot about his capabilities, did not listen to the chairman and nominated himself from the Seoul district. He took money from the department store without his grandfather's knowledge, but even this was not enough. Seo-yoon and Chu looked at each other irritably. Jin Do-jun approached them and asked his uncle if he was going to run for Seoul next time. Chu clenched his hand into a fist and with a self-confident face answered in the affirmative, saying that it was impermissible to stop at a second congressman, and he should get into the National Assembly and the cabinet. The main character smiled and lowered his head, mentally grinning. Chu told him that Grandpa was in a great mood now because of him and there would be a by-election soon. Jin Do-jun raised the glass to his mouth and said that he understood. He smiled and said with a calm face that Chu would have to stand again in the by-election, and he would try to take care of the funding. Seo-yoon clapped her hands and said that he was so smart and kind. Chu smiled widely, laughing. The main character was thinking about whether he should take another step and try to catch him. He said with a self-confident face that if grandfather did not finance the campaign, he would try to help himself. His uncle, with a confused face, asked him where he got the money. The main character asked if he remembered. He grinned, holding a glass in his hands, and said that he had money from selling a ranch in Bundang. He put the money in the bank and there was a lot of interest there. Chu let out a strange exclamation, looking at the guy in surprise. Jin Do-jun raised the glass to his face, grinning, and thought that his uncle must definitely enter the National Assembly. Once there, he will engage in luring congressmen to Jin Do-jun's side. Chu squeezed the guy's hand tightly with both hands. He looked him in the face, almost crying, and called Jin Do-jun by name. Night fell, no stars were visible in the sky. A black car drove along an empty highway, illuminating its path with its headlights. In the back seat of the car, Jin Do-jun asked where they were going. Jin Young-jun told him to just follow him. His uncle wanted to have a drink with him. The car pulled off the highway and began to pull into a parking lot. It stopped next to another car. They both got out of the car. Jin Young-jun asked if it was his first time here. Jin Do-jun replied in the affirmative. Opposite them stood a dark brick house. Jin Young-jun said that this is a place where only his friends and cousins sometimes gather. His father almost never comes here. He smiled, narrowed his eyes, and said that if Jin Do-jun wants to have fun, he can come here, it's quiet and good. The main character stood near the car and silently looked at the house. This was a villa owned by Vice Chairman Jin Young-gi, who had never been here before. A subordinate ran up to them and asked if they had arrived. Jin Young-jun asked if the others were waiting inside. A man with black hair and a suit replied that Miss Jong Hee-sun suddenly had a night shoot and said that she could not come today. Jin Do-jun remembered that Jong Hee-sun is an actress from a weekend drama that is currently breaking records for the highest ratings. He heard a blow and looked questioningly in the direction of the noise. Jin Young-jun slapped the man with an angry face, the veins in his face bulging with rage. He asked the man if he had told him that today was an important day. Jin Young-jun cursed and kicked the man in the stomach. The man began to writhe in pain, clutching his stomach, and the guy shouted that he was in a bad mood. He started kicking the man on the back, shouting to him that he should have grabbed Jong Hee-sun by the hair and dragged him here or kidnapped him. But he had to bring him. Jin Do-jun looked at this in shock, but didn't show anything. Suddenly he remembered how he had been bullied in the same way in his previous life. Jin Young-jun was spitting and breathing heavily as he screamed at the man. He asked him if he thought that if he did the job this way, he would pay him a salary. Suddenly Jin Do-jun rudely asked what he was doing. Jin Young-jun stopped and looked at him. The main character stood with clenched fists and looked at him. He frowned and asked in a sullen voice if his brother had brought him here to congratulate him. He suggested we go home since the mood had deteriorated. Jin Young-jun was trying to catch his breath. His face was sweating. He looked ashamed. The man lay on the grass, shaking in pain. The brothers looked at each other. Jin Young-jun grabbed his head and grinned, saying that he forgot what kind of character he had. Besides, he is the main character today. He turned to the man and said that he was lucky thanks to Jin Do-jun, and then ordered him to leave. The subordinate went to the car and began to open the door. When he was about to get into the car, the main character called out to him. With a calm and respectful face, he said that he was here for a short time and asked to wait for him a little and take him. The man looked at him in surprise and agreed. The brothers went to the house. Jin Young-jun offered to have a lot of fun until tomorrow and go home together. Jin Do-jun turned him down and said that he wouldn't be long because he was tired of all the people coming up to him at the party. The older brother chuckled and told him to do as he wanted. Jin Do-jun looked after him with a sly grin, thinking that an opportunity had arisen that he could not even think of, so there was no way to waste time here. The man sat silently in the car, waiting for him. The main character turned around and looked at him, realizing that this was a chance to make one of Jin Young-jun's loyal servants his man. On the table were bottles of expensive alcohol, like vodka and whiskey. The brothers entered the living room and Jin Young-jun told him to make himself comfortable. They sat down on sofas and armchairs, and the older brother picked up a bottle of beer and suggested they start with something light. He asked if he had tried the beer. He began to pour beer into the glass, and a characteristic foam appeared on top. Jin Do-jun calmly began to drink beer without even wincing. He emptied the glass and put it on the table. The main character picked up a bottle of beer with a calm face. Jin Young-jun said with a surprised face that he was a good drinker and even knew alcohol etiquette. Jin Do-jun started pouring beer into his glass and asked if he could ask him something. He looked at him and asked whether he should become a prosecutor or a lawyer, and which seemed to be the best option for his older brother. Jin Young-jun looked at him silently, thinking about the answer. Jin Do-jun's face was emotionless. He thought that Jin Young-jun must be wondering what this meant. But no matter how much he thought about it, in his eyes, Jin Do-jun would look like he was imitating an adult. The older brother frowned and began to drink beer. He exclaimed with pleasure as he finished his alcohol. He lowered his glass with a grin and said that next to his grandfather there is Lee Haki. His father also has two similar people. He put the glass on the table and said that they were all strangers. Jin Young-jun smiled, showing off his snow-white teeth, and said that they were brothers, although they were cousins. Jin Do-jun looked at him with a confused face and asked again. The older brother handed me a bottle of beer and said that everything was exactly like that. He started pouring alcohol into Jin Do-jun's glass. The main character did not understand what he wanted to say by this. Jin Young-jun narrowed his eyes and said that he realized something after living in Europe. According to him, no matter how loyal subordinates may seem, the truth is that they are not. He smiled creepily, frowning, and said that everyone was thinking about something different. Jin Do-jun raised the glass to his face and smiled. He thought about his brother saying this as if he didn't do the same, besides blaming others because of his distrustful personality. Jin Young-jun lay back in his chair and said that there is a deep gap between those who give and those who receive money that is difficult to bridge. But brothers are a different matter. He put his fist under his head and said that he and his brother did not have a relationship where one gives and the other takes, but a relationship of sharing. The main character said nothing and took a sip of beer. He thought that the real Jin Do-jun might believe it, but not him, because in the past, he didn't want to share what he had and sent his younger brother to prison. Jin Young-jun grinned coolly and said that he honestly didn't care whether he became a judge or a prosecutor. Jin Do-jun looked at him slightly confused and asked if he really cared. A sinister smile appeared on Jin Young-jun's face and he said that whoever he becomes, just be by his side and he will make him second in the Sanyong group. The main character looked at him without saying anything. Jin Young-jun lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that among their brothers, Jin Do-jun is the only one who can act like a human, and the rest are simply useless. He didn't think they had the ability to run the company even when they grew up and grew old. It is for this reason that he invites him, a man with a good head, to join him. The brothers looked at each other. The main character glanced at him suspiciously, wondering whether he was wary of him now or believed so much that he wanted to make him his right hand. A female high-pitched voice called out to Jin Young-jun. Jin Do-jun raised his head and looked at the arriving guests. Two girls entered the room. One was red-haired and the other dark-haired. They said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He The elder brother looked at them with joy and asked if they had come. The main character looked at the girls again and realized that he had often seen these faces in TV series and music programs. The red-haired girl was surprised and said that it was her first time seeing Jin Do-jun. The younger brother stood up from his chair. Jin Young-jun looked at him. The main character headed towards the exit, and the older brother asked him where he had gone. Jin Do-jun replied that he said earlier that he was tired. One of the girls asked in surprise if he was really leaving. The main character turned around and said that he would go first. Jin Young-jun stood up from his chair and said that they would contact him later. His face looked puzzled as he watched the guy leave. Jin Do-jun stood outside the house with his hands in his pockets. He loosened the tie around his neck, raising his head. He lowered his head and exhaled relaxedly, opening his mouth. The guy tried alcohol for the first time with this body and immediately got drunk. Now, after breathing some air, he felt better. He looked at the parking lot with an indifferent face. The subordinate was sitting in the front seat. He dozed off. Jin Do-jun walked to the car window without saying anything. He noticed the bruise from the slap on the man's face. The main character looked at this with sympathy, thinking that it was so difficult to survive. He opened the car door where the front seat is located. The man opened his eyes tiredly. Jin Do-jun sat down next to him and apologized for keeping him waiting for so long. The subordinate with a frightened face asked for forgiveness for dozing off a little and offered to sit in the back, where it was more comfortable. The main character with a friendly face turned to him and said that he was not the boss or even the boss, so the seats in the back were uncomfortable for him. He invited him to go. The man looked at him slightly confused and agreed. The black car started up and began to drive out of the parking lot. They were racing along an empty highway, surrounded by darkness, illuminated by car headlights. The man looked at Jin Do-jun, calling him Junior Master, and suggested turning on the radio. The guy refused. He looked out the window. He turned to the driver with a smile and said that his address even gave him goosebumps. The man did not answer, looking away to the side. Jin Do-jun looked out the window again and asked if he worked in the Senyang Group's strategic office. The man answered in the affirmative and asked how he knew. The main character smiled faintly and replied that he often talks with his grandfather, who is the chairman, so he knows very well that the strategic department is divided into two parts. He said that the first part consists of talents from prestigious universities who develop the strategic plans of the Senyang Group. The man drove the car with a tense face. Jin Do-jun stopped smiling after looking at him and said that the second group consists of people from second-rate universities who are at the beck and call of immature idiots and clean up all the trash. The driver frowned, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, causing his hands to begin to shake. The main character looked at the buildings from the window and assumed that the man was from the second group. Just like he did in the past, the driver had bulging veins in his hands due to his tight grip on the steering wheel. The veins on his face were also bulging with anger. Jin Do-jun understood that he felt shame and contempt. He looked at the man without showing any emotion. He said he was luckier than strategists from top-notch universities. The man looked at him in surprise and asked why. The main character introduced the face of his grandfather and said that the chairman will soon be 80 years old and will not last long. He stated that when the president dies, he himself will have 3 uncles and an aunt. They will begin to tear the Senyang Group apart. He imagined their eerie silhouettes in his head. The face of the vice president appeared in his head, and the guy said that he would swing the sword in different directions to monopolize the company. The driver looked at the guy with a shocked and lost face. Jin Do-jun looked at the flashing skyscrapers from the window with a relaxed face. He said that a subordinate could sell the secrets of the people of this family for very large sums, and get at once such money that even those prestigious graduates from the planning office could not earn in their entire lives. The man got angry and with an angry face asked what he wanted to tell him. Jin Do-jun said with an ominous and creepy expression that it infuriates him to be treated with such disrespect. He ordered him to watch his words. The subordinate immediately fell silent, and his face turned pale. The main character closed his eyes and said that he was tired, so he would take a little nap, asking him to wake him up when they got home. The man turned away silently, his face sweating. The car was driving along a bridge over the river. The streets and roads were empty, and the lights were on in some buildings. In 1997, Hando Steel, which was building a steel plant in Dangjin on the west coast, went bankrupt. The Hando Steel building seemed to begin to disappear. As a result, the Hando Group, which ranked 9th in credit management, 14th in terms of assets and with only 22 local branches, burst like a bubble. Major banks were shaken, and about 70 other financial institutions were also at risk. Saliva dripped from the hyena's mouth and it growled. A pack of animals looked at their prey with creepy eyes. A battle of animals began, aiming at the mortally wounded prey. On the wooden table was a sign with the name and position of Jin Young Call. He looked at the documents and asked about the amount of 2.36 trillion won. He narrowed his eyes and looked up, asking if that was an accurate number. The rest of the staff sat in chairs next to him. The chairman asked why they were not answering. Jin Young-gi replied that this is the exact number. His son was sitting next to him. Jin Young-kal looked at the document again and said that if this is the value of Hando Steel, then the Daehyun Group will definitely offer this amount. And since Daehyun has already accumulated know-how in the field of steel, they will surely score more points than them. He asked how much they should offer then. The company employees hung their heads guiltily, without answering. Jin Young-kal tisked and turned to Jin Young-jun, who was the head of the department, and asked what he thought. The guy frowned and turned to his grandfather, answering that it was 1.8 trillion. The chairman raised his eyebrows in surprise and exhaled, asking why. Jin Young-jun replied with a calm face that this amount was the maximum that the Sunyang Group could offer at the moment. Jin Young-kal put his hand on the armrest and asked if this means Daehyun will win. Jin Young-jun replied that this is not something worth taking out a loan for. He said that the value of Hando Steel and their financial capabilities have been determined. There is no need to turn the purchase of a company into a struggle for money. The chairman put his hand to his chin and said that this was an open tender, and asked what he was going to fight with, if not with money. Jin Young-jun put his hand on his knee and replied that it must be emphasized that Sunyang Group will create the greatest synergy effect by acquiring Hando Steel. Daehyun Group already has its own metallurgy, so the effect will be insignificant. His father Jin Young-gi looked at him without saying anything. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with his legs wide apart and said that then they need to make a report on the synergistic effect that Jin Young-jun is talking about when they take over, so much so that the judges will be impressed. He gave them a week to do this, after which he turned to Jin Young-jun and Jin Young-gi, who answered in the affirmative. Jin Young-kal turned to the other employees and asked if there were any other suggestions. One of them calmly replied that it was 2.5 trillion won. Jin Young-gi and his son turned their attention to him. All the employees looked at the man who was adjusting his glasses. Jin Young-kal grinned, letting out a small exclamation of amazement, and asked what his reason was. The bespectacled employee turned to the chairman and said that in the eyes of creditors, there was no difference between Daehyun and Sunyang. It was the president of Sunyang Constructions Group named Hong Jong-chul. He said that no matter into whose hands Hando Steel goes, the government will give its permission. He believed that it was inevitable that a higher sum would have to be paid to avoid a fuss about a fair transfer. Jin Young-gi gritted his teeth as he and his son began to get angry. Jin Young-kal turned to President Hong Jong-chul and asked where he could get the missing money. He replied that Sunyang Constructions owns a plot of land for apartment buildings. After pledging this land, it will be possible to take out a loan of 700 billion. The chairman turned to him and asked in disbelief how he was going to use the money to repay the 700 billion won loan, and said that it was impossible to build and sell an apartment on land that had been mortgaged. Hong Jong-chul said with a confident face that he would be able to decide during the construction process, and asked the chairman not to worry. Jin Young-kal thought that this was the most desirable answer, solving the immediate problem and skipping the process. He grinned and narrowed his eyes, realizing that even if there was something illegal or beyond the law, he alone would take responsibility and not a spark would fly. He won't even have to lie about the fact that he doesn't know anything, because it's the truth. The chairman crossed his arms and smiled, saying that Hong Jong-chul must have privatized a lot of money from him, because he so confidently talks about 700 billion. Hong Jong-chul immediately began to make excuses, waving his palms. Everyone started laughing. Jin Young-gi looked at him with hatred. Jin Young-kal was sitting at his desk with Lee Hak-yi standing next to him. He said that as expected, the Daehyun Group is thinking of offering 2.3 trillion won. The chairman looked at the document and smirked, saying that it was obvious and Chairman Daehyun doesn't look ahead. Lee Hak-yi looked at him and asked if he was really going to invest 2.5 trillion won. Jin Young-kal asked with a smile if he liked something. Lee Hak-yi narrowed his eyes and said with concern that the group's fund management would be disrupted for a while. The grandfather smiled and turned to his grandson, asking what he thought about it. Jin Do-jun sat at the table opposite him with a book in his hands. Jin Young-kal asked if there was another way other than money. The main character looked at him and saw his kind face. He grinned, exhaling, and thought that no one would understand this treacherous man. He asked for a hint. The chairman crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He said that even when selling wood, you want to give it to someone who will take good care of it. But it is human nature not to want to sell it to someone who will chop it up with an axe and sell it for firewood. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide in surprise. Lee Hak-yi looked at the chairman with concern and asked if he thought Di-hyun was going to resell Hando Steel. Jin Young-kal smiled, showing his white teeth, and asked what difference does it make what Chairman Di-hyun thinks about. He said that the one who grew the tree itself and is going to sell it should believe it. Lee Hak-yi raised his eyebrows in shock, looking at him in confusion. The grandfather looked at his grandson with a smile and asked if such a hint was enough. Jin Do-jun smiled slightly excitedly and answered in the affirmative. He presented a huge residential complex and said that if Di-hyun took over, they would build and sell apartments on land owned by Hando Steel and then sell the steel plant's equipment to foreign countries. In this case, Hando Steel will disappear without a trace. The protagonist introduced the incredible skyscraper and said that Sunyang, which is entering the steel industry for the first time, will do its best to normalize Hando Steel. It is necessary to create such an atmosphere. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and lowered his head, smiling. He said he probably gave him too much of a clue. Jin Do-jun presented the Di-hyun building and silhouettes of strangers. He thought about whether this would work, since Di-hyun also has quite strong connections. Even if their goal is to resell, there will be many people who will support them. He turned to his grandfather and asked how much he planned to finance. The chairman asked again. He soon grinned and replied that 1 trillion won plus 1 billion won. He would like to spend more, but he has no money. Lee Hak-yi said worriedly that the difference is too big. It is 500 billion. Jin Young-kal lay down on the back of his chair and told them to scatter better bait for the fish, and he would do the fishing. The main character looked at him, lowering his eyelids slightly. He understood that he was talking about the press, because the best tool for spreading bait widely is the media. He introduced the television company building, magazine articles, and protesters. Jin Do-jun understood that he needed to use the press, newspapers, and broadcasts to put pressure on the judges, declaring that the metallurgy industry, which was an important industry, needed to be saved. He looked worriedly at his grandfather with a nervous smile and wondered if the difference of 500 billion was dangerous. It seemed as if there was a ferocious tiger behind Jin Young-kal's creepy face. He told Jin Do-jun to keep his eyes open and watch carefully what his old man would do. He smiled ominously with his brows furrowed and said to observe how to use the civil servants he had cultivated over the past few decades. Jin Do-jun smiled anxiously without saying anything. Jin Young-kal smiled as he looked at his grandson and asked if his entrance ceremony was tomorrow. He said he had already contacted the director and dean. He advised to sometimes drink with people who, in his opinion, are useful, and make sure that they can then help him if necessary. The main character began to get up from the table and agreed with him. The chairman and Lee Hak-yi looked at him. Grandfather said that there was a person waiting outside for the guy who would carry out his instructions. He chose a smart person, so he should be useful. Jin Do-jun looked at his grandfather with a soft smile and thanked him. He walked outside, putting his hands in his pockets. Evening came and the sky began to darken. The guy noticed something. The guy in a black formal suit bowed before him. His name was Kim Yoon-seok, and he was the assistant head of the group strategy department. He asked to be taken care of and handed over his business card. Jin Do-jun picked up his business card and greeted him. Kim Yoon-seok opened the back door of the car and said that he would take him home. Jin Do-jun looked as if he was upset. He didn't say anything. A dark-colored car drove down an empty road. The main character was sitting in the back seat, looking out the window. He looked at Kim Yoon-seok and called out to him, after which he responded. Jin Do-jun looked thoughtfully at the flashing buildings in the window and asked who appointed him. Kim Yoon-seok was watching the road carefully. He replied that he was appointed by Lee Hak-yi. The main character lowered his eyebrows in concern. His face was reflected in the car window. He remembered Lee Hak-yi's thin face and graying hair. He was a close assistant to his grandfather, who served him until the very end. Then it makes sense, according to Jin Do-jun. The guy continued to watch the city streets from the window. He asked Kim Yoon-seok to whom he would send the report and whether he would send it to the head of the strategic department. The assistant was taken aback and turned around. He looked at the rearview mirror where Jin Do-jun was reflected. He asked if Kim Yoon-seok was assigned to report his every move. He said that this is a known fact and there is no need to be surprised. Kim Yoon-seok looked back with concern and apologized, because this was the first time he had been asked such a thing. He said that Lee Hak-yi's manager told him to report everything directly. The assistant asked if there was anything he should be more careful with. Jin Do-jun looked at him with an emotionless face and thought that he was quick-witted, but would still report everything. He turned back to the window and smiled, telling him to report everything as it was. He added that he is now Kim Yoon-seok's job, and Lee Hak-yee's boss is his direct boss and he is forced to follow his orders. Kim Yoon-seok frowned without taking his eyes off the road. Their car passed a white truck. Jin Do-jun will soon find out what choice Kim Yoon-seok made. As the sun warmed the beige brick house, Jin Do-jun said he hoped they would also participate in the Hando Steel takeover. Oh Hyun remained silent at first, but then replied with a serious face that they might not be able to handle it. The man frowned and said with a calm face that even if they managed to grab it, Jin Do-jun wouldn't take over control. They would still have to break it down and sell it. They simply didn't have time for that. Bidding will open soon, but it will take a year to find a place to resell. There is no guarantee that it will be resold. Jin Do-jun turned to them with a smile and said that he was not saying that he really wanted to get his hands on Hando Steel, just heating up the takeover battle a little. Oh Hyun frowned in disbelief and asked what he was up to again. He already knew that this was already a confrontation between Sun Yang and Daehyun. Jin Do-jun grinned, raising the corner of his mouth. He looked at Oh Hyun and said that he wanted to help Grandpa a little. Sun Yang should definitely absorb Hando Steel. Oh Hyun's face became slightly surprised. He silently looked at the guy with his mouth slightly open. He lowered his head and sighed tiredly, closing his eyes. He grinned evilly and said that since the shareholder wanted it, the hired boss had no choice but to comply. He asked what Jin Do-jun wanted. Announced on television that Fantasy Investments, an American investment fund, has entered the race to acquire Hando Steel. They show strong confidence by revealing the proposed amount of 2.5 trillion won. They suggested listening to Oh Hyun, CEO of Fantasy Investments. The man was dressed in a formal suit. He stood in front of the microphones and coughed into his fist. He smiled creepily, his brows furrowed, and said that many companies come and go. Hando Steel is just one of them. There is no obligation to keep forever. Oh Hyun put his hands on the table and said that they have determined the exact price of Hando Steel and are confident in purchasing it. Journalists asked what they would do with the company if they won the bid. Oh Hyun looked at them and replied that they were just an investment fund, not managers. He stated that the steel plant would be given to whoever wanted to take it over, and the land owned by Hando Steel would be sold to a construction company. One of the journalists raised his hand and said that his words sounded like speculation. Oh Hyun took a sip of water and said that it is a little awkward to call this speculation. The important thing is that the bank that is Hando Steel's lender should choose the highest bidder. With a self-confident and even slightly sinister smile, he said that the eternal debt needed to be reduced, and then asked whether the bank itself was on the verge of danger. The TV screen went dark and went dark. Lee Hak-yee threw the TV remote control onto the table. Oh Hyun was sitting opposite him. Lee Hak-yee massaged his temple and said that it didn't look like they needed it, so he asked why they applied for it. Oh Hyun frowned and sighed displeasedly, asking if this is why he really called a busy man in the morning. Lee Hak-yee looked at him angrily and asked again irritably. He pointed his finger at the director and asked if he even knew who he was bothering. He threw the TV remote onto the floor. The man remembered the evil face of Jin Young-kal, who ordered to bring this worm immediately, because how dare he come and interfere in the business that he started. Oh Hyun leaned forward and sighed loudly. He got up from his chair and started to leave, telling Lee Hak-yee to watch the interview again and calm down. He said that the idea came to him after he saw his grandson's attempts to help his grandfather. Lee Hak-yee was taken aback. Oh Hyun finally looked at him and said that Sun Yang will only benefit from this. They will have to spend a little more money, but they will have much more advantages in persuasion. Lee Hak-yee looked at him in amazement without saying anything. Oh Hyun headed towards the exit, putting his hand in his pocket, and said that he was busy, so he was leaving. He had a meeting of creditors. Lee Hak-yee stood up from his chair and wondered which grandson he was talking about, and decided that Jin Do-jun asked him to help the chairman. Suddenly his pupils shrank as he realized something. From Sun Yang's point of view, Fantasy Investments is a competitor who suddenly intervened. But if it is Oh Hyun who understands the intentions of Chairman Jin Young-kal, he imagined the faces of Oh Hyun and Jin Do-jun in his head. Lee Hak-yee understood that this played a solid role in strengthening public opinion in the direction they originally wanted. A smirk appeared on his face and he chuckled. He sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes, saying that he had suddenly become an undiscerning fool. The phone in his pocket rang. Without opening his eyes, he answered the call and introduced himself. It was a call from the chairman. Jin Young-kal sat at his desk and told Lee Hak-yee that there is no need to be angry about this. It could become a good fire. Lee Hak-yi looked at the door and said that he had just spoken with CEO Oseo Hyun, and his intention was just firewood. The chairman asked if he said it himself. The calm-faced man replied in the affirmative and said that it was a collaboration between two people that Jin Do-jun created to help the chairman. Jin Young-kal was taken aback and asked in surprise if Jin Do-jun did this to help him. Lee Hak-yi replied that Oseo Hyun said so. A wide smile appeared on the chairman's face and he chuckled. After that he burst into loud laughter, closing his eyes. He smiled madly as he imagined Jin Do-jun's face. Jin Young-kal thought that all his idiot streams with red eyes were frantically busy taking the money. But this grandson even created an investment company in the USA to help his grandfather. Lee Hak-yi got up from the sofa and began to walk around the room. He said he is now working to ensure that tomorrow the media will be critical of fantasy investments. He believed that it was necessary to use such provocative words as corporate hunters who only care about money, and the danger of speculation and the drain of national wealth. A man came to the office window and said that he was thinking of sending their people to the discussion programs of each television company, making the same emphasis, inviting 5 or 6 economics professors. Jin Young-kal asked if he was going to set things up so that Daehyun would be mentioned too. The window overlooked multi-story offices and expensive cafes. Lee Hak-yi responded in the affirmative and said that the Daehyun group had already taken over enough steel mills. Wanting Hando Steel could be seen as wanting their land, and asked if their hidden goal was to build apartments on that land for sale. He looked at the road from the window and said that if they lowered their rating in the eyes of others in this way, the offer would naturally be rejected. The chairman replied that this was excellent timing for this. Jin Young-kal smiled sinisterly and said that it was difficult to compete with Daehyun from the very beginning. But Oseo Hyun opened the door and gave them a chance. The sun warmed the air of a university campus full of people. Jin Do-jun put his hands in his pocket and walked around the area. He was wearing a gray jacket and black pants, and many students walked past him. The main character walked to the doors of the university. Above the entrance there was a sign with the inscription, "Welcome Ceremony for Freshmen, Faculty of Law of Seoul University." The students had tiles on their tables on which they cooked their meat. There were a lot of people in the room, and the tables were laden with a huge amount of food. Suddenly the students looked up from their meal and looked at the door. Jin Do-jun entered the room. All eyes were directed at him. He looked very calm and beautiful, as if cherry blossoms were floating around him. The main character sat down at the table next to a guy with glasses. He looked at the table and saw beer, soju and meat being cooked. Jin Do-jun grinned, thinking about how, if he only had the memories of a third-generation junior member of a conglomerate family in his head, how he would feel being here. Would he feel uncomfortable? Someone got up on stage and did a microphone check. It was a man with glasses who greeted everyone and said that he was a student who entered in 1995. Then the professors came on stage and greeted the students. After that, the new students began to get to know each other. The first to introduce himself was an uncertain guy who said that he was from the village. Then the guy with the square face said that he was going to defend the law and try for the future of the country. Someone said he was from Jeju. The guy with glasses clapped. Jin Do-jun sat next to him and smiled. The microphone was in the hands of a girl with short hair, and a girl with black hair stood next to her. The main character thought that this was such a good time. Most of the freshmen came from the provinces. This is not a world in which children from wealthy families in Gangnam and Seoul monopolize even prestigious universities. He imagined the applicants looking at the results with joy. You can enter an elite university if you study well in the province and have high grades in local high schools. Jin Do-jun smirked as he crossed his arms, thinking that this was still a relatively equal world. A black microphone was handed to Jin Do-jun by his tablemate. He looked at him in surprise, looking up from his thoughts. The main character took the microphone in his hands and stood up from his chair. All the students' attention was turned to him. People turned away from their tables and looked at the guy. Jin Do-jun smiled and turned to the elder, asking if he could take a little more time. The man with glasses standing on the stage smiled and answered affirmatively. The guy bowed respectfully and thanked him. He put the microphone to his mouth and said that many already knew who he was. He said his name and said that he was lucky and was born into a rich family, thanks to which he can now stand here without any problems. Someone smiles, someone remains impartial. But everyone knows perfectly well that there is no way to get here using money, no matter how much there is. The main character smiled, looking around the hall. He said that he wanted to make friends with his senior and fellow students, but it was not that easy, so he decided to use his special talent. He asked the senior whether it would be considered a bribe if he gave a small gift to his classmates. The man with glasses looked at him in surprise and answered negatively. He said that the bribe depends on whether it has some kind of price. In this situation, they can only give him in return such an abstract, intangible thing as friendly relations. Jin Do-jun smiled, nodded his head, and asked if it would be considered a bribe if he gave expensive gifts to teachers. The gray-haired teacher crossed his arms and answered in the affirmative, but said that teachers have a subject called student scores, and it is not an abstract thing. All the teachers started laughing. Jin Do-jun lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that he understood everything. The glass door to the room suddenly opened. Several people in formal suits entered the room with carts containing boxes. The students were taken aback and asked what it was. The boxes were square and flat. The main character said that he learned his special talent from his grandfather, buying favor with gifts. He smiled smugly, looking at his subordinates, and said that he was preparing gifts that exceeded expectations. People in black suits began handing out boxes of gifts to students. The students began to open the boxes and read the label. Jin Do-jun said that this is a Sunyong laptop that will be released next month. He started talking about the powerful components of the laptop. However, he stopped abruptly as he watched his table mate open the box with a smile. The main character placed the microphone on the table next to the scissors. Jin Do-jun scratched the back of his head as he looked up and thought that everyone was so busy with laptops that they didn't listen to his explanation. The protagonist's grandfather was surprised, but tried not to show it to his grandson. He asked if he knew how much 200 new laptops cost. Jin Do-jun smiled slightly and looked to the side, answering that the price of one laptop is about 3 million won. The total amount is about 600 million. They sat in the living room on soft, expensive sofas. Jin Young-kal asked if he wanted to give out laptops to others to buy their favor. Jin Do-jun replied that this was in order to gain favor and win over to his side. He added with a calm face that this would also be an advertisement. His grandfather raised his eyebrows in surprise, causing the wrinkles on his face to become more pronounced. He asked about advertising. The main character replied that the laptops would be given to the students of S University, Faculty of Law, the best gathering place for talent in Korea. Obviously, the rumors would spread throughout the institution. He pictured in his mind several young people with laptops in their hands and said that this is a laptop that not only office workers carry, but students can also have. Jin Young-kal picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He replied that it can hardly be called advertising, because it will only be inside the university. Jin Do-jun told him that he needed to continue. Grandfather's eyes opened slightly in surprise, and his pupils narrowed. He asked what his grandson meant. The main character raised his palms up and said that due to the development delay, the start time of the new semester was missed, so he needed to launch a special event with discounts for university students, as well as shoot an advertisement in front of the University of S. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes, frowning, and took a sip of tea. Jin Do-jun put his hands on his knees and said that if he feels sorry for money, he will buy it with his own money. He knows him. For him, these 600 million are just pocket expenses. This made Jin Young-kal a little confused and asked if he called his grandfather a stingy person. The main character did not answer and just looked in the other direction. Jin Young-kal smiled and sighed softly. He asked why he only wanted to give away 200 laptops, since he had heard that the law school had a total enrollment of about 400 people. Jin Do-jun smiled and looked at him, answering that only about half were at the freshman welcome party, so he was going to give it to them. Grandfather's face became puzzled and confused. He asked why. Jin Do-jun grinned maliciously as he exhaled loudly. He replied that it was a difference. Those who were present and those who were not present cannot be the same. He introduced two students with a laptop, with other students looking at them with displeasure behind them. The main character lowered his eyebrows and smiled broadly, saying that the reward would make it clear that only those who follow him could receive it. Jin Young-kal hit his knee with his palm and exclaimed that he now understood. He smiled widely with furrowed brows and said that a carrot was more effective than a stick to move a horse, after which he laughed loudly. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at his grandfather with a satisfied smile. The freshmen who were at the party happily began opening their laptops. The guy with a glass of water in his hand said that today he will sleep hugging the gift. He and his friend laughed. The black-haired guy put his laptop on the table, with two of his friends next to him. They exclaimed that this was very cool. The main character smiled complacently, closed his eyes, and held a plastic cup in his hand. Someone handed him a folded piece of paper. It was his employee in a black formal suit. Jin Do-jun looked at the piece of paper in surprise. He picked it up and silently looked at what was written there. It was a list of people who rejected his gift. The guy grinned, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. He believed that it would be necessary to take a closer look at these people. Students walked along the road next to the fence of their university. The atmosphere in the school has changed a lot. It was April, so the spring mood was in full swing. But that was not the reason. When Jin Do-jun walked from the main gate of the university to the classroom, many classmates and seniors greeted him, and there were even those who walked with him. Students slowly approached the main gate of the university, trees grew nearby, and there were memorials in the form of stones. The main character entered the audience with his hands in his pockets. Someone called out to him, causing him to look in the direction of the noise in surprise. A guy in a sweatshirt was sitting at the table. He said that the laptop is simply excellent. Now they don't just study with it, but play computer games. Jin Do-jun smiled at him, waved to the rest of his classmates, and began to sit down at the table next to him. He closed his eyes slightly and grinned, answering that it was a hidden goal to give the competitors a toy, preventing them from concentrating on their studies. The guy in the green jacket laughed. He smiled and said that it was not necessary to give it to him then. The guy in the hoodie looked at him annoyed and everyone in the audience started laughing. The girl and two guys were talking about something, looking displeased at Jin Do-jun. The main character noticed their glances and then looked in the other direction. The student with the white hood looked at him from behind, saying nothing. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes and stopped smiling, scratching his cheek with his finger. He understood that those who did not receive the gift glared so angrily. He even wondered whether to give it away again at the festival in May. University corridor, students were going about their business. One of them was standing near a red drink machine. The machine poured hot black coffee into a paper cup. He had a black backpack hanging on his shoulder and Jin Do-jun walked up to him. He silently looked at the guy with glasses and a checkered shirt. There was a sign behind him. A class is being held here, so please be quiet. The main character looked at the guy who was blowing on the hot coffee. He had a big nose and curly black hair. This guy was on the list of those who gave up their laptop. Jin Do-jun wondered why he didn't give in to the temptation of 3 million won, which is more than double the starting salary of Daehyun Group graduates. The main character inserted a 101 coin into the machine. He selected a drink from the selection screen and told the guy with glasses that he heard he didn't take his laptop. The guy with glasses looked at him hostilely and asked if he wanted to hear thanks for the handout. Jin Do-jun smiled and calmly replied that he hadn't even thought about it. He expected the guy to say something special, but the reason was only pride. The guy with glasses clenched his teeth and frowned with displeasure. He said that even if he doesn't show off his money, he knows that Jin Do-jun is a third-generation keyball. He asked mockingly whether he would also distribute money to graduates. The main character reached for his coffee from the machine and asked if he would refuse if his senior colleague bought him a bowl of rice for 1,500 won at the cafeteria, or if he would say again that Jin Do-jun is proud of money. This made the guy with glasses slightly confused. Jin Do-jun picked up a glass of hot coffee and asked what about coffee from a 101 machine. Would it be considered the same? The guy with glasses began to shake with anger. His eyes seemed to turn white. He angrily and loudly called Jin Do-jun an idiot and asked if it was the same as a laptop. The main character closed his eyes and took a sip of coffee, answering that it was the same. Hot steam emanated from the paper cup. The guy with glasses looked at him in surprise and asked why. Jin Do-jun lowered his gaze and took another sip of coffee. Seeing the confused expression on this guy's face, he could tell that he was quite funny. Although, if not now, when he still has a chance to defend his pride. When he goes out into the world, life will break him and hit him, and only then will he understand how burdensome pride is. The student with glasses clutched his glass in his hands and asked what nonsense Jin Do-jun was talking about. The main character lowered his glass of coffee and replied that he said it was the same for him. He said that the guy with glasses counts money in tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, but he counts money in millions and billions. Jin Do-jun stopped smiling and said with a serious face that anything below 100 million is just meager pocket money for him. For him, a laptop and coffee from a machine are one and the same. The main character understood that his words were too much, but if he was about to crush him, he had to make sure that in the future he couldn't even look in his direction. The guy with the glasses began to sweat a lot and began to tremble from tension. Jin Do-jun looked at him while holding a glass in his hands and said that if the elder treats him to lunch in the cafeteria, he will thank him and eat it, and if he sees a 101 coin on the street, he will quickly pick it up. The main character said that at such a moment his pride disappears somewhere, and when he is given a conditional 3 million won bill that fell in the student conference room, pride suddenly appears. Jin Do-jun squeezed the glass in his hands and crushed it, asking if this is the vaunted pride, then isn't it useless? He threw the crumpled paper cup into the blue trash can. The main character silently walked away from the drink machine while the guy with glasses looked after him in confusion. The student housing buildings were made of red brick. Jin was talking to a girl with a black bag on her shoulder. He then talked to a guy in street clothes and a girl dressed in dress clothes. After that, he sat on a yellow bench and listened to a guy with a backpack on his lap. The guy put on his backpack and walked in the other direction. Jin silently looked after him. He scratched the back of his head, feeling frustrated. Everyone else showed the same reaction, which made him think he was expecting too much. Suddenly someone called out to him. The main character looked up in surprise. A tan guy with blonde hair approached him. He put his hands in his pocket. He said with a smile on his face that the elder said that it was not a bribe, but it was definitely a bribe. Jin remembered that this guy was also on the list of those who gave up the laptop. He looked at him slightly surprised and asked why he thought so. The blonde sat down next to him on the bench and replied that bribes are always given in advance, to do some favor and receive gratitude in return in the form of something as a gift. The main character turned his head to him and said that he was not a civil servant, and he himself did not ask for anything. The blonde lowered his head and smiled, closing his eyes. He asked if a bribe was given just before asking for something. He added that it often happens when they give a bribe several years in advance. The guy pointed his finger at himself and proudly declared that in a few years he would be a prosecutor, so this was definitely a bribe. Jin looked at him, puzzled, and an awkward silence fell between them. The main character immediately grinned, closing his eyes. The blonde looked away from him and asked if his grandfather taught him this. Jin put his elbow on the back of the bench and replied that he was the youngest in the family. His grandfather did not teach, perhaps he taught his older cousins. The blonde frowned and turned to him, asking if he could then be said to be the laggard in the Sunyang group. The main character replied that one could say so. He looked at him and grinned, saying that his father, the youngest son of the chairman, was also expelled a long time ago, so now he is producing films. The blonde furrowed his black eyebrows and asked if he was only technically a third-generation keyball. Jin replied that it could be said that way. The blonde put his foot on the bench, and both guys looked at each other in silence for a while. The blonde turned away, scratching his head, and said that he should have accepted the gift. The main character smiled and thought he was funny. The blonde raised one eyebrow and extended his hand, asking if he could give a gift now or if it was too late. Jin thought that this is a person who had no intention of taking anything. He is one of those who does not make enemies beyond his age. He narrowed his eyes slightly and with a satisfied grin asked the blonde if he had passed the entrance exams the first time. The blonde frowned and gritted his teeth, asking if he looked old. He said the guy now hurt his feelings. The main character asked if he would forgive him once if he gave him a laptop. The blonde stood up from the bench and replied that he would do it next time. He headed towards the park and said that this was the first time, so he forgives. As Jin thought, he had no intention of taking the laptop, and when he was about to give it back, he simply interrupted the conversation and left. The main character put his hand to his mouth so that he could be heard louder, and said that the blonde would have answered first. He asked how old he was. The blonde rudely showed him the middle finger and ordered him to shut up. The students sat in the classroom and went about their business while they waited for the lecture to begin. A girl in a yellow sweatshirt was chatting with her classmate. Jin looked at her and asked if her name was So Minyon. The guy with glasses smiled and said she was beautiful. So Minyon had brown long hair and brown eyes and wore orange lipstick. The main character looked at her without saying anything. The guy sitting next to him adjusted his glasses and told him not to even try to approach her. Jin asked what he meant. The guy with glasses frowned and narrowed his eyes, saying to give them a chance because he is a third-generation keyball. He can date celebrities. The main character patted him on the back and told him not to talk nonsense. He said he didn't see her at the freshman welcome meeting. The guy with glasses replied that she didn't stay long and left. When he was handing out laptops, there was a noise and then So Minyon quietly slipped away. Jin smiled with raised eyebrows and asked if it was true. He stood up from his seat. His classmate looked at him blankly. The main character began to walk down the audience while the bespectacled guy tried to call out to him. So Minyon smiled and wrote something on a piece of paper. She stopped when she noticed someone approaching her. The girl raised her head and saw Jin standing next to her. She had thin eyebrows and large eyes with long eyelashes. The main character looked at her beautiful face without saying anything. So Minyon looked at him in surprise and pointed at herself, asking if he had anything to do with her. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. He thought that judging by her expression, she knew who he was. Jin said that he was curious about something. So Minyon asked him again. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that she didn't take the laptop he gave at the freshman meeting. He would like to know the reason. So Minyon chuckled, covering her mouth with her fist and closing her eyes. She replied that she did not know how to use the laptop. The guy's face became puzzled and he asked what she meant. So Minyon straightened her hair and started writing something on the paper again. She repeated that she didn't know how to use it and asked what was the point of taking something that you couldn't use. Jin Do-jun pursed his lips and looked at her slightly embarrassed. He felt somehow awkward. He didn't even think that there could be such a reason for not taking a laptop. She closed her eyes slightly and smiled, putting her hand under her head. She asked not to look at her like that, because her heart flutters when such a handsome guy like him looks at her. Jin Do-jun's cheeks turned slightly pink as he lowered the corners of his lips. The setting sun warmed the air around the mansion. Jin Young-kal was wearing a black shirt and a white vest. He crossed his arms and asked the woman if she had found anyone normal. A woman with glasses and short hair wore pearl jewelry. She covered her mouth, laughed, and said that this time she was very careful in her search, because this is the person who will become the chairman of Sunyang Group in the future. Jin Young-kal frowned and angrily ordered the woman to watch her words. The woman giggled again, covering her mouth with her hand, and said that she was talking about it too lightly. She asked the chairman for forgiveness. She placed several sheets of paper on the chairman's desk, saying that she had found only 3 so far. She began to talk about the first candidate, whose photo was pasted into the dossier. This is the youngest daughter of the president of Deal Bank. She is 27 years old and graduated from Princeton University, currently working in the Hong Kong branch of Boston Bank. The woman looked at Jin Young-kal's face slightly confused, without receiving any response. She placed a photograph of a beautiful girl with short brown hair on the table. This is the eldest granddaughter of the chairman of the Hansung newspaper. She is 26 years old. Jin Young-kal did not even listen to the woman and ordered her to set a date. The woman looked at him confused and asked who he chose. He crossed his arms and said it was worth watching all 3 of them. The woman tensed and sweated, answering that she would prepare everything as soon as possible. She clasped her hands together and began to talk about something, but the chairman interrupted her. He replied that he knew, so he asked to take care that rumors did not spread that they were choosing a bride, like in a store. The woman began to take a folder out of her bag, saying that it was really hard to find it because it was so small. Jin Young-kal bared his teeth in irritation and furrowed his eyebrows, saying that she seemed to be bargaining by selling things. He ordered her to speak already. The woman began to take the dossier out of the folder and said that she was the only daughter of a man appointed to the Constitutional Court. Jin Young-kal put his hand to his chin and said that means she is the daughter of a judge. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. She said that this girl is the granddaughter of the chief judge who passed away last year. The chairman took the file in his hands and said that this was a girl from a family who had declared that she would not practice law after the expiration of their term of office. The woman put her palms together and answered in the affirmative. She said that the whole generation of them gathers not at home, but in the Supreme Court and the prosecutor's office, a very respected family of lawyers. Jin Young-kal heard that they have a large family. He asked what about the girl. The woman smiled, raised her eyebrows, and said that she was just a gem, so much so that she was difficult to find. She also enrolled in law school at S University. Jin Young-kal opened his eyes in surprise and wanted to ask her something. The woman didn't even listen to him to the end and understood what he meant. She said that this girl was studying with his grandson, so they could naturally be matched. The woman spread her palms out to the sides and said that these days young heirs hate it when they hook up in places like hotel coffee shops, but she will make everything so natural that they won't even notice the intervention, like true love. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and turned away from her, asking what the girl's family thought. The woman replied that they did not mind, because few would refuse the position of daughter-in-law of the Sunyang family. Jin Young-kal furrowed his brows and smiled ominously as he ordered the woman to begin. This girl turned out to be So Min-yeon. Her photo was attached to the dossier. The Sunyang Group building. The sky was colored pink and purple. The young guy asked if there would be a meeting with the candidate tomorrow. Lee Haki, with his hair done and wearing glasses, replied that the meetings would be at lunchtime and in the evening. In between the guy could drink tea. The guy with wavy hair was wearing a green suit. He asked if there would be a meeting with 3 girls at once in one day. The man was looking through some document. He answered in the affirmative and said that he must see the bride before marriage. In any case, whoever he chooses, they will all be useful. The guy frowned and asked displeasedly if this was the girl's order. Lee Haki put his head on his hand and replied that grandfather chose these 3, but he personally likes the daughter of the president of Deal Bank. The guy scratched his head, closed his eyes, and said that it was still a little overkill. He asked how it was possible to decide like this in one day, because they weren't crossing dogs. Lee Hak-yi turned to him with a serious face and said that as he said, "You need to see them live before the wedding. The guy will choose one. They will live together and get used to each other." The guy turned away from him and clenched his teeth angrily. He understood that nothing could be done. Marriage is not a decision that can be somehow influenced. Because he should live not with the one he loves, but with the one who will give him the opportunity to manage the Sunyang Group. He asked his father why he liked the daughter of the president of Deal Bank. The man began to read the document again and asked what his son thought. How much was left for his grandfather? And when he left, did he hope that the heirs would sit quietly? The father frowned and narrowed his eyes, saying that they will prepare to attack and target the subsidiaries. In preparation for this time, more shares must be secured from the beginning, but it costs a lot of money. His son closed his eyes and grinned, saying that in the end he was not looking for a daughter-in-law, but for collateral for a large loan. Lee Hak-yi turned to him and replied that marriage was the best choice for him anyway. He asked if he knew which wife's profession was the best among the common people. The father himself answered the question, saying that it was a teacher or teacher. Since they are civil servants, they have a decent salary, a pension upon completion of work and vacation. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and looked displeased at his father. The man said that guys also prefer female teachers to make their lives easier. They always calculate everything. The guy gritted his teeth and asked if the father preferred the daughter of the bank president. The man took a break from reading and said that there is no difference. Once he gets the Sunyang Group, it will go to his son. The guy grinned evilly and reminded his father that he had brothers. Lee Hak-yi put his hand under his head and smiled, answering that then he would also tell his son to marry the daughter of the bank president. They sat in silence for some time in the fashionable office. Meanwhile, there was a class at the university. The teacher said that he decided to replace independent work with something new this semester. Students went about their business on campus. The teacher was wearing a shirt and tie and glasses, and had gray hair. He said the students will be divided by various incidents that have caused public outcry. According to him, there were many opinions that were contrary to constitutional values. He told students to delve into these events and find new points of view until the end of the semester. Students passed sheets of assignments down the rows. Jin Do-jun glanced over the task and thought that seniors could do it, but it might be too difficult for freshmen. The teacher looked at the students and said that the work was difficult, so they would work in groups of 5 people. On the last page there are lists of groups. He advised the student to get along well with the members of his group. After these words, he announced the start of class. Jin Do-jun began flipping through the assignment sheets, looking for a list of groups. Suddenly his eyes opened in shock and his pupils constricted. He saw his name next to So Min-yeon's. The main character looked in surprise at the girl who was sitting at the other end of the audience. So Min-yeon looked back at him without expressing any emotion. Jin Do-jun began to worry. He tensed and his eyebrow twitched slightly. The main character got into the back seat of the car and handed assistant Kim Yoon-seok a piece of paper, asking him to find out about these two. Kim Yoon-seok took the piece of paper in his hands and asked if he should ask the information department about this. Jin Do-jun looked at him and asked if he could do it himself. Kim Yoon-seok put the piece of paper in his inner jacket pocket and replied that if only basic information was needed, he could do it himself. The main character lowered his eyebrows and asked him to do it. The assistant looked at him slightly scared, without saying anything. He asked if he should exclude information about this request from the report to Mr. Lee Hak-yi. Jin Do-jun looked at him in surprise, crossing his arms over his chest. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and wondered if Kim Yoon-seok was trying to suck up or show that he was loyal only to him. The assistant looked at him, waiting for an answer. The main character smiled and closed his eyes. He replied that he had to decide this himself. It was not necessary to ask every time. Kim Yoon-seok smiled slightly tensely and answered in the affirmative, turning to the steering wheel. Their green car pulled away and began to move. Kim Yoon-seok paid close attention to the road and drove carefully. The main character believed that he still needed to take a closer look, because assistant Kim Yoon-seok had only recently started working with him. He sat in the back seat, looking at the back of the driver's head. He understood that loyalty cannot be achieved through coercion or request, because it is sincerity that comes from the heart. According to the news, it was announced that Sunyang Group, Daehyun Group and Fantasy Investment have submitted bids to purchase Hando Steel. 3 men in sharp suits made a statement on television. 7 people in the office sat in armchairs and watched the news. It was announced that after considering the price and non-price factors provided by these 3 companies, the one that received Hando Steel was the Sunyang Group, which offered 2.16 trillion won. In the main chair sat a fat elderly man named Ju Yeon-il. After the announcement, the men in serious suits tensed up as they looked at Ju Yeon-il. A man with short black hair called out to the chairman. Ju Yeon-il smiled sarcastically without saying anything. Everyone in the office immediately relaxed and began to congratulate the chairman. Ju Yeon-il crossed his arms over his chest and exhaled loudly, closing his eyes. Sunyang Group is currently experiencing a budget deficit. Ju Yeon-il grinned as he looked at his subordinates and said that Hando steel was a good item to buy. The man with graying hair said that Sunyang had nothing to lose. They already wanted to get into the steel business, and with the newly acquired company it would be much easier to do this. Ju Yeon-il narrowed his eyes and asked displeasantly what kind of fantasy investment this was. Because of them they became villains in the eyes of those around them. The man with black hair looked at him and replied that it was even better because it gave the judges a reason to exclude them. Chairman Ju Yeon-il gritted his teeth and then asked if they had made inquiries. The man with long black hair replied that at first glance there is nothing unusual. They invest money in it in cinema, and also pour money into Japan. But the identity of the main investor is hidden. He imagined in his head the silhouette of a mysterious man with bills flying around him. Ju Yeon-il frowned with displeasure and ordered to quickly find out who he was. He said it's okay if it's just an investment fund, but he's really upset about the fact that the CEO is Korean. A man with long black hair replied that they would do it as quickly as possible. Ju Yeon-il crossed his arms over his chest with an evil smile and said to start the game. Someone put a black folder with documents on the table. Ju Yeon-il said that in 1991, if someone had not reported the corruption at that time, Ajin Motors would have been absorbed by Sunyang Motors. The chairman of Sunyang had a good strategy. He opened a folder with documents. There was a report on which it was written, the need to restructure the domestic automobile industry and a state support plan. Ju Yeon-il looked at the report with an angry face and said that Sunyang was just unlucky. Jin Yong-kal even came up with such a plan. But then they appear. He smiled, showing his teeth, and imagined the image of Jin Yong-kal in his head. The chairman said that this old man would go crazy with anger. He took the report in his hands and said that he wanted to see how Jin Yong-kal would tear out the hair on his head, seeing how he absorbed the Ajin Motors so desired for him, perhaps even die after this. The man with black hair smiled and said that the money that the chairman of the Sunyang Group collected and borrowed was now all spent on the purchase of a steel plant. The men looked at each other and began to laugh, gloating. Ju Yeon-il smiled ominously and ordered his staff to start tomorrow. The Jin Yong-kal chairman's house turned pink due to the sunset. He was sitting at the table and drinking tea. Chairman Hong called him and Jin Yong-kal asked him what business he was calling about, because only a few days had passed since the official meeting. Hong was the chairman of the Hansung Daily and was a thin, middle-aged man with glasses. Hong congratulated Jin Yong-kal on acquiring Hando Steel. Jin Yong-kal raised a cup of hot tea to his lips and asked if he should receive congratulations. He said that the vice president and Jin Young-jun took care of everything this time. Hong smiled, closing his eyes, and said that he heard that he studied business abroad and had already taken such a big business. He turned away sharply and covered the phone receiver with his hand. He quietly told the chairman that there have been very strange rumors circulating lately. Jin Yong-kal made a puzzled face and asked what the rumors were about. Hong said that news about Ajin Motors suddenly began to appear, exactly like 6 years ago. Jin Yong-kal frowned as he repeated his words. His face became very angry and tense. He abruptly placed the cup on the table, spilling the tea, and asked if this meant that someone was targeting Ajin Motors. Hong frowned, covering the phone with his hand, and replied that this was not yet accurate, but the situations then and now were too similar. The anger on Jin Yong-kal's face made the wrinkles even more noticeable, and he asked if Hansung Daily was going to publish an article. Hong replied that to begin with, he blocked the publication of articles, and Jin Yong-kal should check everything himself. The chairman looked very puzzled and thoughtful. He removed the phone from his ear and loudly asked if there was anyone outside the room, after which he ordered 1 bottle of water to be brought. A woman entered the room with a tray in her hands with a glass of water on it. Jin Yong-kal asked if her ears were blocked. She moved with an unexpected cry when Jin Yong-kal told her to bring not a glass, but a bottle of water. A couple of seconds later he was already drinking water from a bottle in 1 gulp, closing his eyes. The man placed the empty bottle on the table with a crash. The woman with the tray bowed low to him. Jin Yong-kal motioned for her to leave. He put the phone to his ear again and asked Hong if he could delay the release of the articles. Hong answered in the affirmative with a calm face. An evil grin appeared on Jin Yong-kal's face. He said that the wedding hadn't even happened yet, and he already had no hesitation in asking for something from the matchmaker. Hong smiled at him and replied that naturally he had to do it. The chairman also asked to find out who became the source of the articles. Hong adjusted his glasses and replied that his reporters would try their best. He smiled broadly and put the phone down. The man believed that if he could grab the Daehyun group by the leg, then the chairman of Jinyang Call would take care of his eldest granddaughter, who would become his daughter-in-law. He smiled sarcastically, imagining in his head his granddaughter and the guy next to him. The sun reflected off the glass modern building. Oseo Hyun walked into the office, looking relaxed. Someone addressed him as an uncle and asked if he had heard anything from Uedo about Ajin Motors. Oseo Hyun opened his eyes and looked at the office. Jin Do-jun was sitting there, wearing a black sweater, drinking chocolate milk. Oseo Hyun walked past him and asked if he needed to go to university, and why he came here before him. The main character asked if he reads newspapers at all, and how he would have time for university when the country is restless. Oseo Hyun put his bag on the table and asked if Jin Do-jun was worried about the financial crisis in Southeast Asia, or if he planned to use this opportunity to exchange the Southeast currency for the dollars he had accumulated in the United States. The main character stopped drinking chocolate milk and asked in surprise why he would do this. Oseo Hyun put his hand under his head and said that he was still worried about the currency crisis. Jin Do-jun smiled smugly, thinking about giving him a hint and how he would take it. He imagined a map of the world in his head and said that Southeast Asia is now no different from hell. Only in Korea 4 large corporations fell by April, but the 4 Asian dragons are holding steady and are even swelling with pride. The 4 Asian dragons are the informal name for the economies of South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, which experienced very high rates of economic development from the early 1960s until the financial crisis of the 1990s. He asked Oseo Hyun if there was anything wrong with preparing for the typhoon. The man frowned, not answering. He looked at Jin Do-jun and said that he was sure there would be a typhoon. The main character put his hands on his knees and told his uncle that he was making him sad right now. Oseo Hyun lowered his head and closed his eyes. He thought that this guy was monitoring the flow of finances around the world. He couldn't help but see the omens of the typhoon. The man opened his mouth slightly and said quietly that although there were rumors that Daehyun was targeting Ajin Motors, Oseo Hyun clasped his hands together and said with a serious face that Ajin Motors is doing very poorly financially. If a few powerful people get together and put pressure on it, it will suffocate. Jin Do-jun looked at him and was glad that he remained the same. History has not changed because 6 years ago his grandfather was unable to absorb Ajin Motors, but now Jin Do-jun must change history. He remembered how Jin Young-kal looked at him when he was a child. Jin Do-jun looked scared and confused as he looked into his grandfather's eyes. The main character frowned seriously and invited his uncle to absorb Ajin Motors themselves. Oseo Hyun was taken aback and looked shocked. He even asked again to make sure he heard everything correctly. The story of the Daehyun group that absorbed Ajin Motors will turn into the story of the foreign investment company Fantasy Investment that did so. He had an image in his head of the evil Ju Yeonil standing in front of the Daehyun building. The main character lowered his eyebrows and looked away with a serious face. Sunyang Group office building. The sky was blue and cloudless. Jin Young-kal looked at the documents and said that the chairman of Daehyun Group is using the same strategy that their company developed 6 years ago. The company employees lowered their heads in shame and were silent. Jin Young-kal frowned angrily and said that they desperately wanted Hando Steel and got it. But because of this they have no money, so Ajin Motors is an unaffordable luxury and it's all part of Chairman Daehyun's plan. He grabbed the hem of his shirt with his fingers and his hand began to tremble. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest and said that since this happened, nothing can be done. He asked the employees what would happen to them if the Daehyun Group absorbed Ajin Motors. The CEO of Sunyang Motors looked down and replied that their market share would fall rapidly. The chairman looked at him and called him by name. He closed his eyes with a serious face and told him that by this time tomorrow they should have already taken some action. The CEO of Sunyang Motors lowered his head tensely and said that he understood. After that, Jin Young-kal ordered everyone to leave the office. The staff bowed to him respectfully. After that, they all headed towards the exit. Only Lee Hak-hee remained in the room. He watched the departing employees. He turned and looked at the chairman, asking whether it was worth urgently resell the 7% shares of Ajin Motors acquired in other people's names. Jin Young-kal looked at him with contempt and asked if he meant to say that he was not even going to try to resist. Lee Hak-hee came to his desk and said that if the Daehyun Group took over, it would only be a matter of time before Ajin Motors went bankrupt. Jin Young-kal bared his teeth and asked why. Lee Haki stood next to the shelves of vases. He replied that the Daehan group is doing everything according to their plan. 6 years ago, if the corruption incident had not happened, they would have absorbed Ajin Motors. He imagined them throwing the black folder into the trash. Jin Young-kal began to frown and show his teeth. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, asking if they could use these shares to make a little fuss because they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Lee Haki told him that the shares were scattered, so he needed someone to put it together. Jin Young-kal looked at him and replied that there was one suitable guy named Oseo Hyun. This name shocked Hiki. His pupils constricted. The chairman rubbed his tired neck and ordered him to give him the Ajin shares that were purchased under other people's names and make him their representative. They also have a reserve fund. This is a chance to return it. Hiki looked at Jin Young-kal, thinking about exchanging the 100 billion won of the fund held in fantasy for 7% of Ajin shares. He smiled slightly worriedly and noted that the chairman's intelligence was still at its best. The glass building loomed over the city. The sun warmed the clean air. Oseo Hyun said that some time ago he met Lee Haki, the head of the department. He sat down on the sofa and put his elbow on the back. The man told Jin Do-jun that his grandfather was very angry. The main character stood near the window and looked at the city. He asked if it was because of the Daehan group. Oseo Hyun closed his eyes and crossed one leg over the other. He replied that his grandfather has a 7% stake in Ajin Motors, and he wants to use this to shake things up a little. Jin Do-jun turned to him and asked how. Oseo Hyun looked at the guy and replied that their fantasy investment had 100 billion won of dirty fund money. And Jin Young-kal said to buy shares with this money and start defending the rights of the main shareholder. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and asked if he refused because there was no reason to buy a stock that would fail. Oseo Hyun closed his eyes and lowered his head. Jin Do-jun narrowed his eyes. He saw what was in his soul, because he was not the person who would tell the finished story. He told Oseo Hyun that he felt like he wanted to say something. The man frowned, closed his eyes, and coughed into his fist. He lowered his hands, placing it on his knees. Oseo Hyun raised his head and asked with a serious face if Jin Do-jun really wants to take over Ajin Motors. The guy opened his eyes wide and answered in the affirmative. Oseo Hyun narrowed his eyes and clasped his hands together, saying that Ajin is a conglomerate with revenues of more than 14 trillion won. Acquiring Ajin Motors, the parent company, means acquiring Ajin groups. He pictured the buildings of both companies in his head. The man opened his eyes in surprise and looked at the guy, asking him what he was going to do if he managed to get Ajin Motors. The main character with an emotionless face asked him what he would do. Oseo Hyun put his fist to his chin and replied that if you think rationally, you should close all 28 branches, throw away the unusable ones, evaluate and sell the scrap metal, and sell the good ones at cost. Jin Do-jun turned to face his uncle and asked if he would sell it at a higher price. Oseo Hyun replied that to the person who gives at least 1/10,000th note more. The main character thought that this was just the correct answer of a gambler. He began to sit on the chair and asked, if one does not think rationally, then what would he do? Oseo Hyun smiled, looking straight, and replied that he would try to save the company again, cut off the damaged part and apply some red medicine. Introduce nutrients. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes slightly and asked what he would do next. The man clenched his teeth and scratched the back of his head, thinking about the answer. He rested his elbow on the back of the sofa and replied that he was not sure that he would get his hands on a huge conglomerate and run it. He would like to, but it is beyond his strength. The main character leaned forward slightly and asked how about trying to get to this point first, and then calmly think about everything. Oseo Hyun closed his eyes and raised his palm, saying that the first thing to consider is that even if they rush into this takeover fight, the chances of them winning are slim. He would even say that there is no chance. Jin Do-jun crossed his arms and smiled slightly. He asked why he was suddenly so interested and whether playing with low odds scared him. The man leaned forward with his elbow on his knee and said that if his grandfather's 7% stake in Ajin Motors was in their hands, they could use it to look inside the company. Jin Do-jun asked what else he wanted to say. Oseo Hyun frowned and said that his grandfather was the chairman of Jin Young-kal. He imagined his face in his head. The main character made a thoughtful face, imagining the Sanyong Group building in his head. He understood that if he did not borrow the company's strength, it would be difficult. Oseo Hyun turned to him and said that the cost of acquiring Ajin Motors could be covered with his own money. But he himself knows that this is not a game that can be played only with bets. He said they needed power to guide judges, creditors, and politicians. The man asked if there was anyone other than Sun Yong who could resist the Daehan group. Jin Do-jun looked at him silently, pondering all his options. Oh Hyun looked at him as if with hope, waiting for his answer. The main character believed that these were the eyes of a child asking to buy a toy. He smiled softly and sighed, saying that he understood and they would assume that their uncle agreed too. Oh Hyun smiled nervously, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. 28 subsidiaries, more than 50,000 employees, sales volume of 14 trillion won. This is a huge bet where the winner takes all. A huge number of men and women dressed in black walked towards the glass doors of the building. Banknotes fell from the sky, and then splashes of scarlet blood appeared. This is a war where instead of bullets money will be shed, and instead of victims, tens of thousands of people may lose their livelihood. Soldiers in this war must maintain their composure, leaving the excitement behind. The lead bullet flew down while hundreds of people stood behind. Oh Hyun smiled, showing his snow-white teeth. He said that he will meet with Lee Hak-ye. Jin Do-jun looked at him and replied with a relaxed expression that he would meet with the chairman of the Sanyang group, Jin Young-kal. A smug grin appeared on Oh Hyun's face as he looked at Jin Do-jun. The main character frowned slightly and smiled, looking straight into his uncle's eyes. From the window there were views of a pretentious business center with multi-story skyscrapers. Jin Do-jun came to his grandfather's estate. He asked why he wasn't at the university. Jin Young-kal walked into the living room, where there was a marble floor, and said that even the director called him. The main character replied that his goal was admission, not graduation. He scratched the back of his head while holding the chocolate milk and said that up to this point he had only been learning, but now it was time to play a little. His grandfather sat down on the sofa and put his hands on the armrests. He accused his grandson of lying, and then said that he knew that instead of being at the university in the morning, he was going to Uido. Jin Do-jun realized that the contents of Kim Yoon-seok's assistant's report had reached his grandfather. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, replied that this was the game. The grandfather looked at him with a smile and said that he was told that the guy did not have enough days of attendance, so he had to donate some money through their Sanyang Scholarship Fund. He asked why his attendance fee was higher than his tuition. Jin Do-jun grinned and nodded his head, saying that scholarship donations are good. He planned to attend university for 6 or 7 years, but Jin Young-kal intervened. The guy's face became slightly irritated and tense. He thought about going on sabbatical after the first semester, because from the second half of this year to the first half of next year he will be busy. Jin Do-jun put his hand down with chocolate milk, and Grandpa asked him what he was doing all day in the Uido office. Jin Young-kal smiled and asked with a kind face if he was learning anything from the man named Oh Hyun. The main character smiled friendly and answered in the affirmative, saying that he was currently studying Ajin Motors. Jin Young-kal's face became shocked and he asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. Jin Do-jun maintained his composure and said that it looked like Ajin Motors would go bankrupt soon. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and asked why he thought that. The protagonist replied that first of all, the financial sector has changed, and Ajin Motors sales have decreased due to Yuseong Motors sales last year. He presented the bank building and Ajin, where lightning strikes, and how the indicators on the graph are decreasing. Jin Do-jun said that the liquidity of assets has dried up, which is why the Daehyun group began to choke them. Jin Young-kal put his hands together and placed it on his lap. He looked at his grandson and asked what would happen if they went bankrupt. The main character smiled and replied that someone would quickly snatch up the company, just like Grandpa recently bought Hando Steel. Jin Young-kal looked at him in surprise without saying anything. Then a smug smirk appeared on his face. He said it was an 80-mark answer. Jin Do-jun was taken aback and asked in frustration why not 100 points. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with a satisfied grin and said that if he guessed who was going to snatch the company, he would get 100 points. Jin Do-jun replied that no one knows this now. Grandfather was surprised and raised his eyebrows. He asked if the guy himself said that the Daehyun group began to choke Ajin Motors. The main character turned away from him and said that this has happened more than once when suddenly, instead of improving, the situation only gets worse and even a stable winner fails. He also added that it is difficult to be sure that the Daehyun group will take over Ajin Motors until it is in their hands. The grandfather crossed his arms over his chest and said that even if Ajin Motors was put up for sale, there would be no one to buy, because Jin Do-jun himself knows that the situation is now quite alarming. The main character asked if he was referring to the currency crisis that began in Southeast Asia. Jin Young-kal lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes slightly, answering in the affirmative. He said that they also need to take care of themselves. Several conglomerates have already fallen, so everyone is short of money, and if there is money, people are trying to save it. He stated that Ajin could only be bought by someone with the same purchasing power as Dihyun or Sunyong, and he had already spent his money. Jin Do-jun asked him with a calm face if there was anyone who could be hiding until now. He put his palms together and said that he meant himself. Jin Young-kal smiled, sighed softly, and said that maybe there is someone. Suddenly his grandson's last remark reached him, and his pupils shrank in shock. He asked his grandson in a trembling voice what he had just said. Jin Do-jun looked calm and maintained his composure. Jin Young-kal looked at him in silent shock. His eye pupils narrowed and he asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. Grandfather and grandson looked at each other silently for some time. Jin Do-jun began to worry. He understood that it would not be good if his grandfather became ill. The guy worriedly asked if he was okay. Jin Young-kal's face was still dazed and he looked dumbfounded. He tried to calm down and narrowed his eyes, asking his grandson to repeat what he had just said. The main character said with a cool look that he meant that he could absorb the Ajin group himself. Jin Young-kal grabbed the back of his head and bit his lower lip as his eyes began to roll back. Jin Do-jun got scared and jumped up from the sofa, anxiously asking if he should bring the heart medicine. Grandfather returned to normal. He raised his palm and replied that he was not weak enough to swallow pills. The main character scratched the back of his head and said with a guilty face that he was just very scared. Jin Young-kal put his fist under his head and asked if Jin Do-jun meant that he wanted to receive Ajin Motors as an admission gift, not a car. His grandson replied that he was going to take over the company with his own money. The grandfather frowned and narrowed his eyes, asking how much he thought Ajin was worth, since he said so. Jin Do-jun once again put on a cool face and asked how much grandfather would offer if he were going to absorb Ajin. Jin Young-kal became thoughtful and leaned forward, beginning to think out loud. Suddenly he realized something and raised his head. Grandfather began to laugh loudly, closing his eyes. The main character looked at him with an irritated grin, thinking that his grandfather understood the hidden meaning of his question. First, you need to listen to the opinion of another person. His grandfather taught him that this is a special privilege of the ruler. He continued to look at Jin Young-kal with a smirk on his face. Laughter brought a tear to the grandfather's eye. He said that actually he should be the one to speak first now, because he is still a head taller than him, and then asked if the guy hoped that this trick would work on him. Jin Do-jun suggested that he would offer 1.5 trillion won to start with. He leaned his elbows on his knees and said that they do not know all the variables, so they first need to analyze the state of Ajin Motors to know for sure. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and put his fist to his chin, repeating the words of his grandson. Jin Do-jun understood that the first amount he uttered was not all he had, but by calling it, he made it clear that he had much more money than 1.5 trillion. He imagined a mountain of stacks of 10,000 won bills. The main character understood that the grandfather was now worried about whether this amount was suitable, and did not show any reaction to his money. Jin Young-kal looked thoughtful and didn't say anything. Jin Do-jun told him that he didn't look surprised at all. Grandfather raised his gaze and looked at him. He grinned and asked if he was supposed to be surprised at how he got so much money, or if he wanted to hear praise. The main character lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said that the praise could be delayed. He rubbed the back of his head with his hand and replied that he now had more cash than the entire Sunyong group. He said he thought he would be surprised that one man had outspent the one in financial circles. A smirk appeared on Jin Young-kal's face. He pointed his finger at his grandson and said that he knew that the guy wanted to show off, but if he wants to get Ajin Motors, he should have much more than that. He was already surprised enough when he heard that his grandson was going to get Ajin. This statement caught Jin Do-jun's attention. Jin Young-kal smiled slyly as he looked at him and said that he was curious where he got that kind of money. But there was no need to satisfy his curiosity at the moment, because Ajin Motors was the priority right now. Jin Do-jun opened his eyes wide in surprise, realizing that curiosity is a strong temptation, but it is not a priority for his grandfather. Sunyong is a place where a huge number of people create something new every day. Their staff included accountants, diplomats, rescue services, and construction companies. Standing at the top, it is very important to prioritize solutions to the numerous problems they face. The main character realized that it is right to always put aside curiosity. He frowned and with a tense face asked what his grandfather thought the cost would be. He believed that if this was the case, then he, too, should ask only the necessary questions, and not satisfy his own interest. Jin Young-kal confidently crossed his arms over his chest with a determined face and replied that he did not know. This answer made Jin Do-jun taken aback and confused. His grandfather lowered his head and sighed. He said that he had no intention of acquiring the company, so he did not learn anything about it. 6 years ago he had all the information, but now there must be a lot of differences. There was an awkward silence in the living room between the grandfather and grandson, who then asked if he would help him. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes and with an emotionless face asked him to let him think. He asked why his grandson wanted to take over Ajin Motors and whether it would really help Sun-young when he succeeded. Jin Do-jun lowered his eyelids and looked at him silently. The bright light fell directly on the figure of Jin Young-kal, who was sitting thoughtfully in his chair. The main character was interested in what this person was thinking about and from what side. From the grandfather's side who loves his grandson dearly, or from the chairman's side who gives priority to the Sun-young group he built. Jin Do-jun's pupils shrank and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Jin Young-kal tapped his hand with his finger. He began to say his plan. Jin Do-jun looked at him in surprise. A worried smile appeared on his face. He thought about whether his grandfather would refuse to help. Jin Young-kal looked at him sternly and said that if his grandson, the owner of Ajin Motors, and he, his grandfather, as the owner of Sun-young Motors, go through a merger and combine the two companies into one. The main character leaned over and looked at him in surprise. He realized that his grandfather had grasped his plan. That Ajin Motors was just a stepping stone to the takeover of Sun-young Motors. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek. Jin Young-kal looked at him slightly creepily and said that he would like to hear his opinion on the possible merger. Jin Do-jun smiled awkwardly and asked why he thought he was planning a merger. The grandfather was slightly surprised and asked if he could save Ajin Motors on his own if the merger was not carried out. He stated that he would be crushed by Dihun within a year, after which he asked whether he could still manage the company properly. The main character smiled softly and replied that he should not worry about management, because he has someone to trust with it. Jin Young-kal raised his eyebrows and asked if this was true. He looked at the ceiling, rubbing his chin, asking if the merger could be cancelled if he had the strength to lead the company. Jin Do-jun smiled smugly and told him not to be too confident. The grandfather reproached him for being arrogant again. Jin Young-kal moved his index finger left and right, saying that you can always find a proposal that suits everyone. He imagined a scale with 2 pans in his head and said that if the conditions are not right, you just need to adjust everything. Grandfather smiled smugly and asked Jin Do-jun to tell him what the percentage of the merger possibility was and how much he still had to put on the scale. The main character was silent for a while in thought, but then answered that 1 2/10. Jin Young-kal got a little angry and annoyedly called his grandson an impudent person. The main character began to explain with an awkward face that considering the market share, brand value, ability to develop new cars and so on, Sun-young Motors is now no more than 20% of Ajin Motors. He lowered his eyebrows tensely and clasped his palms together, asking his grandfather if he knew that this was the opinion of car experts, not his. Jin Young-kal opened one eye and asked if he thought he was asking because he didn't know. He said this is specific to the automotive part, but there is also hidden value. Grandfather asked if the stock price indicated this. The share price of Sun-young Motors is more than twice the share price of Ajin Motors. The reason is that the shares of Sun-young Group's subsidiaries are owned by Sun-young Motors. He imagined that the green building of Sun-young Motors is twice as tall as the building of Ajin Motors. The main character realized that the moment he took control of Sun-young Motors, he would be able to control the Sun-young Group. That is why he needs this company so much. Jin Do-jun's face was very serious, all his facial muscles were tense. He turned to his grandfather and asked him if he planned to put this hidden value on the scale as well. The main character frowned and pursed his lips. Jin Young-kal grinned mischievously and chuckled quietly, answering that it was up to him. The guy revealed many of his secrets, one of which is to master the Sun-young Group. Jin Do-jun and Jin Young-kal looked at each other without saying a word. The main character understood that the grandfather at that time showed his hidden desire to unite the companies. Jin Young-kal had a condescending smile on his face. Jin Do-jun smiled slightly tensely. It wasn't the answer he wanted to hear, but it was enough for now. Grandfather decided to break the silence and asked to be allowed to satisfy his curiosity. He put his hands on the armrests of the chair and asked where he got such huge money, exceeding the capital of the Sun-young Group. The main character clasped his hands together, sitting on the edge of the sofa, and replied that the funds from the sale of the land were invested in a foreign company, but the share price skyrocketed, and that's where the money came from. Jin Young-kal grinned, covering his mouth with his fist, and replied that judging by the fact that the stock price increased 100 times, Oseo Hyun has good instincts. Jin Do-jun replied that he was just lucky. The grandfather put his head on his fist and asked where his grandson fit into fantasy investments. The grandson turned his head to him and replied that he was the largest shareholder. He owned 98% of all shares. This figure made the grandfather taken aback, because he did not expect this. His face became worried and he asked who Oseo Hyun was then. Jin Do-jun replied that he was the CEO. He smiled faintly and asked how many such professional managers his grandfather had. Jin Young-kal's eyebrows rose and his eyes opened wide. Silence fell again between grandfather and grandson. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with a cool face and asked if the grandson knew his grandfather's money was kept in his company. Jin Do-jun turned his head towards him and asked if he was talking about the 100 billion he had previously entrusted. The guy replied that he also made good money from this money, and was even thinking of returning it to them with interest on the investment if they gave him 7% of the shares of Ajin Motors. Jin Young-kal grinned and chuckled at what he heard. He looked at his grandson and said that a member of his family dare not cheat him out of money. The main character put his fist to his lips and replied that he expected his grandfather to simply give it as a gift for his performance. Jin Young-kal called his name. Jin Do-jun's gaze was relaxed. The grandfather put on a serious face and said that if his grandson wants an island worth 100 billion won as a gift, he will buy it, and if he asks for a private jet, he will have it. However, he cannot give money so easily. Jin Do-jun remained silent meaningfully as he thought about his words. He said that if you have money, you can get whatever you want. Grandfather smiled and nodded to him. He narrowed his eyes, maintaining a sly grin, and replied that was exactly how it was. He told him that if his subordinates did good work in the future, he should reward them, but not with money. For example, you can take them to a karaoke bar and buy millions of won worth of alcohol. He imagined many employees sitting in a separate room having fun. On the table were expensive brands of alcohol such as vodka, beer, and soju. Jin Young-kal said that this is to make the drinker think that he is paying for this drink with hard-earned money. The main character smiled and said that it was torture by hope. That is, giving them hope that if he does his job well, they will get paid for drinking. Jin Young-kal grinned, his face reflected in the glass. Jin Do-jun had gone through something like this before. He remembered the bright neon signs of the bar districts. In his previous life, he was praised for his good work and was allowed to spend millions of won on booze per night. He stood in the dim purple hallway, holding a gold credit card. He didn't even know how many times he thought how nice it would be if they gave money instead of alcohol. The gold credit card the protagonist was holding had the Sanyang logo on it. Grandfather called him by name. Jin Do-jun looked away from his memories and asked what was the matter. Jin Young-kal put his fist under his head and told him not to reveal himself to anyone until he gets Ajin Motors, to hide carefully, and only let Oseo Hyun be in plain sight. The main character lowered his eyelids slightly and replied that was what he was going to do. His grandfather smirked as he looked at his grandson and said that even Lee Hak-hee wouldn't know. Jin Do-jun smiled back at him. They sat in silence. The sunset began outside and the sky turned orange. Jin Young-kal leaned forward and clasped his palms together, addressing Jin Do-jun. He smiled softly, lowering his eyebrows, and asked how much wealth he had in total and approximately how much he would have left if he received Ajin Motors. The main character grinned and let out a strangled laugh. He said that you shouldn't go into someone else's wallet so directly, but if they suddenly needed money, he would lend it to them. This statement made Jin Young-kal taken aback. An awkward silence hung in the room again, and no one dared to interrupt it. Suddenly, Jin Young-kal suddenly stood up from his chair, which made Jin Do-jun even scared. His grandfather's face was ominous and very stern. The guy's pupils shrank and he bit his lower lip, thinking that he had gone too far. Jin Young-kal slowly walked towards his grandson and stood in front of him. He firmly placed his hand on the guy's shoulder. After that, he smiled softly and praised his baby for his excellent job, saying that he had grown up completely. The main character looked at him with a confused and puzzled look. After some time in the mansion, Jin Young-kal told a subordinate to select a few smart guys who would look at Ajin Motors' accounting books under a microscope immediately after the meeting. Lee Hak-hee stood near the chairman's desk. He answered that he had already prepared everything, and at the extraordinary meeting of shareholders, the Daehan Group would definitely send their person. They will also take measures to counter this. Jin Young-kal frowned, looking down thoughtfully. He took out a sheet of documents from a black folder. He crossed his arms over his chest as the company employees sat in front of him. The chairman said that just like 6 years ago, he needs them to try again and collect data about Ajin Motors. An employee with a short black haircut was surprised and asked if the chairman was planning to take over Ajin Motors. Another bespectacled employee with slicked back hair said their company didn't have enough money to do so. He started saying something about the delay in payment for the takeover, but Jin Young-kal firmly interrupted him and with his eyes closed said that they would simply stop the Daehyun group from doing this. The company employees were surprised by this statement and began to think about it. A man with short brown hair turned to the chairman and asked who would then take over Ajin Motors if they did this, and would it be Woosung Motors? The black-haired man with golden glasses told him that Woosung Motors has a lot of US capital, so he doesn't think it's possible. Jin Young-kal's lips twitched and he clicked in displeasure. He got angry and loudly asked his subordinates if they thought he didn't know this. He ordered them to stop their useless talk and concentrate on what he had assigned them to do. The chairman gave them a period of 1 week. The employees humbly lowered their heads and had no choice but to obey him. They began to gradually leave the office, discussing something along the way. Jin Young-kal gritted his teeth in irritation and ordered Lee Hak-yi to ask the chairman of Ajin Motors for a meeting. They will drink a bottle of Maxioli, because he has something to tell him. Lee Hak-yi lowered his head and humbly said that he understood everything. Jin Young-kal looked at him sternly and ordered him to tell the chairman of Ajin Motors that he would come to him himself. This shocked Lee Hak-yi because the chairman of Sunyong, who never acted for the sake of others, was going to visit the chairman of Ajin Motors himself. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest with a cool face. His subordinate was interested in what they would talk about. The sun was shining off the glass office. There was not a cloud in the sky. Oseo Hyun was sitting at his desk and asked Jin Do-jun if the conversation with his grandfather went well. The guy inserted a straw into the chocolate milk and answered in the affirmative, saying that Grandpa would give them full support. He told Oseo Hyun that he could take over the shares and meet with the officials immediately. The man looked a little surprised and said that it sounded like he wouldn't take part in it. Jin Do-jun smiled, brought chocolate milk to his face, and said that it would look funny, because for others he is a child and there is no trust in him. Oseo Hyun crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, asking if there were other reasons. The main character began to drink the sweet drink and replied that there are always many eyes on Keeball families. He remembered the faces of his family members and realized that there were many enemies and ill-wishers within the family. Oseo Hyun looked at him thoughtfully without saying anything. After some time he agreed. The man scratched his cheek and said that if Jin Do-jun showed up to everyone, then everyone with a brain would think it was his grandfather's money. The main character looked at his uncle and said that they have little time now. They must finish everything before the final bankruptcy of Ajin Motors. Oseo Hyun said that he has also trained all of their company's accountants to check the data that has already been published. The man began to enthusiastically sort through the documents. Jin Do-jun noticed that he was more excited than usual. He smiled faintly and let out a quiet laugh. In fact, the guy is also restless, but the trillions of dollars he earned are enough to live like an emperor. He presented a mountain of bundles of money, on which a historical figure was depicted. However, the nightmare that he dreams every night constrains him. He dreams of the day when in a past life a gun was pointed at him. The barrel of the gun seemed so realistic, as if it were all real. A loud shot sounded. Jin Do-jun jumped out of bed, screaming in horror. His face was covered in cold sweat. In fact, he does this not only because of nightmares. He lowered his head and tried to catch his breath. There was a glass and a decanter of water on his bedside table. Unlike the past him, who always dreamed of a life where, in pursuit of pleasure, he dreamed of money, like a source that never dries up, the present one craves more for a life in which he furiously wins every hour. He turned on the lamp and stood up to drink some water. He placed his sweaty palms on the table, thinking that he would achieve such a life by destroying his enemies one by one and building his own empire. Jin Do-jun bowed his head, sweat dripping from his face. He imagined Yun Hyun-yu walking along a rocky mountain towards a cliff. Yun Hyun-yu stood near the cliff while boulders and cobblestones floated in the air. He wanted to see the end of it all, even if the end is just futility. He furrowed his brows, his short bangs blowing in the wind. Oseo Hyun asked Jin Do-jun what he was thinking about so much that he became quiet. The main character immediately looked away from his thoughts and raised his head. The man looked at him questioningly, waiting for an answer. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and turned away, saying that he remembered some of his grandfather's words. Jin Do-jun told Oseo Hyun that once he receives the shares, he should give his grandfather's 100 billion won fund back. The man was taken aback and asked why give everything if you can give half. The main character put his hands in his pants pocket and got up from the sofa. He apologized and said that he made a promise, so nothing can be done. His grandfather told him that he would do his best to help, so there was no choice. Oseo Hyun tilted his head to the side and asked the guy if he told his grandfather that he was the main shareholder of Fantasy Investment. Jin Do-jun responded affirmatively and said that if he didn't tell, he wouldn't be able to ask for help. Modern skyscrapers could be seen through the bluish window. Oseo Hyun turned his head to the guy and asked if his grandfather asked him to give all the money back, despite the fact that Jin Do-jun is the main shareholder of Fantasy Investment. He also wondered if this was a good opportunity to legally inherit 50 billion won. The main character walked to the window and said that if his grandfather had been the person to hand over the secret fund in this way, the Sunyong Group would have long been in the hands of his eldest uncle. Oseo Hyun put his hands behind his head and called his family a den of snakes where everyone is greedy. Jin Do-jun grinned while looking out the window and agreed with him. He said that among this poisonous family, he must stay alive. Oseo Hyun narrowed his eyes slightly and silently looked at the guy's back. There was a commotion in Dehyun's office. Ju Yeonil shouted why his employees were so calm when an inspection was coming. One of his subordinates fearfully said that it is not so easy to get a summons with only indirect evidence. Ju Yeonil pointed his finger at him and shouted that this was a witness subpoena, and then asked what was so difficult about it. His employee replied with a tense expression that it was not difficult for an ordinary person, but for a valuable person, and the Supreme Prosecutor's Office had issued an order to be careful. Ju Yeonil was very angry and unhappy with the situation. He asked why the press was putting so little pressure on him and whether he was talking about pushing as if it were a celebrity drug scandal. His employees lowered their gaze guiltily without answering. A man in dark glasses turned to the chairman and said that it seemed like someone was helping Ajin Motors with his patronage, because every newspaper published an article, but all the articles looked weak and clumsy. The short-haired man turned to him and agreed, then said that Ju Yeonil is well aware of the influence Hansung Daily has. The chairman approached him and asked if Hansung Daily had written about this and said they would cover corporate advertising. The employee replied that they talked about it, but did not write a single line. Ju Yeonil sat down on his chair and asked if the rumors about Sunyong and Hansung's marriage were true. One of the employees replied that this seems to be true, and if they take over Ajin Motors, Sunyong will suffer the most damage. Ju Yeonil was furious. He bit his lower lip in anger and began to swear. He frowned, squinting his eyes, and asked if Jin Yong-kol was willing to sell his own grandson to stop the agitation. According to the president of Dehyun Motors, Ajin Motors was the subject of a bankruptcy deferment agreement adopted on April 21, 1997 under the leadership of the government to prevent a series of bankruptcies of insolvent companies. The company's two office buildings stood next to each other. There were a lot of papers and documents on the table. To do this, Ajin Motors provided a memorandum of waiver of management rights, a union agreement on wages and staff reductions, as well as a written agreement to close the management of the fund. During the 2-month grace period of bankruptcy, Ajin Motors began to steal hidden bribery funds. There were many bundles of money on the table. The secret mastermind behind all this was Ajin's chairman named Sun Hyun-jae, a middle-aged man with glasses, Fantasy Investments Oseo Hyun, and Jin Yong-kol, the chairman of Sunyong. Another meeting was taking place at the Jin Yong-kol house. He smiled softly and told Oseo Hyun that he had heard a lot about him. Jin Yong-kol asked him if he had increased Jin Do-jun's capital 100-fold. Zihai was slightly tense. He looked at Jin Do-jun and realized that the guy did not tell his grandfather everything, because it was not he who increased the capital, and not by 100, but many times more. The man turned to Jin Yong-kol and said that he was just lucky. He was always relieved when he managed to save the original amount. They were sitting in a room with expensive gilded furniture. Grandpa crossed his arms and said that Oseo Hyun was very humble, and he kept thinking how nice it would be if Oseo Hyun used his abilities to work for him. The man replied that Jin Yong-kol flatters him. The chairman took out a folder with documents and said that he heard that this money could still be saved. Oseo Hyun turned to him and answered in the affirmative. There were 270 billion in total. He said that once the deferment agreement expires, the legal rules will come into force, so the money needs to be extracted before then. But if this becomes known, not only the chairman of Ajin Motors, but also many other executives will not be able to escape arrest. Jin Yong-kol took out a document from the folder with a silent smile. He turned to Oseo Hyun and asked if they were asking him to launder money. The man looked at him slightly surprised. His face became guilty. He apologized, and then answered in the affirmative. Jin Yong-kol thoughtfully read the document to the end. Jin Do-jun turned to him and spoke his mind. He believed that this money should be used as a pension fund for the executives of Ajin Motors. His grandfather put the document in a folder and grinned. He asked why his grandson should worry about their old age and who they even were. He said that they must have all prepared themselves for their old age. Jin Yong-kol handed Oseo Hyun a folder and suggested investing the money in fantasy in America. The man was surprised and asked if he wanted to invest all the money there. Jin Young-kal smiled contentedly and answered affirmatively. He asked what would happen if everything was reinvested in Ajin Motors. He believed that there would be no problem if they simply paid this money in the form of a salary, bonus, or special incentive to the people who wanted to get it. Oseo Hyun opened his mouth in surprise, not knowing what to even answer. He understood that this was the most legal way, but what salary or bonus would need to be set in order to spend all 270 billion? His pupils shrank, and he thought that this was too unrealistic. The main character looked at his amazed face. He turned his calm gaze to his grandfather and thought that he had already found a way not to share this money. Oseo Hyun put his hands on his knees and suggested that people would want the amount as a lump sum. Most of them would have to resign and leave, so they would ask for a share. Jin Young-kal asked why give money in advance when you can come up with various excuses to delay paying the money that should be given. These words caused Oseo Hyun to become confused and let out a questioning cry. The chairman threw the folder on the coffee table and said that if he gave the money in advance, then from that moment on he would become a stranger to them. He introduced the Ajin building and many hostile people. Grandfather said that perhaps they would even join the enemy and attack, because in their eyes, the villain who stole Ajin Motors would be Oseo Hyun. These words made the man feel horror. Jin Do-jun's face was emotionless. He lowered his eyelids and didn't say anything. Oseo Hyun, who only dealt with numbers, must have never really seen the cowardly side of a person who runs from side to side. His face looked confused and tense. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms over his chest and said that money is a carrot and a stick, so he needs to wait. And as soon as he manages to tame people, let him feed them a little money. A creepy and sinister smile appeared on his face. He said that as soon as they find out that all 270 billion will be reinvested in Ajin Motors, they will even lick his toes. Oseo Hyun's eyes opened wide and his pupils constricted. Jin Do-jun picked up a glass of hot drink. He needs to show Oseo Hyun a little more of his grandfather's true colors because they will see each other more often in the future. He turned to his grandfather and asked if that was the only reason. The main character stated that he was not really going to give this money away. Jin Young-kal looked at him in surprise and asked again. He smiled widely and coughed softly. The grandfather suddenly burst into laughter and asked if Jin Do-jun made him a money-hungry and unscrupulous old man. Oseo Hyun was completely confused. He no longer understood much. Jin Young-kal turned to him with his arms crossed and asked if he was really going to give away all this money or just wanted to show off the money. The man suddenly raised his head and replied that if it were possible not to give the money, he would not. Jin Young-kal had a smug grin on his face and said that there is no person in the world who would give away money that he could safely keep for himself. Grandfather looked at Oseo Hyun and ordered him to convince Chairman Sun Hyun Jang that this is the best way, and he will already take care of the hidden money of Ajin Motors and wash it clean before entering the legal rights, and then put it in fantasy. Oseo Hyun stood up from the sofa and bowed, thanking the chairman. Jin Young-kal raised his palm and said that there is no need to thank him. This is all for the sake of his offspring. Jin Do-jun started to get up from the sofa and said that if they were finished, he would go. His grandfather asked him to stay late because he had something to say. The main character sat down on the sofa and was surprised. Oseo Hyun bowed deeply and said that he would go first then. He took his bag and left the room. Jin Young-kal said he heard that his grandson had applied for a leave of absence. The main character looked confused. It wasn't a secret, but the guy didn't expect him to find out so quickly. Jin Do-jun only applied this morning and came here immediately. He smiled awkwardly and told his grandfather that he had applied today. Jin Young-kal frowned with displeasure and sternly asked why. The main character tried to calm down and asked if the grandfather already knew everything. He replied that there was a big deal coming up, so he did not have time to attend the university. Jin Young-kal asked if anyone was forcing him to attend diligently. He said that it was enough to just check in occasionally, and he withdrew his application. Behind him was a staircase leading to bookshelves. Jin Do-jun's face was worried. He tried to argue with his grandfather, but he ordered him to do as he says. Jin Young-kal said with a calm face that he knew what his grandson was already worried about. This surprised the main character. His pupils narrowed, and he fell into a stupor. The grandfather asked if the guy wanted to avoid the eyes of his relatives while maintaining his status as a university student. Jin Do-jun's eyes opened wide. He didn't even know what to answer. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He said that in any case, sooner or later he will have to face this. He can't delay it any longer. And if it comes to a fight, then he needs to fight. And if it's towards an alliance, he needs to extend his hand. Jin Do-jun was taken aback, and he looked at him with a dazed look. His grandfather said that when the time comes, being a student might even be a disadvantage. The main character frowned and narrowed his eyes, asking why, since it was the grandfather who held the handle of the knife. Jin Young-kal was slightly offended and sighed softly. He leaned over to his grandson and asked if Sunyang Group was his local supermarket, and besides, his knife couldn't reach many places. Grandfather imagined the faces of Lee Hak-yi and the rest of his relatives in front of the Sunyang office. He said that if several important branch presidents raised their hands for his uncle, the Sunyang Group would split into two that same day. The main character with a slightly hostile face realized that he was right. He pictured silhouettes of men in sharp suits and thought that when the company's succession process officially began, Sunyang executives would see him as a child with a university student ID. The beginning of the inheritance process will mean that the grandfather has passed away. He introduced the sinister face of Lee Hak-yi. At that moment, power will pass not to the child, that is, to Jin Do-jun, but to his uncle. The main character bowed low to his grandfather and said that he understood everything and would do it as he wanted. He raised his head, a sly smile on his face, and his hand was clenched into a fist. Jin Do-jun knew that his grandfather's soul was definitely leaning towards him. The guy got into the green car, which started moving. The main character started to buckle up and ordered Kim Yoon-seok to go to Uedo. The assistant listened to him. They drove past glass skyscrapers, which reflected the clouds floating in the sky. Kim Yoon-seok looked at the rearview mirror slightly worried. Jin Do-jun was reflected in the mirror. The assistant said that he would like to tell him something. The main character agreed to listen to him. Kim Yoon-seok was keeping a close eye on the road and said that he might be wrong, but lately he feels like someone is following them. Jin Do-jun was slightly surprised and tense. He looked at the driver and asked when it started. Kim Yoon-seok replied that he didn't know for sure, but it had only been a few days since he noticed the surveillance. A white sedan was driving behind their car. Jin Do-jun asked to tell him everything he knew. Kim Yoon-seok replied that he did not see the people, but this car is constantly following them, and perhaps they only need a route. The main character frowned without answering. He remembered that Kim Yoon-seok's assistant had clearly said that he worked in the reception hall. He could not have received special training to detect surveillance. Jin Do-jun didn't understand how he managed to notice. Kim Yoon-seok glanced at the rearview mirror again. He turned to Jin Do-jun and said that team leader Shim had warned him that there had been a lot of surveillance going on lately. The puzzled protagonist asked who the commander of the Shim group was. A drop of sweat appeared on Kim Yoon-seok's face as he replied that he was the commander of the first strategic group. They were driving along a busy highway. The main character asked if they could be reporters. The assistant replied that reporters had not been following since the morning. Jin Do-jun looked out the window thoughtfully and wondered if his uncle could have assigned someone to him. Kim Yoon-seok looked at his passenger with concern. He said the commander of the Shim group is currently trying to find out who it is. Jin Do-jun stopped looking out the window and turned his gaze to the driver. Kim Yoon-seok looked out the back window and said that car was still following them. He offered to check if the guy was in no hurry. The main character grinned and sighed, offering to go for a ride. The assistant's face became serious. He focused on the road and asked the passenger to buckle up, because he would speed up a little. He pressed the gas pedal hard, pushing it to the floor. While on the bridge, their car suddenly rushed forward at high speed. They got quite far away from the pursuer's car. The projector was shining brightly in a dark room. Two images appeared on the screen. The first was Jin Sang-gi. He had tan skin and short hair. The second was Jin Yoon-gi, Jin Do-jun's father. Someone said that you shouldn't worry too much about them, because one hangs around the older one and wags his tail like a dog, and the second is focused on making films and doesn't care about the company. Sitting in the room was a middle-aged man with black hair and glasses. It was Hong, and a woman with short hair in a tweed suit named So-young was sitting next to him. Hong rubbed his forehead and asked the other person if he wanted to say that the problem was Jin Dong-gi. The interlocutor answered affirmatively and said that in terms of success he was doing well. Jin Dong-gi had a thin face and narrow eyes. The presenter of the conference said that it was he who raised heavy chemistry to the top of the country's industry, and the reputation of the managers and employees of the branches under him was also good. The screen showed Jin Young-kal's complete family tree, and the host said that although Jin Dong-gi lags behind in the ranking of heirs, he has the excellent reputation of his subordinates. Someone agreed with him and said that if this continues, it is very likely that Jin Dong-gi will take over the chemical and heavy industries. Hong looked at the screen and asked what about Jin So-yun's only daughter. The man in the white shirt replied that she was quite greedy and wanted a lot. but she lacked the ability, so she would most likely take over the department store, golf courses, hotel, and cultural foundations. So Young immediately shouted in displeasure, asking who would allow this to be done. Hong crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure and ordered her to remain quiet. So Young gritted her teeth angrily as Hong asked the host to continue. Standing in the light of the projector, the man said that when he began his investigation, he discovered an unexpected competitor. An image of Jin Do-jun appeared on the screen. The man said that this was the grandson of Jin Yang-kal. Hong frowned and asked if he was the youngest grandson. He was told that Jin Do-jun is the second son of the fourth son of the chairman. Hong looked at the host and asked if Jin Do-jun was a nerd studying law at Seoul University. The man told him that the days the guy visited could be counted on one hand, but he goes to Uedo almost every day, and also often visits the house of the chairman of Jin Yang-kal. Hong opened one eye slightly, put his hand to his chin, and asked about Uedo. The man in the white shirt looked at the folder with documents and replied that the guy may have a close relationship with Fantasy Investments, a foreign investment company. The man also found out that he has quite a large fortune. Hong was interested in this information, so he asked how much. So Young was sitting next to him. The man replied that Jin Do-jun owns tens of billions to hundreds of billions of won. Hong and So Young's faces became surprised. The bespectacled man opened his mouth slightly and his pupils shrank in shock. He asked whether the chairman of Jin Yang-kal had really entrusted such a large sum to the young guy. So Young's face showed great surprise. Her eyebrows were raised and her eyes were wide open. The man said that it was indeed a gift from the chairman, but it was so simple. 10 years ago, Jin Yang-kal donated land to Jin Do-jun for horse pasture, but later the site ended up in the program of the new city of Budang. Those present looked at the speaker with amazed faces. Land worth tens of millions jumped in price to tens of billions. Hong frowned and clenched his teeth, expressing dissatisfaction. Jin Do-jun then entrusted this money to Fantasy Investments. Photos of Jin Yoon-gi, Oh Seo-hyun, and Jin appeared on the screen. Oh Seo-hyun, the CEO of this investment company, was a classmate of the protagonist's father while he was studying abroad. Hong crossed his arms and said that from everything that was said, we can conclude that he is just an incredibly lucky child. The man in the white shirt looked at him and said that Jin Do-jun is the only grandson who visits the chairman's office, and during the holidays he generally lived in his house, which means there is a special attachment. Hong gloomily and suspiciously repeated his words about special affection. So Young clenched her hand into a fist and shouted furiously that she heard that even Jin Young-jun had a hard time getting in there. This is an unusual office, but essentially the control bathhouse of the Sanyang group. So Young frowned and bared her teeth. She was annoyed that the chairman was receiving the rest of the grandchildren in the living room. But Jin Do-jun was allowed to be in the office, which meant that he was allowed to meet alone with the chairman of the Sanyang group in his own office. The man in the white shirt looked at Hong and confirmed So Young's words. He said that even Vice Chairman Jin Yong-kai is not allowed to do this, as far as we know. He is always present there with Chief Secretary Lee Hak-yi. Until now, he was the only person who could be alone with Chairman Jin Yang-kal at any time. Hong listened to this with a very cold face. He turned to his granddaughter So Young, who was sitting next to him. The man turned to her and told her to ask her fiancé to check Jin Do-jun's position in the family. She agreed. Hong put his hands on the armrests and said that there will be no other chance until Chairman Jin Yang-kal puts everything in the hands of Jin Young-jun. There is no need to relax. So Young frowned without saying anything, but she agreed with her grandfather. Supermarket parking. There were a lot of people shopping and there were a lot of different cafes outside. Jin Do-jun sat on the bench and drank a drink. He asked Kim Yoon-seok if he was convinced of the persecution. The assistant stood next to him, holding a glass in his hands. He answered in the affirmative and pointed to a white car in the parking lot, saying that it was the same car that he saw at the chairman's house. The driver also did not come out of there. The main character closed his eyes and took a sip. He reflected that since they hired a person to keep an eye on him, it was most likely someone powerful from the family, most likely an uncle. He suggested that the takeover of Sanyang was expected to begin soon. Jin Do-jun looked at his assistant Kim Yoon-seok. Then, the guy reached into the inner pocket of his beige jacket. He took out an envelope from there, which he handed to Kim Yoon-seok, and told him to use it as needed. The assistant opened the envelope and saw a wad of money containing 10,000 won bills. He immediately fussed and became embarrassed, asking about the necessity. The main character took a sip of coffee and said that he could use the money as he wanted. Kim Yoon-seok looked very confused. He didn't understand why Jin Do-jun did this. The main character crossed one leg over the other and told him that you can find as many people as you like who will do only what they are told. Among them, there are many with good education and brains who are queuing up to join Sun Yang. Kim Yoon-seok frowned and his pupils shrank. He looked at his reflection in the drink when Jin Do-jun asked him if he had ever decided anything on his own after coming to Sun Yang. They were near the entrance to the supermarket. The main character took a sip of coffee. He said that he wants Kim Yoon-seok to become such a person, and his first choice would be what he would do. He suggested that he first choose his occupation, and then the people necessary for it. The assistant looked at the stack of money again, and Jin Do-jun told him that this money was a tool to win the favor of those who needed it. The main character stood up and threw the empty, crumpled glass into the trash. He turned to Kim Yoon-seok with a smile and offered to go. The assistant looked at him slightly lost. He quickly put the envelope with the money in his jacket pocket and agreed. Fantasy Investment Office. The sky was clear and the air was warm. The secretary entered O.C.O. Hyun's office and said that a guest had come to see the director. O.C.O. Hyun sat in a chair with his palms folded. He asked the girl who had come that made her so worried. Jin Do-jun was sitting next to him on the sofa. The secretary clasped her hands together and replied that the chairman of the Daehyun group had arrived. This made the man taken aback. She and Jin Do-jun looked at each other with surprised faces. O.C.O. Hyun told the girl to ask the chairman to wait a little. The secretary fussed a little, but obeyed his order. The main character turned to O.C.O. Hyun and said that he would be in the conference room next door. He asked him to turn on the intercom so he could listen to what they were talking about. O.C.O. Hyun hurriedly stood up and began adjusting his jacket. He agreed with the guy and said that it would be bad if he saw his face, because he had already appeared on TV. Jin Do-jun pulled the hood of his beige sweatshirt over his head. Before leaving the office, he finally turned and smiled at O.C.O. Hyun. The man smiled back at him, trying to calm down. The main character left the office, closing the door behind him. Ju Yeon-il and his assistants were walking towards him in the corridor. Jin Do-jun was able to hide his face as he walked past Chairman Daehyun. Ju Yeon-il turned to look at him with a sullen face. He entered the director's office and O.C.O. Hyun bowed low to him, greeting him. Chairman Ju Yeon-il extended his wrinkled hand to him. Behind him stood a young assistant in a formal suit, and the chairman himself was dressed in a gray cloak and hat. He thanked O.C.O. Hyun for welcoming the unexpected guest so warmly and he hoped he didn't disturb him. O.C.O. Hyun shook his hand with both hands and said that there is no place in Korea where he would be treated like an intruder, so he need not worry. He showed him the chairs and sofas, saying that it was a little simple here, but suggested that he sit down. Ju Yeon-il let out a quiet laugh and smiled. He took off his hat and sat on the sofa, asking how a company claiming to be Ajin Motors could be simple. He added that it was very modest. O.C.O. Hyun's face became embarrassed and even slightly confused. He frowned and pursed his lips, realizing that there was no reason to humiliate himself, because they were now sitting at the same table. The man sat down on the chair, looked at Ju Yeon-il, and asked if this means that rumors spread quickly or if the Daehyun group has strong information connections. Chairman Daehyun frowned as he looked into the man's eyes and thought that even if this rumor was true, he thought O.C.O. Hyun would try to hide it. But he is so confident. Although, omitting the formalities, Ju Yeon-il has become much easier and simpler. He turned to his young assistant and ordered him to leave, for they needed to talk in private. The assistant obeyed him. He took his leave and then left the office. O.C.O. Hyun crossed his arms over his chest and said that if a man does not hide, the conversation will go faster, after which he promised to be honest. He asked O.C.O. Hyun what he wanted. O.C.O. Hyun answered with a confident face that he wanted to take over Ajin Motors. The chairman of the Daehyun group looked at him slightly arrogantly and asked if he didn't have an investment company whose job was to invest and reap. He asked him to just say how much he wanted and they could avoid a useless fight. O.C.O. Hyun frowned sullenly and narrowed his eyes, asking if he wanted to say that he was willing to pay for his way out of this fight. Ju Yeon-il grinned and lowered his thin eyebrows. He answered in the affirmative and said that a struggle in which prices are raised for no reason is simply onerous. He asked if this was a good chance. O.C.O. Hyun leaned forward slightly and said that he thought Ju Yeon-il had misunderstood everything. He said that their investors also have enough money and now they want to have fun. O.C.O. Hyun had a smug grin on his face and added that they were all car enthusiasts, so they were only interested in car manufacturers. This angered Ju Yeon-il so much that a vein bulged on his forehead. He thought that they were going to buy an entire company just because someone liked to have fun. He figured that the man was not going to negotiate if he was talking such nonsense. He decided to go on the attack and looked at O.C.O. Hyun. He asked whether they would have nothing to defend themselves against if one small article appeared on the outflow of national wealth at the expense of foreign speculative capital. Oseo Hyun tensed as soon as he heard about this. Ju Yonil smiled evilly, showing his white teeth, and said that the Korean sense of patriotism is unparalleled. Oseo Hyun had a smug grin on his face and replied that by looking at the bidding price, all Koreans would understand who is more patriotic. Ju Yonil immediately became confused, his face frowning. There was an intercom on the table through which Jin Do-jun listened to the conversation. There was an awkward silence between the director and the chairman. Ju Yonil turned to Oseo Hyun with a contemptuous face and asked again what he wanted. The man turned his head towards him and told him to plug all the gaps with government funds and compete only on acquisition price. He asked if this was mutually beneficial. He smiled, showing his snow-white teeth, and said that no matter who wins, the damage will be small. Ju Yonil frowned and opened his mouth slightly. He asked if they could merge, negotiate terms for debt relief, and compete solely on the price of purchasing the company. Oseo Hyun looked at him with a serious face and answered in the affirmative. They sat in silence for a while, looking at each other. Oseo Hyun raised the corners of his lips and raised his hand, saying that since the chairman was the first to suggest a shortcut, he is offering it to him, because wrestling becomes a sport once the rules are established. He asked if this would really be a worthy confrontation. Ju Yonil looked at him suspiciously. He chuckled and stood up from the couch, calling him a funny guy. The chairman said it had been a long time since he took the standoff seriously. Oseo Hyun didn't answer him and just looked at him in confusion. Ju Yonil took his hat from the table with an angry face and asked if he really was offering a shortcut. He stated that Daehan never made a name for themselves the easy way, and it was made through tough fights, literally in the mud. Oseo Hyun's pupils shrank. He pursed his lips and tensed. Ju Yonil came out of his office and slammed the door roughly and loudly. Oseo Hyun sighed tiredly and lowered his back onto the back of the chair. The door was opened slightly by Jin Do-jun, who looked after the chairman. The main character entered the office. The director scratched his head and asked if this was correct and if he would accept the conditions. Jin Do-jun took off his hood and replied that he would most likely accept. His hair was disheveled due to his hood. He replied with a confident face that Chairman Ju Yonil is a keyball. He added that there is no keyball who would refuse the offer to unite and save money. There were clouds floating in the sky above Daehyun's office. Ju Yonil was sitting at his desk, with employees standing next to him. One of them told the chairman that they should accept the proposal. Ju Yonil closed his eyes tiredly and massaged his temple with his finger. The employee said that Ajin Motors' debt is 3.28 trillion won, and the debt write-off for Ajin's subsidiaries is 1.58 trillion won. A man with small eyes and gray hair said that there is also an unprecedented condition of writing off a whopping 7.3 trillion won until the remaining debt is converted into an investment of 2.52 trillion won. And in order to obtain this condition, the group Daehyun had to invest a lot of money. Ju Yonil pressed his finger harder on his temple, clenching his teeth. The employee added that if they do the part that Fantasy Investment promises to take on, they will have to start all over again. The white-haired employee looked at the chairman and said that if they merged with Fantasy Investment, they would only need to pay the acquisition price. Ju Yonil asked if Fantasy Investment has a lot of money. The chairman looked gloomily at his subordinates and asked if Fantasy had enough money to spend several trillion won. An employee with black hair in a gray suit responded that just as Fantasy Investment does not know the exact amount of capital they have, it is difficult for them to understand how much money they have. They only know that American capital predominates there. He wanted to do something to counter this. Suddenly, the chairman abruptly interrupted him, frowning, and hurried him with an answer. The black-haired employee presented the Hollywood sign and said that based on the information from Maju Corporation, it can be concluded that Fantasy Investment will have enough capital. The company is quite influential and famous in Hollywood, and there is not a single popular film where they have not invested money. Ju Yonil bared his teeth, making a displeased face. However, he did not answer. One of the employees standing across from his desk said that among the films Fantasy Investment has invested in, not a single one has failed. The subordinate in the black suit agreed with him and said that this means that they have a good sense of investment. A guy like Oseo Hyun would not get involved in a fight where he would lose money. The gray-haired man turned to the chairman and asked if he himself had said that reluctantly extending one's hand was also a way to avoid bleeding. He pressed his left hand on his temple and said about the hand extended first. The pink sunset painted the Sunyong chairman's mansion. Jin Yong-kal sat with his grandson in the living room and drank tea. He asked if Ju Yonil came himself. The main character was wearing a green sweater. He answered in the affirmative and revealed that Ju Yonil offered compensation if he pulled out of the takeover race. His grandfather closed his eyes and replied that it looked like this old guy was in a hurry to take such a difficult step. But it was true, and there was so much to do, and then some guy showed up and was in the way. He placed his hand on the armrest of the chair and asked what Jindu Jun offered him. The protagonist replied that he offered worthy competition only at the cost of acquisition and receiving all the special benefits from government programs. He has no need to take bread from others. Jin Young-kal smiled enthusiastically and asked what he finally said. Jindu Jun looked at him with a relaxed smile and replied that he said that he would take this confrontation seriously. His grandfather laughed loudly, closing his eyes. He said that the old man's medicine must have become more expensive, and he could not take it. The main character looked at his grandfather with respect and asked him for advice. He asked what Chairman Ju Yonil's next move would be. Jin Young-kal took a sip of hot tea and replied that he was sure his grandson already had some guesses about this. He asked if he had thought what his grandfather would have done if such an offer had been made to him. Jindu Jun answered in the affirmative. His tea was on the coffee table, steaming from it. Jin Young-kal asked what his answer was. The main character with an emotionless face suggested that the grandfather would accept the offer. The amount of debt write-off is already a constant value and he would not want to add a new variable. Jin Young-kal grinned contentedly, exhaled loudly, and replied that everything was correct, because the biggest fear for a businessman is variables. Jindu Jun frowned slightly and smiled faintly. He made sure that both chairmen were the same. The grandfather looked at his grandson with a smile and said that he had used all his trump cards, but Chairman Ju Yonil had not yet used any. It was time to launch a more extensive attack. The main character asked if it was necessary to use the media. Jin Young-kal introduced the domed building and said that not only the press but also the creditors with the takeover review team need to be convinced. Indeed, the National Assembly and the Blue House, which the Daehyun Group has already taken care of, will also put pressure on them. Jindu Jun looked at his grandfather with a smile on his face and asked if he could help more. Jin Young-kal replied that even if he wanted to, he could not help. The main character looked at him slightly confused and asked what this meant. Grandfather crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he had already prevented the arrest of Sun Hyun Jang by presenting his aged face. He said that this alone made everyone doubt whether he wanted to take over Ajin Motors. Since the arrest of Chairman Sun Hyun Jang was beneficial for them to take office, they were silent. They must have regarded grandfather's help as simple sympathy. The main character's face became slightly confused. He said that this was not all. Jin Young-kal sighed wearily and asked displeasedly whether it was possible to put civil servants working for the country in a difficult position. He stated that these guys essentially work like limbs, and if he pulls on his right arm and Chairman Ju Yonil on his left arm, they will simply tear them. Jindu Jun did not show any emotion. He remained silent. Despite everything that had been said, his grandfather's expression didn't look like he was sorry at all. The main character believed that he had something on his mind, but he could not guess what yet. He smiled softly and agreed, saying that they would try to work something out with director Oseo Hyun. Jin Young-kal's face became slightly astonished. He didn't know what to answer. Jindu Jun looked kindly at his grandfather's confused face and asked if he thought that he would continue to beg for help. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and closed his eyes, asking if he was that close to Oseo Hyun. The main character calmly answered in the affirmative. Grandpa smiled, opening his eyes wider, and asked if Oseo Hyun could be trusted. Replied that he was sure of this, because his father also believed him. He smiled, showing his teeth a little, and said that their work was about money, but he was not the kind of person who would betray for the sake of it. Jin Young-kal chuckled and closed his eyes, asking if it was true. The grandfather's reaction was incomprehensible to the main character. He looked at him strangely. Jin Young-kal told his grandson that there are two types of people he should keep close. The first type are people like Oseo Hyun, who can be trusted with work. Jindu Jun asked his grandfather about the second type of people with a calm face. Jin Young-kal crossed his arms and replied that these were people who were willing to make sacrifices for him. A glow from the lamp appeared in Jindu Jun's eyes. He began to wonder what could happen that would make it necessary to sacrifice for him. Jin Young-kal lowered his eyelids and said that such people themselves gather next to him when he shines, and there is no need to try to help them. The protagonist's eyes opened wider when he realized what his grandfather meant. Jin Young-kal closed his eyes, smiled and chuckled quietly. He got up from his chair and told his grandson to go, because the guests had probably already arrived. He also told him to change his clothes. Everything was ready upstairs. Jin Do-jun also got up from the sofa. A pink sunset was reflected in the windows of an expensive mansion. A social party was taking place in the guest room. Everyone was dressed formally. A man with a glass of alcohol in his hands looked at the girl in a brown dress. On the table there was a multi-tiered cake with decorations made of fresh berries, and on top were marzipan figures in the shape of hearts. Newlyweds So-young and Jin Young-jun waved to guests. The girl was wearing a white off-the-shoulder dress, and the guy was wearing an expensive suit. So-young wore a white gold ring with a large sparkling diamond on her ring finger. Jin Do-jun was wearing a gray suit and black shirt, holding a carton of chocolate milk in his hand. He looked at the newlyweds. The main character's hair was styled fashionably, and he thought that Jin Young-jun's relationship with the girl he was engaged to looked quite affectionate. As far as he knows, they first met at a meeting between two families about marriage, and after that they only met a couple of times. Jin Do-jun closed his eyes thoughtfully, taking a sip of chocolate milk, and thought about how difficult it was for him to understand them. He didn't understand whether everything was so easy, simply because there was a lot of money. Suddenly someone shouted that the rumors were not true. Out of surprise, the guy choked on milk. So-young and Jin Young-jun approached him. The girl said that she was told that Jin Young-jun was the most handsome in the family. The main character bowed to them and congratulated his brother on his engagement. Jin Young-jun thanked him and asked him to introduce himself to his fiancée since it was their first time meeting each other. Jin Do-jun also bowed to So-young, congratulating her, after which he said his name. The girl smiled kindly and thanked him. Suddenly someone called out to Jin Young-jun and he turned around. The guy stepped aside and asked if his bride would wait for him. After that, he asked Jin Do-jun to entertain her with conversation while he went away for a while. The main character pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. He felt awkward and didn't know what to talk about because they had just met. So-young looked at him and said that she thinks he is every girl's ideal type of boyfriend. Jin Do-jun was taken aback and asked why. She raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, saying that he is a tall and handsome genius, one of the 0.1% of the population. In addition, he is the youngest member of the Keeball family, who is the envy of everyone. Jin Do-jun smiled indulgently, relaxed his face, and asked if the Keeball junior member was envied. So-young grabbed the hem of her white dress and said that he does not need to inherit the group. He does not need to participate in management. He can simply enjoy life using the family's money. The main character rubbed his neck and said that now that he had heard this, he understood what it was like. He lowered his head and opened one eye, saying that there was a problem. It was money, because it was unknown whether there would be any money left at all when it was his turn. So-young smiled smugly at him. She looked pleased. She asked if he had anything to worry about since he was the beloved grandson of the chairman of Jin Young-kal. Jin Do-jun tried to keep his face and smiled confidently, wondering if she had already realized this. An awkward silence hung between them while the guests around them chatted and had fun. The main character looked at her with a sly grin, realizing that it was natural that she began to find out information about him, because in the future this woman would become the daughter-in-law of the Sanyang group. A pearl necklace hung around her neck, and expensive earrings were in her ears. He decided not to fall for her tricks, and with a relaxed face replied that his grandfather gave his other grandchildren shares or money when they came of age, but he received a racing car. But he didn't even have a license. So-young's earrings sparkled brightly and she grinned and asked if it was true. She asked if it could be because his grandfather was going to give him a big gift in the future. In addition, he is a diligent student. She heard that such people don't really use money. Jin Do-jun took a drink with whiskey and ice from the tray and said that it's not that they don't use it, but rather they can't, because there is no money. He raised a glass of drink to his lips and said if he had money, he, too, would throw it away left and right. He smiled smugly as he took a sip, and thought that if she knew how much money he was spending, she wouldn't be able to stand. So-young pretended to be surprised and said that she would provide him with pocket money in the future and Jin Young-jun would also say so. Jin Do-jun politely replied that he would be grateful. He laughed quietly and rubbed the back of his head, saying that they would see each other often in the future. So-young covered her mouth with her hand and giggled softly. The guy bowed politely to her and said that he needed to go to the toilet. She agreed. So-young looked after the departing guy with a smile on her face. Once he was far enough away, the smile disappeared from his face. So-young rolled her eyes and said that it was not normal for a person who visited Uedo Exchange Street to have no money every day. Jin Young-jun approached her and asked how it went. They looked at Jin Do-jun, who placed a glass of whiskey on the waiter's tray. So-young crossed her arms over her stomach and replied that he was being polite. Jin Young-jun was surprised and asked if that was all. The woman looked at her fiancé and said that Jin Do-jun did not look like the son of a rich family at all, and asked if he had always been like this. The groom's face became emotionless and even gloomy. He replied that Jin Do-jun had been away from the family since childhood and was very quiet. He looked at the back of his beret and said that in any case there was no need to be afraid of it. He was thinking of using it as his right hand. So Young placed her hand on her cheek and let out a thoughtful exclamation. She hugged Jin Young-jun's right arm. She smiled sweetly, looking at her groom, and said that she had promised his younger brother to provide his pocket money. Jin Young-jun grinned smugly as he looked at the bride and replied that the older brother should provide money for the younger one. There was a corresponding picture hanging on the door of the men's restroom. Jin Do-jun walked into the restroom, rubbing his neck, and said that he was uncomfortable. As he approached the towels, someone called out to him. It was Kim Yoon-seok, and he bowed with a humble expression. The main character turned to him in surprise and said that he should have rested today, because this was a family event, and he didn't have to be here. Kim Yoon-seok frowned seriously and asked if Jin Do-jun had time since he wanted to tell him something. The main character immediately tensed, thinking about what to answer. He told Kim Yoon-seok that his car was parked in the parking lot and asked him to wait there. He would be down soon. The assistant clenched his hands into fists and bowed respectfully. The guy opened the tap and cold water flowed out. Jin Do-jun hung his head over the sink, wondering what happened, because Kim Yoon-seok's expression was worried. It was getting dark outside. The main character left the mansion. He began to approach his car, whose headlights were on. The guy sat in the back seat and closed the door, then asked what happened. Kim Yoon-seok turned to him and asked him to wait a bit. Group leader Shim Seok-ho will explain everything to him. Jin Do-jun asked what kind of leader Shim Seok-ho is. He looked at Jin Do-jun excitedly and said that this was the head of the strategic planning group and he had already talked about him once. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise, remembering that he was the one who told the assistant about the surveillance. The door to the car opened. The main character turned his head. A middle-aged man in a black suit with black hair bowed respectfully and said that he was the leader of Shim Seok-ho. The main character looked at his face and realized that he had already seen it somewhere. Shim Seok-ho sat next to him and apologized for disturbing him. The guy said everything was fine and asked if they had met before. Shim Seok-ho looked at him and said that they met once at the Yongpyong villa. He gave the guy a ride home. The protagonist's face became surprised as he remembered. The protagonist's cousin kicked him in the back in rage. Shim Seok-ho's face frowned as he endured. Then Jin Do-jun threw bait, but there was no reaction, so he simply erased this episode from his memory. The man put on a serious face and said that there was little time, so he would get straight to the point. He said that their department deals with the third generation. Kim Yoon-seok silently looked at them over his shoulder. Shim Seok-ho said that a month ago they noticed that someone started following everyone from the third generation. This information shocked Jin Do-jun. He turned to him and asked again. Shim Seok-ho frowned at the worried guy and replied that they don't taste the water, but are just monitoring his movements. The guy asked if Jin Young-jun was being followed. The man answered in the affirmative, saying that they were monitoring all the heirs of the third generation. Jin Do-jun put his hand to his chin and realized that his uncle would not have watched his own son. If not him, then who? Shim Seok-ho looked at assistant Kim Yoon-seok and said that in order to determine who is doing the surveillance, their team does not have enough strength, and they are not at all experts in counter-surveillance. Jin Do-jun believed that they were just assistants. It would be unwise to go in and try to track them down. He looked at him with an emotionless face and asked why he was telling him this, because there was a procedure. Shim Seok-ho's face became worried and slightly worried. He said that he knew the procedure. First, you need to submit a report to the chief head of the strategic department, and then he will send it to the chief secretary of Lee Hak-yi. And then a special group or guys from Sunyang Security will begin to act. Jin Do-jun asked why he was doing this if he knew everything perfectly well. Kim Yoon-seok was restlessly silent, looking down. Shim Seok-ho's hand clenched tightly and veins bulged on it. He said he was embarrassed to admit it, but he wanted to grab a hold of the thread. The main character calmly looked at him and asked if this thread was what he was thinking about. Shim Seok-ho put his fists on his knees and said that their strategy department has no future, and they have no one to rely on so much that rarely anyone stays with them for more than a year. Even he, having endured for years, still does not see the light. Jin Do-jun asked why they were asking him. Kim Yoon-seok and Shim Seok-ho looked at him in surprise. The main character said that he was just the youngest member of the family who had no say in the company, and asked how he could become a thread. His assistant's face became agitated and he tried to answer him something. Shim Seok-ho turned to the guy and asked if it was he who extended his hand. The main character crossed his arms and asked if he was ready to blindly accept an outstretched hand or if it was because he was the only one willing to help. He believed that he should immediately find out more about Shim Seok-ho. The man tensed, his pupils constricted, and he remained silent. After a while he replied that his hand was indeed the only one, but he wanted to accept it because he believed it. This made Jin Do-jun a little puzzled and he looked at him questioningly. Veins bulged on Shim Seok-ho's face and he shouted that if it was an untrustworthy hand, he would simply ignore it. He said that among the grandchildren of Chairman Jin Yong-kal, there is no one more thorough in management, sincere, and intelligent than the young master. Yoon-sung was tense, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Shim Seok-ho's face also looked worried and he was sweating. The main character put a bent finger to his lips. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze, realizing that he could easily check his uncle's actions himself, but he had no reason to refuse their offer. Both assistants looked at him silently, waiting for an answer. Jin Do-jun's lips were closed, he thought. He removed his fingers from his lips and told Supervisor Shim Seok-ho and Assistant Kim Yoon-seok to listen carefully. Both men looked at Jin Do-jun and waited tensely for what he would say. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was not they who grabbed the hand extended to him, but the strategic team begged him to become a roof, and he agreed. These were words that led to the same result, but with different before and after. The two must be clearly aware of the difference. Shim Seok-ho nodded and definitely agreed with him. The main character told him not to answer so right away. He turned to him and replied that this did not mean that they grabbed the hand he extended. The difference was too great. Shim Seok-ho frowned and replied with a serious face that he understood. He asked if he meant that this protection could disappear at any moment. Jin Do-jun was impressed by his resourcefulness. He thought about how he immediately understood what he wanted to say. Shim Seok-ho opened his mouth slightly and frowned. He said they would follow him within the limits of his expectations, and even if at some point that thread broke, they would not get angry. Kim Yoon-seok pursed his lips in tension. The guy told them that he was not asking for loyalty, it was just a deal. They looked at him in surprise. Jin Do-jun said that the strategic team does what he needs, and he pays for it. The payment could be a bright future or money. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked out the window. Shin frowned and asked with a worried face if the reason might be that he is not yet a full member of the Sanyang group. The main character turned to him and answered negatively. He said that for now he has no trust in them and no expectations, so it's just a deal. Kim Yoon-seok narrowed his eyes at him. The main character said that if they want something more from him, they should do something to make him change his mind, but only if they want to. Until now, Jin Do-jun has not received loyalty from anyone. He imagined himself from a past life, thinking that he knew very well that there was nothing more dangerous than the loyalty of a stupid and incompetent person. He turned to the assistant, which is why he immediately responded. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and told him that starting tomorrow he was going to take a taxi, and he would follow his pursuer carefully and slowly so as not to be noticed. He can do this for a long time. Kim Yoon-seok frowned with a serious face and agreed. Then, Jin Do-jun turned to the head of Shim Seok-ho. The man began to listen to him carefully. The main character looked at him without turning his head and ordered from that moment on that all reports from the strategic group should be sent to him first. He will highlight in red marker what needs to be excluded from the report before filing above. Shim Seok-ho smiled broadly and replied that he would mean it. Jin Do-jun looked at his subordinates and told them not to worry about money. He would take care of all expenses, and if they needed money for personal needs, they could contact him. The main character, being determined, said that he would make sure that they did not worry about money at all. They looked at the young guy in surprise without answering. The main character closed his eyes and exhaled quietly. He opened his eyes, resting his head on the car seat cushion, thinking that he had gained a lot today. He found out which woman to be wary of, she was so young. He also gave himself extra eyes and hands, referring to Shim Seok-ho and Kim Yoon-seok. Fantasy Investments office building. The sun's rays reflected from the glass. There was news on TV. The presenter said that they had information about the well-known company Fantasy Investments, which intended to buy Ajin. It turned out that the source of their funds is Japan. They also said that they do not rule out the possibility that Ajin Motors could become a springboard for the promotion of the Japanese automobile industry to Korea. Oh Hyun crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure and frowned. He turned to Jin Do-jun and said that a press conference needs to be held. This is a crushing blow. He believed that if anti-Japanese sentiments were hurt, they would definitely have no chance. The main character looked at the TV and said that there must be a basis for such news, because they will not just make things up. Oseo Hyun frowned and talked about the Powerbanks company, imagining its leader in his head standing in front of the logo. He said that since the company is growing rapidly and attracting attention in Japan, it was not difficult to find out what they were investing there. Jin Do-jun sat on the edge of the sofa and asked if it was pointless to ask to correct the article. Oseo Hyun scratched his head and replied that the results will only be known next year. If this happens, it will be after the completion of the acquisition of Ajin Motors. The main character frowned at him and said that if articles like this continue to appear, they will need to stand together with Chairman Sun Hyun-jang and upstage the union leaders of the Ajin group. Oseo Hyun looked at him in surprise and asked if this was their secret weapon. Jin Do-jun lowered his head, looking down, and said that they would not be able to hold the weapon further, they would use the time. The director's face became serious. He pursed his lips. The main character looked at the TV, where the news was on, and thought that keyballs were so scary. He did not think that the media would broadcast news written to order without verification. Daehyun is really good at this type of wrestling. He introduced the creepy face of Chairman Ju Yeon-il. Many journalists took photographs and notes at the press conference. Oseo Hyun said that the rumors about the influx of Japanese money are not true at all. He stated that their fantasy investments had invested in Japan, but it was a short-term investment, and they abandoned it after making a profit. The director was sitting at the table with a microphone in front of his face. He said that it was more likely that the Japanese yen worked. A journalist in black glasses was writing something down. He asked if the yen earned remained as U.S. capital. Oseo Hyun moved the microphone closer to him and replied that they are now planning to invest all this money in restoring Ajin Motors. One of the journalists said that it is very difficult to understand with common sense that an investment company whose goal is to make a profit would try to acquire a car company. In his opinion, it will take a significant amount of time to recoup the investment and also make a profit. There were other employees sitting next to Oseo Hyun. He replied that investing does not have to be short-term. The woman in the shirt raised her hand and said that it is not uncommon for companies to go bankrupt due to poor management. There is a high probability of not recouping a penny of the investment. She asked if they were taking this risk because they were acting as an agent for the Japanese auto industry. This question angered Oseo Hyun and he bared his teeth in hostility. Veins bulged on his face and he furiously asked who was the first to talk about the Japanese automobile industry and where they got this information from. Journalists immediately began raising their hands and demanding confirmation that they had nothing to do with Japan. Jin Do-jun stood at the end of the room, hiding his face with a hood and cap. He lifted his cap to look at his uncle and realized that he was not at all used to this, since he responded so emotionally to journalists. Suddenly Sun Hyun-jang began to speak, causing Oseo Hyun to look at him in surprise. He said he is well aware of the movements of the Japanese auto industry. The chairman of Ajin put his hand on the table and said that Ajin Motors cooperated with a Japanese technology company. Therefore, he can claim that Japan has nothing to do with this acquisition. Journalists immediately began taking photographs. They asked whether it was safe to say that the Ajin group supported the acquisition of Ajin Motors by fantasy investments. Sun Hyun-jang replied with a calm face that this is exactly the case, and not only he, but all the leaders and employees of the Ajin group support this. The executives sat next to him, and the employees stood along the wall behind them. Sun Hyun-jang said the entire Ajin Group union is promising a wage freeze and no disputes over it until fantasy takes over and a surplus is achieved. Union members were among those present at the conference and the chairman said they were determined. Journalists began to communicate with each other, discussing his words. Sun Hyun-jang put both hands on the table and said that Oseo Hyun, the CEO of Fantasy Investments, promised them two things: clear separation of ownership and management, and normalization of Ajin Motors without a single layoff. According to Sun Hyun-jang, Oseo Hyun claims that he will not spare bold investments when necessary. Oseo Hyun sat with a gloomy face, not answering anything. Sun Hyun-jang leaned into the microphone and asked to let him tell them something else. He said that corporations are not companies that pursue only profits. They are jobs that provide livelihoods to people. All the attention of the journalists was directed at him, as were the photographic lenses. He said that the Daehyun group would throw more than half of Ajin's workers out on the street under the pretext of restructuring. He presented the Daehyun building with their red logo. Jin Do-jun looked at him in amazement, realizing that this was exactly the message that was needed. Sun Hyun-jang leaned the microphone towards him and said that if Daehyun acquired Ajin Motors, they would gain control of 70% of the domestic automobile market, and when monopolies are only pursuing profit, the opinion of the people comes last. He believed that they should not allow the essence to be obscured by rumors about Japanese capital. Journalists carefully recorded his every word. Sun Hyunjang said that Ajin Group has so many government funds invested in it, so Ajin should grow to the size of a conglomerate with government funds and be reborn into a national company in which management and ownership will be separated. With an emotionless face, he said that this was an important point to take into account. That was the end of the press conference. Stormy applause began. Jin Do-jun grinned and covered his face with his cap again. The meaning of Chairman Sun Hyunjang's words was fully conveyed, but there was a timing problem. This interview was to be conducted the day before the planned takeover committee review. The main thing for them was not to give Daehyun time to counterattack. The setting sun turned the glass fantasy building pink and orange. Jin Do-jun was in a hurry and pulled out the hidden card first, so Daehyun calmly thought about it and parried it. Korea appeared on the map on TV. The news said that a war of scale had already begun in the global automobile market, in which only the world's top 10 would survive, and sales of Daehyun Motors had long exceeded domestic demand. They said that if Ajin Motors and Daehyun Motors become one, they will gain revolutionary competitiveness through joint design, unification of spare parts procurement, and integration of sales networks. A huge number of cars of the same model appeared on the TV screen. According to the news, the cost of cars will become significantly lower for consumers, and minimal restructuring is inevitable. But workers cannot remain without a company. An image appeared of an employee assembling a car at a factory. The TV asked the viewer to look to the future. They can expect a huge number of new jobs when Daehyun Motors becomes internationally competitive and enters the top 10 in the world. Finally, the TV showed an image of the Daehyun Motors office. The TV screen in Oh Seo-hyun's office went dark. Jin Do-jun lowered his head and sighed tiredly. Oh Seo-hyun's head was a mess and he scratched the back of his head irritably. The main character put his palms on his knees and asked about the stock market. Replied that Daehyun Motors' share price remains unchanged. The guy asked if there was any effect. The man imagined a stock chart in his head and replied that two different forces simply collided. Those who think that the acquisition of Ajin Motors is bad, and those who think that it is good, that is 50-50. Jin Do-jun put his palms together, placing it on his face. He wondered if this meant both parties accepted the fact that the Ajin group would go to Daehyun. Oh Seo-hyun grabbed his head, closed his eyes, and called Keyballs scary. He asked how they could control state television and newspapers like this. Jin Do-jun's face was thoughtful, as if he was looking into space. He replied that it was not that, but that the media knew the taste of money. The director removed his hands from his head. Jin Do-jun frowned and looked at him, saying that they were with a drunken pen in their hand and a camera full of money. Hearing this, Oh Seo-hyun looked at him in shock. He frowned and asked in confusion how a young guy could talk like that. He thought he sounded like some old man who had seen life. The main character scratched the back of his head and replied that these were not his words, but his grandfather's. If something untoward happens, he immediately deals with the press first. The director tusked and scratched his cheek, saying that Daehyun does the same. Jin Do-jun frowned and began to bite his fingernails. If he had known that this would happen, he would have preferred not to interfere in his grandfather's affairs when he tried to take over Ajin Motors several years ago. He grabbed his face, tense, and thought it was a complete headache. He turned sharply to Oh Seo-hyun and invited him to forget about everything and drink a glass of alcohol. The director was taken aback and asked again. He looked at him with a stunned face. The main character replied that he was already an adult. Oh Seo-hyun got nervous and mumbled something embarrassed. He asked the guy if he knew how to drink and if he had ever drunk. Jin Do-jun looked at him slightly surprised, remembering something. He couldn't even remember how many times in his past life he had to get drunk almost to the point of passing out. He remembered one of these parties, and thought that if he collected money for all the alcohol he drank, he could buy several apartments. The main character smiled faintly and sighed quietly. He reached into the inside pocket of his green jacket and replied that today they were testing his resistance to alcohol. He took out a platinum bank card and said that there was no limit, so he asked to be taken to the most expensive place Oh Seo-hyun knows. The director jumped up from his seat and asked in shock if this was really an unlimited credit card. He abruptly snatched the credit card from the guy's hands. He looked at it with widened eyes and asked, "Isn't this a Hansung Ilbo corporate card?" The card was gray in color and had the Hansung Ilbo logo on it. Oh Seo-hyun asked where he got it from. The main character replied that Sun Yong's future daughter-in-law is Han Sung-ilbo's daughter, and she said to use the credit card as pocket money. The director was still looking at the credit card in surprise. Jin Do-jun put his hands in his pockets and said that this is a matter of the third-generation Keyball face. He looked at Oh Hyun with a smirk and said that he needs to show his future daughter-in-law how much he can spend if he decides to do this. The director's face was still stunned. He soon grinned and closed his eyes, lowering his head. He said that he would take the younger gentleman to the most beautiful place. The main character laughed.